Amidst the skeletal remains of a colossal beast, a system message declares victory over the ancient dragon's nest. The lone warrior, Shin Sang-yoon, leans on his sword, utterly drained from the fight. But instead of pride, he feels a wave of frustration, screaming internally about why he's still struggling like this at 55 years old. He stands atop the dragon's corpse, reflecting on his 30-year career as a swordsman, a career he feels has amounted to little. Being in his country's top 100 sounds impressive, but in a world teeming with players, he knows it makes him a nobody. Just then, his eyes land on the prize, a glowing skill book, and a strange thought crosses his mind. Can he eat this one too? As he contemplates this, a powerful aura washes over him, catching him completely by surprise. A message appears in the sky. His constellation, the late bloomer model student, has entered the scene. A portal of blue energy erupts, and from it emerges a woman who praises him for his hard work and impeccable final strike. He manages a weary smile, still feeling unworthy, but deeply grateful that such a being would contract with a mere third-rate swordsman. Her power is revealed, an insane stat multiplier that doubles everything at level 850 and triples it at 900. But the system cruelly points out that Shin Sang-yoon is currently only level 650. He can only laugh bitterly. This incredible constellation has been completely useless to him so far. The late bloomer model student seems to sense his hesitation, urging him to eat the skill book. With a slightly crazed look in his eyes, he prepares to consume the glowing artifact before him. He thinks back to when he first awakened, and his only skill was this bizarre ability to eat items. He recalls his early, fruitless experiments trying to boil and fry priceless artifacts to absorb their power. But after all that useless effort, he eventually discovered the truth of his ability. The real method was mana synchronization, a skill allowing him to directly absorb an item's essence. He sighs, filled with regret, knowing he figured this out far too late, long after his peers had grown strong. He holds the mysterious skill book, but there's no indication of how to use it. He slams it down in frustration, wondering aloud if it should have come with instructions. The late bloomer model student appears, sheepishly admitting there's very little information available. The tiny constellation innocently suggests he just start synchronizing, since he has plenty of time. This comment sets Shin Sang-yoon off completely, as he screams that he's almost 60 years old. He rants about his age, a fleeting human concept his immortal patron clearly doesn't grasp. The constellation immediately apologizes, but Sang-yoon reassures the being it's not their fault. He sinks down, confessing that his entire life has been filled with nothing but regrets. A memory of a shining, heroic figure flashes in his mind, the person he always strived to become. But looking back now, he just feels exhausted, admitting to himself that he's simply too old. He laments that if only he was a little younger, things might have been different. The little constellation listens intently, a curious glint reflecting off its glasses. With his mind made up, Sang-yoon declares his retirement and tells his patron to find another player. But instead of sadness, the tiny being unleashes an overwhelming torrent of purple energy. He can only stare in disbelief as the power begins to swallow him whole. A system window announces the constellation is using an essence, marking his final memory as a 55-year-old man. The scene cuts away to a television interview with a reporter named Park Jong-min. He's speaking with Han Hyunjung, the CEO of the powerful Hyunjung Corporation. They're discussing the fundamentals of their world, dungeons and the gates that lead to unknown regions. And watching this very broadcast is a young man, his world and his entire life completely reset. And with a confident smirk, Shin Sang-yoon confirms the unbelievable truth. He has truly regressed. It's been 4 days since he woke up, and he's finally wrapped his head around being sent back 30 years. He remembers the sheer confusion of waking up, not as a veteran warrior, but as a young man in his old studio apartment. Gone is the tired, 55-year-old body, replaced by his 25-year-old self, but with every single memory of the future intact. There's only one explanation for this miracle, the final, desperate act of his constellation. Shaking off his confusion, he decides it's time to get to work, casually flipping a familiar dagger in his hand. This is Venomoth's dagger, a simple bronze-tier artifact he remembers getting around this time. But while its rank is low, he knows something no one else does. The dagger has a hidden skill. A system window pops up, confirming his unique absorption ability is active, even getting a bonus from his past life. But that's just a minor perk. With a wicked grin, he focuses on what truly matters, unleashing its secret power. Mana floods his system as he synchronizes with the dagger, pulling him into a dark, abstract space. This is the gap of unconsciousness, a mental realm where he must consume artifacts to gain their power. A brilliant light erupts before him, taking the shape of a magnificent, steaming dish. And to his utter shock, the dagger has materialized not as a weapon, but as a perfectly roasted chicken. The system even gives it a name, Rotisserie BBQ Chicken. Glistening under the ethereal light, he can't help but feel relieved. He was half expecting to be served something monstrous like a centipede. With a confident smirk, he grabs a piece and begins to eat, starting the absorption of Venomoth's dagger. The reward is instantaneous, a permanent agility boost and, more importantly, the hidden skill Demon Bash. With its power fully transferred, the physical dagger shatters into particles, disappearing forever. Back in reality, he sighs, thinking it's a shame to lose it, but he never planned on using such a weak blade anyway. Satisfied with his new skill, Shin Sung-yoon decides it's time to make his move. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Dungeon 85, Team Yoon Daekyung prepares to enter. A frantic porter group leader rushes over to the raid's team leader, looking deeply concerned. He reports that his newcomer, Shin Sang-yoon, has bailed, only for another player to state that Sang-yoon is joining their team instead. The porter leader is completely floored, unable to believe a porter would be moved to the main combat team. Team leader Yoon Daekyung confirms he approved it, and the porter leader absolutely loses his mind. He argues that Sang-yoon is a greenhorn who hasn't even graduated from the academy yet. Unimpressed by the outburst, Daekyung grabs the man by his collar, his patience clearly gone. He menacingly reminds the porter leader who is in charge of the party and its rewards, causing the man to sweat and stammer an apology. Daekyung walks away in disgust, mocking the very idea of balance for mere porters. One of Daekyung's men asks why he accepted the kid, admitting he finds the decision just as strange. His companion just smirks, explaining their cruel logic. If someone has to die, it'll be the newbie, not them. As they laugh about what a level 1 idiot could possibly do, a voice cuts through their mockery. It's Shin Sang-yoon, arriving with a confident grin to announce he's their newest player. The porters can only stare in stunned silence, completely baffled by this turn of events. Meanwhile, the two armored players barely contain their condescending smirks. Sang-yoon takes in their expressions. He expected some hostility, but they aren't even trying to hide it. Team leader Yoon Daekyung steps forward with a welcoming smile, glad Sang-yoon wasn't late for his first day. But his friendly demeanor vanishes as his gaze locks onto the weapon on Sang-yoon's back. Asked if he uses a longsword, Sang-yoon just beams, claiming he learned all his moves from watching YouTube. Daekyung gives him a patronizing pat, warning him that a longsword is a difficult weapon for a beginner. The team leader then erupts in a booming laugh, praising Sang-yoon's supposed spirit with a hard slap on the back. With the act over, he turns to his men, roaring for the dungeon raid to finally begin. The entire party marches toward the shimmering blue vortex of the dungeon gate, ready for battle. As they enter, the other players are already bickering over who's going to get the most kills. But Sang-yoon walks in cold silence, and Daekyung's friendly facade immediately vanishes. The team leader seethes internally, disgusted by the kid's claim of learning from YouTube. He sees Sang-yoon's quiet confidence as nothing more than the arrogance of a player with a death wish. After all, this is an orc dungeon, a place notorious for breaking and killing new recruits. And with a twisted grin, Daekyung decides this stupid idiot will be taught a harsh lesson. But the moment the raid starts, Daekyung's smug grin freezes on his face, his mind unable to process what he's seeing. Before them lies a scene of absolute carnage, a field of slaughtered orcs littered across the dungeon floor. And standing in the middle of it all is Sang-yoon, his back turned to them, facing a colossal orc chieftain. A faint blue aura pulses from his body as he calmly absorbs the aftermath of the battle he just single-handedly finished. The party had walked in expecting a simple fight against orcs, monsters everyone knew from fantasy stories. Because of this familiarity, almost every player held a deep-seated prejudice against them. It was common knowledge, a supposed fact of this world, that orcs were nothing more than weak fodder. Sure, compared to something terrifying like a dragon, they were dismissed as simple-minded brutes. This very arrogance is what gets so many new players killed, making them rush in without a second thought. And just as expected, one of the cocky party members charges forward, ready to claim some easy glory. But the moment they lunge, they learn a hard lesson as a massive green hand clamps down. The orc's sheer physical power is overwhelming, easily lifting a grown man off his feet. This is why they're called the Wall of Lament, a brutal filter for the arrogant and the weak. And it was with this exact kind of condescension that the party treated Sang-yoon at the start. One of the armored players gets in his face, making it clear the newbie will get no special treatment. Even the porters mutter behind his back, annoyed by this rookie who acts like he already belongs. Sang-yoon just gives them a practiced, harmless smile, promising to try his best. The armored player scoffs, telling him trying isn't good enough. He needs to actually perform. But then Sang-yoon's cheerful mask drops, and he falls completely silent for a moment. He calmly turns and asks if he can fight on the front lines, leaving the veteran utterly speechless. The veteran player can only stare, completely baffled by the rookie's insane request. But before he can respond, a hulking orc bursts from the shadows, sending the porters into a panic. Sang-yoon sees his opening his first real fight since regressing and moves to intercept, outpacing the veteran. But the armored player, driven by pride, still manages to get his shield up just in time to block the blow. He then whirls around, absolutely livid, screaming at Sang-yoon for being a slow, reckless fool. Sang-yoon, however, is completely unfazed, coolly telling the man he didn't need the help and should focus on proving his own skill. The veteran begins to lecture him about being grateful, totally oblivious to another orc axe swinging down from his blind spot. A sudden gasp escapes his lips as he realizes his fatal, arrogant mistake. But before the axe can connect, another player dives in, blocking the devastating strike. With a powerful shove, he sends the orc flying, crushing it into the ground with overwhelming force. The newcomer scolds them both, demanding they stop their little picnic and get serious. After a quick apology from the veteran, the competent warrior takes charge, telling everyone to stay back as he faces a much larger orc. The monster roars, bringing its massive axe down with crushing force, but he meets it head-on with his shield. He grits his teeth, pushing back against the immense power, confidently declaring that this is nothing. With a swift movement, he plunges his sword deep into the orc's chest, aiming for a fatal blow. The other players erupt in cheers, believing their team leader just pierced the beast's heart and ended the fight. But a low guttural growl emanates from the orc as its eyes begin to glow with terrifying red light. Unfazed by the sword in its chest, it raises its axe high, roaring with pure, unadulterated rage. He's forced to block the frenzied counterattack, his own sword barely holding against the devastating impact. And from the sidelines, Sang-yoon watches the entire exchange with a calm, analytical gaze. Sang-yoon notes that Yoon Daekyung, despite being the highest level, is barely a level 50 and can't land a clean hit. Frustrated, Daekyung screams and swings his sword with everything he has. He drives his blade deep into the orc's chest, roaring for it to finally die. With a final blow, the orc falls, and the other players are stunned that he took one down all by himself. Daekyung turns to his team with a smug grin, dismissing the fight as nothing. His party members cheer him on, completely won over by his supposed dependability. As he begins to give the order to move out, a powerful cry echoes through the cavern. The party freezes as a new threat emerges. A squad of hulking, red-skinned high orcs. Their confidence shatters instantly, and they turn to their leader, desperate for a plan. Daekyung just sweats, realizing he can barely handle one normal orc, and suggests they should probably fall back. But just as despair sets in, a calm voice cuts through the panic as Shin Sang-yoon asks to give it a try. The party stares, dumbfounded, while Daekyung explodes, thinking Sang-yoon has lost his mind. He tries to warn the supposedly reckless newbie, grabbing for his shoulder to stop him. But Sang-yoon is already gone, a blur of motion charging straight for the elite monsters. With a single, earth-shattering swing, he cleaves the lead high orc clean in two. His party members are left completely speechless, their minds refusing to believe what they just saw. Sang-yoon casually rests the greatsword on his shoulder, slightly disappointed the cut wasn't cleaner for a level one. The remaining high orcs are not impressed. They roar in absolute fury, their eyes glowing with rage. Another one leaps forward to attack, but Sang-yoon calmly prepares to meet the charge. He knows his low level is irrelevant when he has an entire lifetime of experience guiding his hands. He meets the charging high orc with a devastating downward slash of his own. The greatsword shatters the monster's weapon and crushes its skull in a single, fluid motion. With a chilling smirk, he pivots, wondering if these beasts know who they're messing with. He taunts them, asking how many of their kind he killed when he was even younger. His party members watch in absolute shock, realizing he might actually slaughter them all. With the fodder out of the way, he points his finger at the last one standing. It's a heavily armored orc, the clear leader of this monstrous pack. The beast lets out a furious roar, enraged by the loss of its kin. It swings its massive weapon down, shattering the very ground he was standing on. But Sang-yoon is already in the air, effortlessly dodging and preparing his counterattack. His blade lands, but only sparks fly as it scrapes against the orc's thick, armored skin. From the sidelines, Yoon Daekyung completely panics, shouting that the attack didn't work. As the beast prepares to counterswing, the situation looks grim for a moment, but Sang-yoon just flashes a smug grin, telling his party not to be so dramatic. The orc freezes, utterly confused, as a skill window announces the activation of Demon Bash. He's already behind it, using a hidden skill to completely paralyze the monster. With a cold smile, he tells the beast to stay right where it is. All the orc leader can do is let out a choked, helpless roar, completely unable to move. A crimson arc of energy bisects the monster, ending its reign in a single, brutal slash. The other players are left staring, speechless, as Yoon Daekyung wonders what he just witnessed. Yoon Daekyung can't wrap his head around it. This kid only awakened 3 days ago. And the skill he just used wasn't even the advanced version, which should be impossible. The other players are equally stunned, wondering what kind of insane training regimen he's on. Daekyung's mind is racing, trying to understand how a basic skill paralyzed an armored orc. But Sang-yoon just scans the room, unimpressed, as if asking if that's really all they had. A system window pops up, congratulating him on leveling up and receiving a new title. The title is Fearless Immature Puppy, an F-rank perk that grants him a nice evasion bonus. He gets a bonus stat point, and there's absolutely no hesitation in his choice. He learned in his last life that luck is the ultimate stat, boosting everything that matters. As he confirms the upgrade, a shaken Yoon Daekyung finally asks if he's even the real Shin Sang-yoon. Daekyung immediately confronts him, demanding to know how he acquired the hindrance skill. Sang-yoon just gives a weak laugh, knowing he can't reveal his regression, and lies that he got it at awakening. That flimsy excuse only infuriates the veteran player, who screams that it makes no sense. But then his suspicion takes a turn, accusing Sang-yoon of hiding the real source of his power. He theorizes that it wasn't a skill at all, but an insanely rare diamond rank artifact. Amused, Sang-yoon simply offers him the great sword, challenging him to check it for himself. Daekyung examines the blade, only for the system to confirm it's a faded greatsword, a completely ordinary item. The revelation hits him hard. If the sword is trash, then the skill was genuinely Sang-yoon's. He seethes with envy, fuming that after 2 years and 50 levels, he has nothing comparable. But just as his pride begins to crumble, a frantic shout echoes down the hall. The middle boss is here. Still reeling, Yoon Daekyung grits his teeth and tells the party to move out. He throws a warning over his shoulder, telling Sang-yoon not to get ahead of himself. That little trick he pulled won't mean a thing against the real threat, the demon orc. A sly grin crosses Sang-yoon's face as he remembers the real reason he came back to this party. Daekyung sees his silence and scoffs, asking if the rookie is suddenly feeling scared. But Sang-yoon flips the entire situation, asking if he can claim the artifact if he solos the boss. He smiles brightly, reminding them that this party rewards players based on performance, right? The prize he's after is the Crimson Stone, an artifact that can only drop from demon orcs. It's a legendary item with an astronomically low drop rate, making it almost impossible to obtain. He knows this because in his past life, his team failed, only to watch another party get the stone. In his past life, he could only stare in stunned silence. He watched another party leader hold up the very artifact his own team had failed to secure. As they celebrated their prize, Sang-yoon sat defeated, realizing what a monumental loss this was. The Crimson Stone held the delay skill, a power he understood, too late, was absolutely essential. And now, back in the present, he stands before the very same opportunity. He asks with a confident smirk if there would be any problem with him taking the loot, provided he defeats the boss alone. The party leader, Yoon Daekyung, is rendered completely speechless by the rookie's insane proposal. Sang-yoon knows he needs this skill for the future, but he's also well aware that no one takes a cocky newbie seriously. And right on cue, 2 of the party members get right in his face, their expressions twisting with fury. They erupt, demanding to know who the hell he thinks he is to talk about item distribution after killing a few measly orcs. But just as the argument peaks, Yoon Daekyung cuts them off, telling the rookie to do as he pleases. The other party members are floored, but their leader quickly adds a crucial condition. Sang-yoon can only try to solo the boss after the main party has already failed. This is far easier than Sang-yoon expected. With a confident smile, he agrees to step aside. Without another word, the party leader turns and marches toward the boss room, his team scrambling to follow. One of the players seethes, thinking the cocky bastard is only acting tough because of one broken skill. Yoon Daekyung reaches the great door, determined to clear this dungeon himself and shut the rookie up for good. He leads the charge, ready to show everyone that veteran experience is what really wins battles. But as they enter the chamber, the leader freezes, his bravado vanishing in an instant. A system alert chimes as a monstrous silhouette, with a single glowing eye, greets them from the darkness. Torches along the chamber walls flare to life, casting flickering light into the darkness. The sudden illumination reveals a vast, throne-like room, far more menacing than expected. And there it stands, a middle boss, the bloodthirsty demon orc, chained and seething with power. Despite the intimidating sight, Yoon Daekyung holds his ground, ordering his team to prepare for battle. He confidently relays his strategy, claiming that intel suggests a simple flanking maneuver will be enough. The leader smirks to himself, mocking the very idea of a solo play. He'll end this before Sang-yoon gets a chance. With a roar, he leads the charge straight ahead, only for the assault to end in an instant scream of agony. The world spins, and Yoon Daekyung finds himself on the cold stone floor, blood streaming down his face. Dazed and broken, he looks up wondering what just happened, only to see Sang-yoon standing at the entrance. The rookie just clicks his tongue, amazed that their veteran strategy was to simply charge head-on. As Yoon Daekyung lies broken, his party panics, a bitter realization dawning on him. This is why they failed before. His men look on in terror, certain that they are all about to be slaughtered right here. The leader curses himself for trusting cheap intel, wondering why every monster in this dungeon is so absurdly strong. Just then, he spots Sang-yoon, and with his pride shattered, he screams for the entire party to retreat. Sang-yoon simply watches the chaos unfold with a bright, almost condescending smile. The sheer gall of the rookie's expression sends a fresh wave of fury through the beaten leader. Still trying to salvage his authority, Yoon Daekyung barks out retreat orders, hoping to flank the boss later. But before he leaves, he turns to confront the one man who hasn't moved an inch. He gives Sang-yoon a final warning. Don't come crying to him when he gets himself killed. But Sang-yoon's cold, knowing smirk tells a very different story. He grips his greatsword, telling the retreating party not to worry about him. Sang-yoon stands with unshakable confidence, declaring he has no intention of dying today. The demon orc unleashes a devastating overhead swing, aiming to crush him in a single blow. He knows full well that based on stats alone, he would never be able to win this fight. But his past life's experience is an equalizer that raw power can't overcome. The massive beast lets out a furious growl as its attack is stopped dead in its tracks. Hearing the impossible clang of steel, the retreating players turn back, utterly shocked that he deflected the axe. Sang-yoon stands before the towering monster, nonchalantly admitting his hand stings from the impact. As the orc seethes, a brilliant red gem embedded in its chest begins to pulse with power. But Sang-yoon's eyes narrow with recognition. He knows that Crimson Stone, and he's been waiting for this reunion. He mentally reviews his strategy, centered on the Demon Bash skill and its 2-second stun. The real game changer is his Devour artifacts ability, which he theorizes could stack stuns together. With the potential for an infinite stun lock, he flashes a cocky grin and dares the monster to attack. The demon orc responds with a low, menacing growl, its patience wearing thin. Finally taking the bait, it lunges forward in a blind rage, its crimson core flaring with power. A wild, almost feral smile spreads across Sang-yoon's face. This is exactly what he wanted. He needed the beast to get reckless, to expose its openings in a furious, clumsy assault. He slips aside just as the colossal axe smashes into the ground, shattering the stone beneath. In that brief window, he activates Demon Bash, and a purple aura freezes the monster solid. The other players are stunned, silent, unable to believe a skill just worked on a middle boss. Sang-yoon scoffs at the beast's predictability, even for a so-called demon orc. With a flash of purple light, he surges forward to capitalize on the opening. His blade crashes down, embedding itself deep into the monster's frozen form. The sheer force of the blow sends a shockwave tearing through the dungeon floor. But as he braces for the follow-up, a crucial detail he overlooked comes rushing back. A sickly green aura erupts from the orc as its self-regeneration ability instantly purges the stun. He realizes his Demon Bash skill has a 1-5-second cooldown, an eternity he doesn't have. Fine, if stunning it is off the table, he'll just have to kill it straight up. He effortlessly parries the monster's enraged counterswing, a grin returning to his face. The other players, however, can only watch in horror, begging their party to escape. The onlooking players are in utter disbelief, questioning why his skills aren't working. They see the massive gap in power, yet somehow, he's still fighting, still parrying. But it's the confident smirk on his face that truly terrifies them. Is this really a newbie? For Shin Sang-yoon, however, this is familiar ground. He's been here before. He knows if he's too weak to cut through, he just needs to focus everything on one point. So, as the demon orc charges, he prepares to use its own strength against it. The goal isn't to block or cut, but to pierce straight through. With a perfect thrust, his blade shatters the orc's axe, and a system message declares victory. His sword finds its home in the monster's chest as level-up notifications begin to flood his vision. Standing atop the dissolving corpse, he gains a new title, the E-Rank Demon Hunter. He checks his status, noting with a smirk that he's already collected 2 titles. But his moment is cut short as the original party, bloodied and exhausted, finally arrives. Their leader, Yoon Daekyung, and his men can only stare in stunned silence. Sang-yoon knows this could get annoying, so a little bit of acting is in order. He throws his hands up, dramatically proclaiming how he almost died and that their leader must have dealt the final blow. Daekyung is utterly confused, but his subordinate smugly accepts the compliment, completely fooled. The party leader, however, isn't buying it for a second, his eyes narrowing with deep suspicion. He stares down Sang-yoon, who stands there with a casual confidence that makes no sense. Sang-yoon's friendly charade melts away, replaced by an ice-cold stare as he offers them a choice. Then, the glowing red core of the demon orc materializes, an undeniable trophy of his victory. The party leader sweats, forced to mumble his complete and utter defeat. He quickly saves face, yelling at his men that they've cleared the mid-boss and must now prepare for the final one. As the battered party makes their exit, Sang-yoon watches them go, overhearing the whispers of other players. But once the audience is gone, his polite facade melts away, replaced by a hungry, predatory grin. The Crimson Stone, the spoils of his fight, materializes before him, and a dangerous thought crosses his mind. He activates a strange ability called Gap of Unconsciousness, and his hair instantly flashes a brilliant white. In this strange new space, a pristine, golden bowl of bibim naengmyeon appears out of thin air. He sits down to eat, realizing this isn't just a meal. He's now perfectly prepared to absorb the artifact's power. As he takes his first bite, the system confirms the absorption is in progress, boosting his health and strength. With the meal finished, he has successfully consumed the artifact's essence, gaining a brand new special effect, Delay. The system prompts him to apply his new delay effect, and a nervous thrill runs through him. With a confident smirk, he decides to bind the powerful new ability to his signature skill, Demon Bash. The skill is instantly upgraded, now guaranteeing a chained stun if used a second time. He returns to reality, as the full, insane details are revealed, with stacking chances for even more stuns. A grin spreads across his face. A guaranteed 4-second lockdown was no longer just a theory. But his private celebration is interrupted as Yoon Daekyung, the party leader, approaches him from behind. The battered warrior explains they're right before the final boss and asks if Sang-yoon will join them later. Sang-yoon's response is sharp and immediate. A simple, definitive, no. Instead of being offended, Daekyung smiles, extending a hand, and offering a real partnership. Sang-yoon accepts with a laugh, shaking on the deal but reminding him his conditions are still the same. With their agreement sealed, Yoon Daekyung declares they're ready for the boss, and Sang-yoon is set to go. Another party member, a blonde player, grits his teeth, warning everyone to stay on their toes. Sang-yoon, however, remains silent, his gaze sharp and unnervingly focused. The party leader tries to rally the troops with promises of celebration, only to notice the rookie glaring at him with pure ice. They finally enter the boss room of Dungeon 85, finding a lone, hulking figure waiting in the center. A deep, guttural roar erupts from the darkness, a sound that promises a brutal fight. The final boss reveals itself, a monstrous orc berserker, pulsing with a sinister, dark aura. Its terrifying presence looms over the raid party, a palpable wave of killing intent washing over them. Daekyung, trying to regain his composure, nervously tells Sang-yoon that he'll be going in first, but Sang-yoon simply brushes past him, telling the stunned tank to just stick close and follow his lead. While the party hesitates, Sang-yoon is already strategizing, recalling a key weakness of orc berserkers. He knows that with a calm, precise attack, stunning this beast should be no problem at all. He surges forward, a strange confidence washing over him as the orc roars. It's a stark contrast to his past life, where as a young porter, he was paralyzed by fear. Even as he grew older, he was just a low-level grunt, struggling for scraps and constantly rejected. But he refuses to live that same pathetic life again. He is determined to change. He has to shatter his weak past to forge an entirely new future. And to do that, he has to prove himself, right here and now. He needs to show everyone in this raid party exactly who he is. And as Daekyung watches in utter disbelief, he realizes he's not looking at a rookie, but a monster. With a devastating strike, Shin Sang-yoon unleashes his overwhelming power upon the orc berserker. His new skill, Demon Bash, activates, and he knows he has exactly 4 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the stunned raid party finally charges in to finish the job. The massive boss can only groan, completely helpless and locked in place. A flurry of attacks rains down, shredding the defenseless berserker to pieces. With the dungeon cleared, the other players casually remark how easy the stun made things. Sang-yoon just scoffs, knowing they'll all be begging him to join their parties now. But he has no intention of being their tool, smiling as the level-up notifications flood his screen. He's even obtained a new D-rank title, one that extends the duration of his status effects. A 4-second stun. He realizes with a grin that this power is truly broken, and a prize he never earned in his past life. But even with this incredible power, Sang-yoon knows he's nothing compared to that one man. He thinks of Do Kyung-soo, the Ghostblade, Korea's strongest swordsman and a monster who surpassed level 500. Before regressing, Sang-yoon could only look up to him from a distance. But now, he clenches his fist, realizing he actually has a chance to catch up. Yoon Daekyung interrupts his power-up moment, asking what he's doing, to which Sang-yoon awkwardly replies, he's just stretching. Deciding to ignore it, Daekyung commends his work and offers him a reward for clearing the dungeon. Sang-yoon is surprised, but Daekyung admits he has a sense of morality. Their carry deserved a prize. He then smirks, adding that it's only a bronze rank item, so he can afford to be generous. It's a parting gift, he explains, since they probably won't be seeing each other again. Sang-yoon takes the coin with a knowing grin. The man is admitting he's already in a different league. Meanwhile, Daekyung's other party members are left feeling utterly insignificant. One of them can't hide his rage, wondering why the newcomer gets special treatment after a single raid. Another one, the blonde player, quietly walks away, cursing them all before making a sinister phone call. But Sang-yoon is far away from their drama, back at his own place. Hez absolutely giddy, celebrating the fact that Hez finally making it as a player. A quick check of his bank account reveals a massive deposit from Daekyung, way more than he expected. And on top of the cash, he examines the bronze coin he was given. The coin glows and transforms, revealing a bronze artifact, the Berserker Ring. He's shocked to see it comes with the rare Lighten effect, an ability to reduce equipment weight. But then he realizes its fatal flaw. The ring constantly drains mana, making it useless for the average player. But for Shin Sang-yoon, a mana-draining flaw isn't a problem at all. He recalls his past life, how it took him 50 long years to understand his unique ability to devour artifacts. The results of his research were astonishing, especially for items that required mana. He discovered a loophole. His body removes the mana cost, even if it incurs a different penalty. With a confident grin, he begins synchronizing with the Berserker Ring, believing any penalty is worth gaining a new skill. The scene shifts to a private, high-end club in the heart of Gangnam. Here, the disgruntled blonde player from the raid is frantically trying to explain Sang-yoon's power, insisting he saw a 4-second stun. His outburst is immediately cut short by a calm, threatening question, and he quickly apologizes. The intimidating figure he's speaking to is completely unimpressed, asking if he expects him to handle revenge. The player panics, claiming it's business and that Sang-yoon is backed by Daekyung, but the boss sees right through him. A woman beside the boss scoffs at the player's story, calling Sang-yoon a loser, and the boss' patience finally snaps. In an instant, the player's head is violently jolted, blood spraying from a sudden wound. The club boss holds a bloody blade to his throat, furious that this nobody thought he could order them around. He then smashes a glass into the player's face, telling him it's time to pay the price for his arrogance. With a sadistic grin, the boss demands to know Sang-yoon's location, promising to listen as much as the player's ear is worth. The scene shifts to the Jomsil training grounds, where Sang-yoon himself is recovering. He sits down, clutching his stomach, feeling the unpleasant after effects of his recent experiment. The penalty for using the Berserker Ring was a bowl of lethally bad cold cucumber soup that's left his stomach in knots. But even a bizarre penalty like that has a silver lining, and he looks at his sword with a confident smirk. He tests his new power, hurling the massive greatsword through the air like a spinning projectile. The massive blade spins back towards him, and he reaches out a hand to catch it. He grabs the hilt with ease, a look of pure shock on his face at how impossibly light it has become. A system notification pops up, revealing his new permanent skill. Lightweight, making all artifacts weigh next to nothing. With a confident smirk, he decides this greatsword will do just fine for the time being. He pulls up his player info, quite satisfied with his recent developments. The screen shows he's already hit level 7, with his stats steadily climbing. But now, a more serious thought crosses his mind. It's time to start thinking about attracting a constellation. He muses that the ideal patron would be someone who complements his best stat, luck. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing he's still far too weak to get noticed by anyone powerful. For now, the only path forward is to head to the training grounds and grind. A car screeches to a halt, kicking up dust on a remote road. Sang-yoon stumbles out, shaken and realizing he nearly crashed from sheer exhaustion. He quickly recovers, thinking that 3 days of training and driving was tough, but worth it. After all, his hard work earned him a new passive, ambidextrous sword training. Now, he stands before his real destination, a swirling blue gate for a solo player dungeon. He knows he's lucky. Most players have to wait months for an opportunity like this. But just as he's about to proceed, a flicker of suspicion crosses his face. He glances back, spotting another vehicle partially hidden among the trees. Sang-yoon wonders who would bother to follow him all the way out here. A cold smirk appears as he decides they can settle whatever they want inside the dungeon. Sang-yoon steps into the dungeon, a wave of blue mana washing over the desolate landscape. But he's not alone. The group that was tailing him emerges from the portal right behind. Their leader looks around, completely baffled as to how they entered a solo player dungeon. He spots Sang-yoon, who is already sitting calmly on a rock, waiting for them. With a cold gaze, Sang-yoon informs the intruders that they've made a mistake entering his spot. The leader scoffs at his audacity, calling him an idiot, as his entire party assembles. Unfazed, Sang-yoon rises, offering them one chance to leave without any trouble. But his eyes betray his true thoughts as he analyzes their unusual party composition. He realizes this isn't a dungeon-clearing team. They're a pack of hyenas who hunt other players. The thugs just sneer, thinking this kid has no idea he's about to be their next easy victim. A cold smile plays on Sang-yoon's lips. He knows exactly who these guys are, a type of pest he thought was long extinct. His gaze lands on their archer, noting that the ranged support is always the most dangerous part of a player-killer team. The big brute of the group is utterly confused as Sang-yoon calmly reveals that he was waiting for all of them. He lays out his chilling logic. If he needed to dispose of 4 bodies, what better place than this isolated dungeon? The thugs are momentarily stunned by his audacity before the bald one explodes with rage. Their blue-haired leader, however, just smirks, deciding they'll do things the easy way. His subordinate seethes, eager to be the one to tear that smug look off Sang-yoon's face. But Sang-yoon just gestures with his massive sword, telling them not to waste his time and to come at him all at once. The brute's face twists into a nasty grin, enjoying the kid's final moments of bravado. His patience finally shatters, and he lunges forward, roaring for Sang-yoon to shut his mouth. For Shin Sang-yoon, the law of the dungeon is simple: survival of the fittest. He remembers all too well from his past life how monsters and men alike are always after your head. In these lawless zones, your life is constantly on the line for a chance at power or treasure. He learned a brutal lesson back then. If you want to live, you have to kill. So as he stands over the first 2 fallen thugs, he's already decided their fate. He looks at the remaining men, his eyes cold and empty, taunting them to come at him. And in a flash, he's already moved. A blur of motion that leaves them scrambling in confusion. The blue-haired leader screams for his men to keep their distance and get into formation, but it's too late. The archer looks on in horror, realizing their man Sang-ho is already dead. The strategist of the group can't believe it, a level 100 veteran was just killed by a rookie. Sang-yoon casually halts the archer's escape, his sword creating a vortex as he asks where he's going, but he doesn't need his sword for this. The archer is suddenly pierced by his own arrows, deflected back at him. Sang-yoon's eyes glow with lethal intent, a silent promise of the violence to come. The archer's glasses shatter as his own attack becomes his doom, his mind unable to process the sheer insanity of it. With one threat down, he then hurls his entire greatsword, sending it spinning like a saw blade toward the leader. The remaining thugs are completely dumbfounded. Who throws away their only weapon in a fight? But a glint of hope, or perhaps foolishness, flashes in the leader's eyes. He realizes Sang-yoon is standing there, completely unarmed. This must be the opening they were waiting for, the perfect time to strike him down. Seizing their chance, the last 2 members of the hyena pack charge forward, ready to kill the defenseless rookie. But their attack is already over before it began. The archer lies dead, pinned by the very sword they ignored. Unfazed, Shin Sang-yoon sprints directly towards the remaining 2 attackers. He plants a foot squarely on the pommel of his embedded greatsword, his eyes locked on his targets. As the thugs lunge forward, screaming for his death, he uses the blade as a springboard. The swordsman's desperate swing smashes into the empty ground where Sang-yoon was just standing. He looks up in utter shock, completely bewildered by his opponent's impossible maneuver. Sang-yoon hangs in the air for a moment, perfectly balanced atop his own weapon. The remaining goons can only stare up in horror, realizing he's not just skilled, he's insane. With a sharp kick, he launches the sword from the ground, sending it slicing right through the swordsman. Before the man can even process the fatal blow, Sang-yoon's hand grips his head, his victim's mind fading into confusion. The hyena pack's leader shoves his subordinate forward, confused and enraged by the chaos. But in a flash, Sang-yoon is already on them, driving his sword through both men in one clean, bloody strike. His hand grips the dying man's face, using him as a human shield while his life drains away. As the 2 bodies slump to the ground, Sang-yoon lands softly, a sudden realization dawning on him. He casually asks if they're organ dealers, deducing their real goal was awakening mana stones through transplants. The blue-haired leader just smirks, admitting he's seen a lot, but it won't change a thing. He furiously asks what good knowing the truth will do him now, lunging forward with his blade. Sang-yoon, completely unbothered, says he was just asking, as a new skill icon glows to life. With a flash of purple light, he triggers Demon Bash, and a system message confirms the stun. The leader freezes mid-swing, his face a mask of pure shock, unable to comprehend how he's been completely paralyzed. His mind reels, refusing to accept that a few minor cuts could trigger such a broken, paralyzing skill. Sang-yoon, cloaked in a menacing aura, simply declares that it's over, leaving the man utterly baffled. The cold reality of his own death finally sinks in, a fate he always inflicted but never expected to face. His life flashes before his eyes, back to a time when he and his crew felt invincible together. He remembers the naive trust of his subordinate, who believed in him completely, but that memory is tainted by the gruesome image of that same subordinate, bleeding and betrayed. The flashback reveals his true nature, a predator who sacrificed his own teammate to survive. Sang-yoon's voice cuts through the haze, asking if this feeling of helplessness isn't familiar to him. He leans in, twisting the knife, asking if the hunter is scared now that he's become the prey. A heavy silence falls, the question hanging over a pool of freshly spilled blood. Sang-yoon lets out a sigh, knowing these brutal fights could jeopardize his path to becoming a constellation. But then he pauses, realizing the whole thing was just self-defense anyway. His attention then shifts to the spoils left behind by the hunters. A system window confirms his prize. 8 artifacts, all of them now his for the taking. He stands up, casually donning a new coat he plundered from the fallen players. A quick check of his status reveals the insane growth from devouring all that gear. While he would have preferred to avoid the conflict, the results make it all worth it. A confident smirk grows as he realizes his stats are now on par with a level 50 player. And that's not the only reward he claimed from the dungeon today. He pulls a shimmering golden ring from his pocket, another valuable artifact secured. It's a silver-grade recovery ring, an artifact capable of instantly cleansing any status effect. He smirks, remembering it belonged to the very first hunter who had charged at him. But the confidence wavers as he realizes that if he'd only relied on his stun, this ring could have spelled his doom. Shaking off the close call, he slips the ring on, and its power begins to synchronize with his mana. With his new gear settled, he moves deeper into the dungeon, where a group of goblins patrols an old mine railway. One of the creatures suddenly halts, its head snapping back as it senses an ominous presence. Standing at the end of the tunnel is Shin Sang-yoon, his sword already drawn and ready. He walks toward them with an unnerving calm, his quiet steps echoing louder than any war cry. An old memory surfaces in his mind, the absurd requirement for the hidden title, Lucky Day. He needs to kill 500 monsters with his eyes closed, and these goblins are about to become number 1. One of the goblins senses him, letting out an aggressive snarl. But Shin Sang-yoon stands perfectly still, blindfolded, mockingly wondering when they'll finally attack. Its hunger takes over, the creature drooling as it lets out a piercing shriek. Suddenly, he realizes he can sense their presence even without his sight. He just needs to listen, to feel the subtle shifts in the air around him. Tuning out the world, his focus sharpens, his hair flaring white as his senses expand. The dungeon dissolves into a sea of darkness, marked only by the ripples of sound and movement. He glides through this new landscape, his body moving in perfect sync with his heightened perception. Snapping back to reality, his hair returns to black, his confidence absolute. He's got this. Taking the bait, the goblin finally charges, raising its crude axe for a killing blow. And with a single, brutal arc of his sword, he carves through the entire mob. He stands amidst the carnage, the ground slick with the blood of his fallen foes. A dark smile spreads across his face. He realizes this slaughter actually feels good, but his moment is cut short as an arrow comes whistling through the air. Without even looking, he casually twists his body, letting the projectile fly harmlessly past. He effortlessly deflects the next one, feeling like he's finally getting the hang of this. He doesn't even bother with his sword for the third, simply snatching it from the air. Far down the hall, the goblin archer is frozen in utter shock. Shin glances down the trapped corridor, calmly reflecting on his recent struggles. That brush with death, he realizes, is what honed his senses to this godlike level. His hair flashes white as he leans on his sword with a wicked grin, practically begging them to attack. And the goblins, bless their simple minds, take the bait and charge forward in a furious wave. But their assault is met by a blur of steel as Shin carves a path directly into their ranks. In a single, fluid motion, heads and limbs are sent flying through the air. Hess not just killing them, Hess savoring every single moment of the one-sided massacre. The sole survivor freezes, watching its entire pack get turned into bloody mist right before its eyes. Pure, primal terror grips the creature as it finally comprehends the monster it's facing. With one final slash, his sword is left dripping with the blood of the fallen. He stands alone in a hall of corpses, as system messages announce his double level up. Tossing the blindfold aside, he smirks, having also gained a new title for a fight that felt like nothing at all. The new title is Lucky Day, granting a luck bonus that can be farmed to an insane degree. He chuckles, pleased that all the perfect titles are slowly falling into his grasp. Nearby goblins can only growl, sensing the overwhelming danger but too foolish to retreat. Their courage, however, quickly evaporates, as they're turned into nothing more than bloody chunks. With a blood-soaked grin, He decides this is the perfect chance to farm some extra stats. A quick check of his status window confirms the ridiculous gains, a whopping +30 to luck. He lets out a shaky breath, the sheer magnitude of this success finally sinking in. Then the realization hits him. A stat boost this massive is priceless, worth an absolute fortune. But his celebration is cut short as a strange, crackling red energy tears through the air. A system alert confirms the bizarre event, and he realizes this life is already diverging from his memories. A wicked grin spreads across his face. His plan is already bearing fruit. Before him, 3 magnificent constellations descend, their gazes locked onto him. His confidence falters for a moment. This is a development he never encountered in his previous life. But his doubt is quickly erased as the beautiful goddess of luck shows her clear interest. She remarks on his unusual level of luck for a swordsman, and he just plays along, feigning nonchalance. Internally, however, he's ecstatic. It seems these celestials are indeed open to making a contract. He first analyzes the corrupt dimensional janitor, a being drawn to his recent display of ruthless slaughter. Then his attention shifts to the pilgrim, whose presence is a complete mystery, as it usually favors saintly players. He glances between them, deducing that the pilgrim's appearance must be connected to the third celestial. His gaze finally settles on the goddess of luck, a being known for being popular even among the gods themselves. The goddess of luck senses his hesitation and decides to sweeten the deal. She informs him that she has no sense of exclusivity. He can still sign with others. A bead of sweat rolls down Sang-yoon's face as he processes the insane advantage she's offering. He suddenly recalls a legendary player from his past, the miracle marksman, Hashimoto Yuki. In reality, that player's miracles were thanks to having 2 contracted celestials, one of whom was the goddess of luck. Sang-yoon can't help but laugh at the sheer absurdity of his situation, with 3 celestials appearing at once. The divine beings grow impatient with his deliberation, demanding he make his fateful decision now. His playful demeanor vanishes. This choice will define his entire future as a player. He thinks back on his previous life, 10 long years of struggle and desperation. In all that time, only one celestial appeared before him, the late bloomer model student, his last ray of hope. He remembers the joy he felt, believing his future would finally be bright with a celestial by his side. But that hope faded into a grim reality as decades passed, leaving him old, scarred, and powerless. The celestial's blessing was a cruel joke, locked behind a level requirement so high it was practically impossible to reach. Yet, in the end, it was that same celestial's immense power that granted him this second chance through regression. And that's exactly why he must be so cautious now, because he has to assume this is his one and only do-over. Does he choose the pilgrim of the grand universe, a being of pure divine power, or the corrupt dimensional janitor, a creature that embodies absolute destructive force, or perhaps the goddess of luck, who offers a path of effortless fortune? He faces the light, his mind made up, the weight of his past life solidifying his resolve. With a single, decisive tap, Shin Sang-yoon locks in the choice that will define his new destiny. The system announces his decision. A contract has been made with the goddess of luck. She materializes before him, the pact binding for 30 years, a contract that will persist even through death. But his choice hasn't gone unnoticed, drawing the attention of other powerful beings. While 15 celestials wish him well, 3 hostile ones now vow to hinder his growth. Sang-yoon can only wonder why he's getting so much attention, but a confident smirk quickly replaces his surprise. Brushing off the new threats, he reaches out, ready to be in her care from now on. Their hands clasp, sealing the divine agreement between the player and the goddess. With the contract finalized, she blesses his choice, and it's time to review the benefits. The list of contract effects begins to scroll, and he can't believe what he's seeing. A 100% critical hit rate and guaranteed artifact drops from bosses the goddess knows he's suffered long enough. The goddess of luck asks what he'll do about the 2 other celestials waiting for an answer. But Sang-yoon has already made his choice, casually telling the other powerful beings to leave. The pilgrim leaves a rain check, but the janitor vows to take his head, much to Sang-yoon's amusement. With his new patron's blessing, he's advised to let better opportunities come to him naturally. He then turns his attention to the final objective, the boss room of Dungeon 101. The fight starts instantly, his blade flashing as he clashes with the dungeon's master. Even his new goddess is shocked by the sheer speed and power on display. He scoffs at the boss's weak resistance, demanding it actually try to fight back. With a single devastating blow, he shatters the creature's guard completely. And the final boss, the greedy Goblin Lord, can only stare as its defeat becomes certain. The Goblin Lord retaliates with a desperate, crushing blow, forcing Sang-yoon to brace for impact. But this isn't just a physical attack. The beast lets out a furious roar, unleashing its true power. A wave of red energy washes over Sang-yoon, inflicting him with the intimidation status ailment. And to the boss's future dismay, Sang-yoon grins, as if he was waiting for this very moment. The skill is meant to crush his fighting spirit, a wave of pure psychic pressure from the monster's glare. He simply grits his teeth and whispers a single command to counter it. Recovery. Instantly, the mental assault shatters, and the Goblin Lord recoils in shock. The beast can only stare in utter disbelief, its roar cut short by confusion. Sang-yoon calmly analyzes the failed attack, noting the skill's obvious limitations. He dismisses its trump card as useless for anything but scaring weak mobs, standing over the defeated lord. With the mental assault negated, Sang-yoon smirks, deciding it's the perfect time to test his luck. The Goblin Lord can only stammer in disbelief, completely baffled by this turn of events. It tries the intimidation skill again out of sheer desperation, but Sang-yoon merely scoffs at the pathetic attempt. He counters instantly with Demon Bash, stunning the boss solid for 2 seconds. 2 seconds is an eternity for someone like him, and he closes the distance in a blur. A brutal flurry of slashes tears into the monster's flesh, but this is just the beginning. His new delay effect activates, guaranteeing an additional 2 seconds of stun time, much to the goblin's confusion. Sang-yoon relentlessly continues his assault, the boss's paralyzed hands unable to even raise a defense. Then, the system reveals the second delay effect has a 90% chance of activating, extending the stun even further. To the Goblin Lord's absolute horror, it works again, leaving it completely helpless before Sang-yoon's merciless grin. Meanwhile, a high-level archer named Kim Miso tells her driver to wait for her. She's annoyed, realizing that with her guild members busy, she has to find a new party. An association staffer tries to get on her good side, handing her a level badge. It turns out Miso is also being held back by an annoying minimum party requirement, but then she spots him a player radiating an unshakable, almost arrogant confidence. Miso and Shin Sang-yoon lock eyes, her curiosity piqued by this mysterious newcomer. She wonders what kind of quest a player like him would even be attempting. The staff member pulls up the quest details for her, but Miso's expression quickly shifts. The screen shows a level 100 defense quest. Eliminate 300 wolf-type monsters. Her eyes widen in disbelief. This wasn't some simple hunt, it was a full-scale defense mission. Miso internally scoffs, thinking he'd be dead 10 times over if he tried this quest alone. But Sang-yoon just smiles at her, breaking the silence by asking if she's nervous. She's completely stunned, wondering if she heard him correctly as he explains his concern. Trying to be the voice of reason, she suggests they gather a proper team, which sends a staffer into a silent panic behind her. Sang-yoon, however, has no time for that, and suddenly grabs her arm. Before she can even react, he forces her hand onto the accept button, locking them into the quest. A brilliant flash of light engulfs them and the surrounding players, teleporting everyone to the quest area. The staff member is left behind, trying to convince herself that nothing bad will happen with Kim Miso there. Meanwhile, the other players are already whispering, questioning why a level 17 nobody is with a top-tier ranker. One of them counters, reminding everyone that Kim Miso is the youngest A+ player. She must have a reason. One player reminds the others about the Player Association's recently revised ranking system. It was implemented because judging strength by level alone was proving to be wildly inaccurate. The new system is based on 2 factors: dungeon clears and an evaluation of a player's combat sense. This means Kim Miso earned her A+ rank purely on skill, but the plus rank still seems excessive to them. The sobering realization dawns on them: an A+ rank only exists because there are S-rank monsters out there. But that's a problem for another day. Right now, their concern is the level 17 kid who just walked in with her. As the teleportation completes, they find themselves in a city at night, the quest title flashing before them. Kim Miso immediately takes up a sniper's perch, bow in hand, surveying the battlefield. Down on the highway, Shin Sang-yoon casually remarks that words carry responsibility. He smirks, telling her not to worry, because he'll obviously step in if things get dangerous. Kim Miso can only hope this experience serves as a much-needed reality check for him. A flashback to 30 minutes earlier reveals the source of her frustration. Shin Sang-yoon laid out his absurd terms. He fights alone, she provides support, and her cut is only 5%. She's not arguing about the deal, she's arguing against his suicide mission, knowing there are at least 300 enemies. Even a level 100 player would find this quest a nightmare to solo. But looking at him, she realizes with a sweat drop that he is dead serious. He just smirks, his confidence unwavering, and tells her to just watch him work. Fine. She agrees, but adds a condition. For every monster he misses, his cut drops by 1%. The challenge is set, and right on cue, the first enemies make their entrance. 2 massive, blue-furred wolves, crackling with lightning, emerge from the darkness, their growls echoing down the highway. Shin Sang-yoon smirks, telling her that penalty of hers will never happen. The massive wolf snarls, its purple eyes glowing with predatory intent. Because, he explains with a chilling grin, he won't be missing a single one. The two beasts lunge forward in a coordinated, lightning-fast assault. Kim Miso can only watch, her skepticism turning to confusion. In an instant, his blade becomes a blur, effortlessly intercepting both wolves mid-air. He pivots away from the carnage, leaving trails of dark energy in his wake. A cruel smile crosses his face as he mocks the creature's surprisingly cute death cry. Miso is floored. She realizes he is not just an overconfident fool after all. That last strike was flawless, a perfect greatsword stance that blends offense and defense into one. And on top of that, he minimized every movement, cutting down multiple beasts in a single strike. But still, Kim Miso can't fathom where all his confidence is coming from. He's completely surrounded, facing a seemingly endless horde of lightning wolves. She figures that in the end, a level 17 player just can't handle such overwhelming numbers. Hearing this, Shin Sang-yoon just smirks, almost as if he's mocking her lack of faith. That's when it clicks for Miso. Something has felt very wrong for a while now. As his Demon Bash skill activates, she finally understands why. The monsters aren't moving at all. The realization hits her hard, it's a stun effect, and he's been locking them down this whole time. She's so shocked that she stumbles backward, completely losing her balance. And in that same instant, a powerful blow tears through the helpless pack below. Kim Miso catches her breath, barely processing the fact that it was undoubtedly a stun effect. Her mind races. A 4-second stun is unheard of, giving him a perfect window to wipe them out. As for Sang-yoon, he's just enjoying himself, wondering why this all feels so ridiculously easy. Suddenly, his sharp instincts flare up, sensing a new presence entering the battlefield. He effortlessly parries a lunging wolf, his attention now fixed on the real threat. With a final, devastating pulse of energy, he clears the area around him. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He knew the main event was about to start. From the dissipating energy emerges the true boss, a monstrous black wolf with glowing red eyes. It lets out a ground-shaking roar, its raw power radiating in waves. Sang-yoon stands his ground, feeling a strange familiarity with the beast, despite rarely facing it in his past life. A wave of paralyzing energy washes over Sang-yoon, but he notices something strange. The wolf is stunned too. Watching from a skyscraper rooftop, Kim Miso sees the entire battlefield erupt in violent purple lightning. Her artifact glows, protecting her from the stun effect that just swept through the area. She suddenly realizes her mistake. She was so focused on Sang-yoon she completely forgot the Black Wolf's signature move. And to think she was about to lecture him, she now sees just how dangerous this fight truly is. She can accept that he has a way to trigger a stun, but the ability to instantly remove it at such a low level is unheard of. Unfazed, Sang-yoon breaks free from the paralysis and surges forward, his sword crackling with power. Her mind races, connecting the dots. His perfect greatsword stance, the unusually long stun duration, and now, the power to cleanse status effects? She can't believe this is the work of a level 17 player. He closes the distance in a flash, a mocking grin on his face as he taunts the shocked and helpless beast. The Black Wolf can only stare in disbelief as Sang-yoon closes the gap, completely ignoring its ultimate stun skill. In that split second of panic, the beast understands its fatal miscalculation. With a clean, brutal slice, his greatsword tears through its hide. He follows through with overwhelming force, a blur of motion and raw power. The wolf's predatory instincts are replaced by pure terror. It never stood a chance. The impact sends the huge monster flying, stunning it with sheer brute force. Sang-yoon stands over the corpse, a little annoyed that its blood got all over his clothes. But then a vicious grin spreads across his face. If things are already messy, he might as well have some fun. Watching this entire spectacle from a skyscraper high above is the pink-haired archer. Her previous analysis is shattered, leaving her with only one question. What in the world is he? He stands over the carnage, the defense quest nearly complete, with 299 monsters down. The system rewards his slaughter with a cascade of level-ups and a new D-rank title, No Fear. But as the dust settles, he senses it a persistent gaze from afar. High above, his lone spectator continues to watch, completely captivated by the display. A smirk curls on Sang-yoon's lips. He can feel her awe, the doubt, long since vanished. He figures if he has an audience, he might as well give them a grand finale. And right on cue, the true boss emerges, a monstrous wolf wreathed in dark energy. The system announces the final boss, the full moon wolf lord, unleashing a deafening roar. Its howl rips through the air, a shockwave of sonic force meant to paralyze its prey. But Sang-yoon just blitzes forward, his movements so unpredictable the beast can't even comprehend his attack. He grins, knowing that after 30 years of fighting this thing, its patterns are completely predictable. With a powerful downward slash, he declares he knows every single one of its moves. But the Wolf Lord's eyes flash with a dark power, resisting the blow. A system alert confirms it. Demon Bash failed due to the boss's skill resistance, a first for Sang-yoon. Watching from afar, Kim Miso is completely stunned, trying to process the insanity of this fight. Not only is he fighting a stiffened monster, but he's also wielding that greatsword like it weighs nothing. The Wolf Lord lunges with a massive, snapping bite, trying to end this quickly. But Sang-yoon dodges with impossible speed, letting the beast's own momentum carry it past him. Enraged, the creature howls, its purple eyes burning with fury as Sang-yoon prepares his next move. He brings his blade down to meet a savage claw strike, the impact shaking the very air around them. The Wolf Lord growls, a hint of confusion in its glowing eyes. How is this possible? Kim Miso can only watch in disbelief as he perfectly anticipates the beast's every erratic move. But Sang-yoon isn't guessing. He knows. He struggled for years in his past life to learn these patterns. And the most ridiculous part, she realizes, is his condescending smirk, as if he's actively mocking the boss's strength. A slight blush creeps onto her face as she wonders just what kind of person he really is. Their battle sends another shockwave of force crashing through the ruined bridge. Sang-yoon lands, but a frown creases his face. This fight is taking longer than he planned. He'd already tried to act cool for Kim Miso, and frankly, he should be completely drained by now. So as the Wolf Lord lunges again, he can't help but wonder why he still feels so incredibly energetic. Hez bruised and battered, his health bar nearly empty, realizing Hez about to collapse from exhaustion. But then, as he braces for the end, a strange thought hits him. The Wolf Lord unleashes a furious, desperate howl, lunging forward with its signature attack pattern. It's a powerful move, deliberately leaving the beast wide open to bait a fatal counter. He recognizes this instantly, the very same player-killing move from his past life. A grim smile spreads across his face. He decides a bold move is necessary, even if it's untested. As the massive claws swing past him, Sang-yoon slips inside its guard. The monster snarls, realizing its attack missed and the human is far too close. From the sidelines, Kim Miso can only watch, her eyes wide with disbelief. In a flash of crimson light, Sang-yoon unleashes his own devastating counter. The weight of it all sends Kim Miso crashing to her knees. She can only whisper his name, overcome by the crushing belief that she's unfit to be a player. Her inaction feels like a betrayal. She might as well have been the one trying to kill him. But as she apologizes to the empty air, a brilliant, warm light suddenly surrounds her. Her tear-filled eyes snap open in utter confusion at the sudden glow. A system message rings out. The shield of goodness has been fully absorbed, crumbling into nothingness. From its destruction, however, a brand new special effect is born. Sacrifice. The skill's description is a game-changer, converting all damage to a designated body part directly into healing. And it's Sang-yoon who calmly reads the details, realizing he's just gained an incredibly useful new power. The new skill requires him to choose a body part, offering a surprisingly detailed anatomical map. Sang-yoon is taken aback. The system has divided the body into 16 precise sections. He considers the safest option, the back, but even that is split into 4 inefficient zones. Realizing he needs a more strategic approach, he makes his choice and is engulfed in healing light. His health bar shoots to full, and he breathes a sigh of relief, knowing he was one mistake away from death. Now, facing the massive Wolf Lord, he activates Demon Bash, ready for the counterattack. The bait works perfectly, the beast's arm is severed, and its body is inflicted with stiffened. A cruel smirk spreads across Sang-yoon's face as he prepares for his next move, feeling luck is on his side. Just then, a figure steps onto the purple-stained battlefield. It's Kim Miso, finally arriving at the boss arena. With the beast finally down, Sang-yoon reflects that it took 3 attempts for the stiffened effect to land. He stands over the defeated Wolf Lord, wondering if this victory is enough, just as Kim Miso arrives on the scene. He turns back coolly, acknowledging the archer who just walked into his boss room. She stops, her gaze fixed on him as he calmly says her name. Miso immediately scolds him for not mentioning his healing ability, telling him she nearly had a heart attack watching him. But then she gets right to the point, asking if Hez living a second life, given how perfectly he knew the boss's patterns. She winks, admitting that of all the swordsmen she's met, he is by far the most mysterious. Her eyes narrow as she searches for the right words, a sudden realization dawning on her. Sang-yoon simply smirks back, waiting with unnerving confidence for her to finish her thought. Miso breaks the tension, pointing out he hasn't actually finished the boss yet. Sang-yoon, having almost forgotten, drives his sword deeper into the Wolf Lord's skull. He gives the dying beast a grim smile, promising to end its suffering now. And for that solo victory, the system rewards him with a new C-rank title, Duel to the Death. He pulls up his status, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes as he sees his first C-rank title, one specialized for one-on-one combat. He then turns to Miso, a sly look on his face, asking if she received the title too, knowing full well it's a solo reward. She stammers, trying to act nonchalant as she admits, yes, of course she cleared it alone before, but she quickly downplays her feat, confessing she only won by relying on powerful artifacts, not with pure skill like he did. Song-yoon shrugs it off, telling her that using artifacts effectively is a skill in itself, which seems to briefly reassure her. She then reveals her artifacts are worth over 200 billion won, comparing her expensive victory to him using a cheap, generic greatsword. Miso cheekily asks if he's already planning to test his new title, but Song-yoon has no idea what she means. But before he can ask, the system activates Duel to the Death, isolating him from all allies within 5 meters. A dark, murderous instinct flares up around him, forcing a nervous Miso to back away before it's cancelled. Breaking the awkward tension, he announces he's leaving to contact the porters for the monster loot. He briefly remembers his past life, where handling these tedious tasks made him seem reliable. Miso then stops him, casually offering to give up her 5% share of the quest reward, leaving Sang-yoon shocked. He starts to object, but she quickly dismisses his concerns, telling him not to be so reserved. With a sly smile, she calls it an investment in him, hinting at a future partnership. As she leaves, he forces a weak laugh, realizing he can never drop his guard around a woman like her. Now alone, he turns his attention to the real prize, preparing to claim the dungeon's reward. And there it is, the Blue Moonstone, a shimmering platinum-ranked artifact. Sang-yoon can barely contain himself, his body trembling with anticipation. After all his struggles, he's finally secured a platinum-grade reward. He clutches the stone, realizing it's worth an absolute fortune, at least 1 billion won. But of course, the goddess of luck appears, smugly asking if he believes in her now. Suddenly, another constellation objects, accusing her of biased luck and proposing her expulsion. Not taking that lightly, the goddess flips the script, calling for a vote to expel her accuser instead. The proposal passes in an instant, and the rival constellation is unceremoniously kicked out. Sang-yoon is stunned by the display, realizing just how popular and powerful this goddess truly is. Shaking off the bizarre celestial drama, he refocuses on the prize and its special effects. The Blue Moonstone grants him a permanent passive, a massive regen boost under a dungeon moon. He syncs the artifact with his mana, realizing he's now become more beast than man under a full moon. With the quest complete, a crackling blue portal opens, leading back to the lobby. Sang-yoon steps through, the dungeon's energy still sparking around him. But what he sees on the other side makes him stop dead in his tracks. A massive crowd of players and association staff are all staring right at him. Whispers spread like wildfire, is that the guy who soloed a level 100 quest? Just then, Kim Miso arrives, calmly telling the concerned staff member not to worry. She says the staffer did her best. After all, who in their right mind would have approved this madness? She then points to Sang-yoon, telling the woman to remember his face, he's going to be a regular. He can't help but smirk, feeling a bit sorry for the staff member he terrified. Suddenly, his name echoes through the lobby as a mob of guild scouts swarms him with offers. But Kim Miso smoothly intervenes, pulling him aside and declaring that he has business with her. The recruiters freeze, immediately assuming the powerful Eden Guild has already claimed him. Sang-yoon awkwardly plays along, saved from the chaos but wondering what Miso's angle is. She leads him away, and they're quickly whisked into a sleek black car. Inside, a notification dings on his phone, a deposit for a staggering 500 million won. His eyes practically bug out of his head. The quest reward settlement was almost instant. He's amazed by the speed, but Miso casually explains she called in A-rank porters to expedite it. Sang-yoon thanks her, still in a daze over the life-changing sum of money now in his possession. With a smirk, Kim Miso gives a single command to her driver, who immediately understands. The car abruptly shifts into secret mode, and Sang-yoon is startled by the sudden change in atmosphere. But he's not an idiot. A cynical smile spreads across his face as he realizes the other shoe is about to drop. Miso admits she's not good at sugarcoating things, leaning forward with purpose. She cuts right to the chase, formally asking Shin Sang-yoon to join the Eden Guild. The powerful offer hangs in the air, a pivotal moment for his future. Sang-yoon doesn't see her directness as a lack of skill, but as pure, unshakable confidence. He reflects internally that it would be a lie to say he didn't expect this kind of situation. His mind wanders back to his past life, when he was just a member of a small, ordinary guild that felt like home. A comfortable place, a safe haven at least, until the day that bloody incident destroyed everything. And with the speed he's growing, he knows no guild's infrastructure can keep up. It would only be chains holding him down. So, with a polite but firm resolve, he apologizes, explaining that playing solo is the only way to grow fast enough. Miso immediately guesses his true intention: to start a one-man guild, leaving Sang-yoon momentarily speechless. She leans back, casually impressed by his quick thinking, before reminding him of her background as a corporation chairman's daughter. With a confident smile, she explains that for someone like her, deducing his plan was simple. But then she lands the critical blow. What matters is that she's the only one who knows, a fact that hits Sang-yoon like a thunderbolt. A nervous sweat forms as he processes her move. She knows his plan but is still openly showing her interest in him. He finally understands. She's a master negotiator, already forging a connection she can profit from down the line. Their meeting concludes, and the scene transitions to the modern, gleaming towers of Player Town. There, a real estate agent confirms the next step, casually listing the massive deposit and rent for his new base of operations. Sang-yoon jokes that the steep price for his new place is easier to swallow thanks to her charming sales pitch. With the deal finalized, the agent takes her leave, and he sees her off. He can't help but wonder if his incredible luck in securing such a high-demand location is thanks to the goddess of luck. With his few belongings, including his massive sword, piled in a corner, he officially begins his new life. He stands alone in the spacious, empty apartment, looking out at the city below. Opening a window, he reflects on the whirlwind of events that have happened in such a short time. He remembers the initial shock of his regression, the crushing confusion that left him stunned and directionless for days. Back then, he felt completely lost, with no idea how to move forward in this second chance at life. But then, a forgotten feeling began to stir within him, a spark of determination in his eyes, a sensation he hadn't felt in ages, the exhilarating rush of power coursing through his very veins. It's the feeling of his youth, a power he can finally grasp in his own two hands. The memories of past failures and the faces of those he knew wouldn't let him remain idle. This time, he swears to himself, he will live a different life, never again acting like a coward. And already, opportunities are knocking, as he sits beside Kim Miso while she takes a call. His ears perk up at the name she mentions, Park Jongmin, a legendary S-class reporter. On the other end of the line, the reporter himself is in the middle of a chaotic newsroom, digging for info on Sang-yoon. Park Jongmin pushes for confirmation, sensing this unknown player is the key to a massive story. A short while later, their car pulls up to the towering apartment complex he now calls home. Sang-yoon thanks her for the ride and gets out, but Miso quickly calls him back. She has a proposition for him, a private raid on an unidentified gate, limited to just 4 elite players. Before she can even finish her sentence, Sang-yoon lunges forward, shouting his immediate acceptance. Miso gives him a deadpan look, finding it funny how he instantly refused a guild offer, but is practically bouncing with excitement for this. He can only laugh, thrilled for a chance to enter a real gate. After all, he knows dungeons are predictable, with fixed layouts and routines. Gates, however, are chaotic variables where the very structure can shift under your feet. But with great risk comes legendary reward, an unwritten rule, especially with the first clear bonus on an unidentified gate. He suspects Miso has already done this, which would explain her impossibly strong artifact. Back in the car, she tells him she'll be in touch with the details for their raid. Then, she casually hands over her phone, asking him to put in his number. But he freezes, his eyes locking onto her wallpaper, a somber memorial photo surrounded by funeral wreaths. Kim Miso quickly apologizes, flustered that he saw something so personal. She quietly scolds herself for the careless mistake, completely embarrassed. Sang-yoon says nothing, simply taking in the moment with a thoughtful expression. Later, back in his room, he reflects that she clearly has a story, but then again, what player doesn't? He too carries a secret he can never share with anyone, a past self shrouded in immense, dark power. The thought of anyone discovering his regression sends a chill down his spine. It would be a disaster. His mind then drifts to his own companion, the late bloomer model student. He wonders where she's been and what she's been up to all this time. After all the years they spent together, he feels she could at least show her face. Meanwhile, Miso waits in the Eden Guild's VIP room, sitting opposite a grim-looking man in an orange jumpsuit. Her companion breaks the silence, asking who she's so eagerly waiting to hear from. Miso dreamily replies that it's Shin Sang-yoon, and he immediately teases her for having a massive crush. But internally, the man understands completely. He remembers Sang-yoon's incredible skill and how he coolly rejected Miso's offer. She playfully warns him that he should be getting nervous, but her companion is just confused. Miso claims Sang-yoon's swordsmanship is on his level, maybe even better, causing him to laugh it off as a petty comeback. He smirks, saying it's a bit much to compare a rookie to him, the level 700 S-rank player of Eden Guild, Jo Jinho. The scene then cuts to the Jamsil training grounds, where Sang-yoon is meeting with another swordsman. Just then, he gets the call from Miso, who's ready to talk about their upcoming gate raid. She quickly informs him that an unidentified gate has appeared, and that she's already sent him the preliminary intel. Sang-yoon hangs up to check the details, while his companion waits patiently for him to finish. His eyes widen as he takes in the details Miso just sent over. The gate's mid-boss is none other than a hellhound Cerberus, a powerful wolf-type monster. A wide, almost predatory grin spreads across Sang-yoon's face. He can't believe his luck. It's the perfect target for his newly acquired skill, Time of the Dog and Wolf. After quickly confirming the details with Miso, his companion asks what the urgent call was about. The swordsman just chuckles, saying he was only joking around. He tells Sang-yoon that he's not his team leader anymore and should just call him Hyung. Sang-yoon modestly brushes off the idea of being a celebrity, but his Hyung implies he's out of the loop. Completely lost, he asks what he's missed, but the man just grins, saying seeing is believing. He then reveals the truth, showing Sang-yoon his own face on the front page of the player journal, leaving him utterly stunned. Sang-yoon stares at the phone in disbelief as his Hyung laughs, warning him to turn it off before everyone he's ever met starts calling. His phone buzzes relentlessly, and he can't help but wonder if it's normal for reporters to publish articles without even contacting the person involved. The swordsman jokes about third cousins calling, and Sang-yoon sheepishly admits the calls have already started. Trying to move past his sudden, unwanted fame, he steers the conversation back to the real reason they met. His Hyung remembers and hands over a bag, the very items Sang-yoon had requested. Sang-yoon bows gratefully, but the swordsman just shrugs it off, saying it was no big deal to gather the stuff. He does find it odd, though, asking why Sang-yoon wants his old, fingerprint-covered artifacts instead of shiny new ones. Sang-yoon offers a cheesy excuse about wanting to inherit his Hyung's fighting spirit, which is met with pure skepticism. He plays it off with a smile, calling it a personal superstition, all while hiding the real truth. Old artifacts have a much better absorption rate for his power. Just then, their conversation is interrupted by Kim Miso, who hurries over, apologizing for her late arrival. A professional appraiser arrives, complaining about the parking before getting straight to business. The swordsman raises an eyebrow, completely unaware of who this woman is, until Sang-yoon explains her role. With a booming laugh, his Hyung slings an arm around Sang-yoon, joking that he brought her to keep the deal honest. The collection of old, fingerprint-covered artifacts is laid out, practically humming with stored energy. The appraiser kneels, and a vibrant purple aura erupts from her hands as she begins the assessment. After a moment of intense focus, she lets out a quiet sigh, the magical appraisal complete. She confirms that Sang-yoon's offered price is more than fair, and the swordsman looks on with a smug grin. But just as the transaction is about to conclude, Sang-yoon suddenly unsheathes a blade. He holds the sword out to his Hyung with a serious expression, asking for an evaluation of his skill. The swordsman just smirks, telling him to cut the fake humility, clearly amused by the unexpected challenge. But the swordsman cuts him off, stating he's not dumb enough to let pride get in the way of learning from someone stronger. Sang-yoon tries to downplay his strength, but his Hyung is clearly getting annoyed by the fake modesty. The younger swordsman's eyes widen slightly. He can see the absolute sincerity in his Hyung's gaze. With a bead of sweat, the older swordsman steels his resolve, fully committed to this. Sang-yoon's expression softens. He realizes it would be just as rude to ignore this genuine request. Taking his stance, the swordsman grins and tells him to just show him what he can do. Sang-yoon turns to the appraiser, calmly suggesting she might want to step behind him for a moment. With a ferocious roar, his Hyung's eyes flare with golden energy as he prepares his attack. He unleashes a blindingly fast strike, a blur of motion and raw power. Sang-yoon watches, impressed, recognizing that his Hyung hasn't stopped training for a second. But Sang-yoon sees something more than just raw power. As the swordsman unleashes a devastating flurry of strikes, the flaw becomes clear. He stops, confused, thinking he was just getting started. But Sang-yoon is already beside him, his hand on the man's arm, asking about an old injury. The older man is stunned, demanding to know how he saw it. His Hyung falls silent, a grimace on his face as the secret he's hidden for so long is exposed. He finally admits it. He has a deep-seated trauma related to his left side. He touches his shoulder, confessing that he's always been aware of the weakness but could never fix it. But Sang-yoon cuts through his despair with a simple, confident statement. It can be fixed. He then grabs a sword, explaining that the solution isn't to hide the flaw, but to embrace it. He starts by adjusting the man's grip, explaining that this fundamental change will lead to huge improvements. The swordsman struggles with the new form, while the appraiser watches from afar, looking utterly confused. Her confusion turns to shock as she overhears the grunts of pain and Sang-yoon's enthusiastic encouragement. The conversation about things getting better and bending at the waist sends her mind spiraling, her face flushing bright red. From her point of view, the two men are in an unbelievably compromising position, and she can't process what's happening. She's left speechless, witnessing Sang-yoon get up close and personal to physically adjust the swordsman's posture. Later, her search history tells the whole story, filled with hilariously wrong assumptions like player love and guys holding swords together. With their business concluded for the day, a car speeds away from the training ground. Sang-yoon drives off, completely satisfied with his investment, knowing the returns will be well worth the price. He reflects that, while his Hyung was pleased, the appraiser had a very strange look on her face, chalking it up to her just being tired. He's itching to consume the new artifacts, impatient for the next gate to test his progress. Suddenly, his thoughts are cut short as two men block his path. He slams on the brakes, his car screeching to a halt just inches from them. Sang-yoon starts to apologize, assuming he was in the wrong. But the man just smirks. The large thug taps on his window, telling him he was getting tired of waiting. Leaning in with a menacing glare, he tells Sang-yoon to get out of the car. His partner mocks Sang-yoon's obvious confusion, enjoying the intimidation. A fiery orange aura flares up around the thug, revealing he's a player with serious intent. He gives Sang-yoon a choice: come out willingly, or burn with the car. But as the man powers up, a memory clicks, and Sang-yoon finally recognizes these two goons from the Utopia Guild. Choi Young-cheol's whole career was built on bullying weaker players for his YouTube channel. Filmed by his toady, Cho Seong-ho. In Sang-yoon's past life, this thug's crimes eventually caught up to him, earning him a life sentence that made the world forget him. Our hero just sighs, realizing these two are nothing more than pathetic excuses for human beings. Choi Young-cheol is a level 100 B rank, and his partner a level 75 C rank. Decent stats, but their arrogance is what truly defines them. Sang-yoon admits to himself that he wanted a real test for his new artifacts, not a squabble with some annoying street punks. The lead thug, Choi Young-cheol, just smirks, a little amused by the kid's lack of fear. So Sang-yoon steps out of the car, sword in hand, calmly meeting their challenge. Young-cheol mockingly claims he's part of the local security force and is just responding to some complaints. He leans in, explaining that the locals are apparently very offended by Sang-yoon's cheap-looking car. And to drive the point home, he sends a powerful kick crashing into the car door, leaving a massive dent. Sang-yoon stares, his expression hardening as Young-cheol smugly asks if he understands his place now. But as the thug tells him to get lost, a strange energy begins to flow from Sang-yoon's hand, healing the dented car door. The commotion has already attracted onlookers, who immediately recognize the local bullies, Choi Young-cheol and Cho Seong-ho. One of the watchers pauses, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he studies their target. He suddenly realizes he's seen this guy before in Player magazine, alongside the famous Kim Miso. The name finally clicks into place, and he gasps that they're picking a fight with Shin Sang-yoon. Even the two thugs seem to recognize the name, recalling rumors of a rookie who solo cleared a level 100 quest. Young-cheol, however, remains unimpressed, sneering that Sang-yoon looks far too weak to have done anything of the sort. His partner quickly agrees, convinced that Kim Miso must have carried him and would never let a newbie steal her glory. Meanwhile, the onlookers have their phones out, already planning the perfect clickbait title for the fight they're about to record. With the camera rolling for their live stream, Young-cheol offers to show Sang-yoon a little mercy. His partner proposes a training match if Sang-yoon loses. He has to leave Player Town for good, and if he wins, they promise to stay far away from him. Young-cheol smirks, thinking he's got him hooked, as Sang-yoon quietly agrees to the deal. But then Sang-yoon's demeanor flips, adding his own terms, 500 million won, and Young-cheol's wrist. The sudden, vicious counteroffer leaves the big shot bully completely stunned. Young-cheol snaps at his partner for interrupting, but Seong-ho frantically tries to show him his phone. He points to the screen, where the live chat is exploding, spamming 500 mil over and over. Sang-yoon presses his advantage, cornering the thug with a simple question. Is he scared? And suddenly, the big, bad brawler isn't worried about the fight, he's worried about getting demonetized. Sang-yoon cracks a grin, deciding he'll use this opportunity to relieve some stress. They stand off in the middle of the Player Town Plaza as a crowd starts to gather. The onlookers murmur amongst themselves, recognizing Young-cheol's crew and assuming he's just bullying another rookie. But with a flash of purple light, a system window announces that training mode is now active. Young-cheol powers up, his bravado returning as he confirms the stakes are 500 million and their wrists. His partner Seong-ho taunts Sang-yoon, telling him not to beg for mercy when the combat training officially begins. Sang-yoon just lets out a bored sigh, completely unimpressed by the whole spectacle. With his hand wreathed in flames, Yang Cheol begins his confident pre-battle speech. But his taunt is cut short by his partner, screaming his name in pure terror. In a blur of motion, Sang-yoon has already closed the distance, his blade swinging down before Yang Cheol can even react. With a chilling glare, Sang-yoon informs his opponent that he doesn't play around either, and this entire spectacle is being broadcast live for the whole world to see. Elsewhere, a young woman named Miso watches her screen, her eyes wide with disbelief. She can't comprehend what's happening, hearing the same taunts echoed on the broadcast. Her face is a mask of confusion and shock as she stares at the unfolding scene. The broadcast identifies Sang-yoon's opponent, Choi Yang-cheol, a B-rank nobody coasting on his uncle's guildmaster status. Suddenly, another woman enters the room, asking Miso what's wrong. This is Shin Tairi, an S-rank player from the prestigious Eden Guild. She glances at the screen, and her eyes lock onto the face of the rookie fighter. Miso confirms that's Sang-yoon, the very player she's been trying to recruit, wondering why he's on such a trashy show. Shin Tairi watches with a smirk, noting how sharp the rookie's movements are. Back on screen, Choi Yang-cheol is absolutely seething with rage. He screams insults as Sang-yoon effortlessly sidesteps another one of his clumsy attacks. Realizing brute force isn't working, he decides to get serious and summons a fireball. He launches the fiery projectile straight at the rookie, certain this will end it. But Sang-yoon shows no fear, his hand calmly tightening on the hilt of his sword. He leaps into the air, raising his blade to meet the spell head-on. The aggressive counter leaves Yang-cheol completely stunned and confused. With a single, powerful swing, Sang-yoon's greatsword slices right through the magic. The fireball erupts uselessly behind him as he continues his momentum, completely unfazed. The onlookers watching the stream are in utter disbelief, wondering just what kind of monster this rookie is. But for Sang-yoon, a quiet sense of satisfaction finally settles in. A grin spreads across his face. Ever since regressing, his body finally moves exactly as he wills it. The scene flashes back 3 hours, to a successful deal with an appraiser and his swordsman partner. The appraiser playfully credits them for all the hard work, leaving Sang-yoon slightly puzzled. His partner, flush with cash, enthusiastically suggests they all go out for a celebratory meal and drinks. Sang-yoon, however, politely turns down the offer, telling them to enjoy it without him. The swordsman is shocked, immediately worrying if he somehow offended Sang-yoon with the payment. But Sang-yoon just insists he already had plans, leaving his partner to reluctantly accept the excuse. Back in the present, Sang-yoon clutches a bag, realizing this feeling of growth tastes far better than booze ever could. The appraiser cheerfully bids them farewell, leaving Sang-yoon to go his own way. Finding a quiet bench as the sun sets, he finally sits down to inspect his rewards. He takes a deep, satisfied breath, ready to absorb the power he just purchased. As the artifact dissolves into his hand, a system window reveals an unheard of 90% absorption rate. He's completely stunned by the number. And just then, the chibi goddess of luck appears beside him. Sang-yoon grins, realizing this is a massive boost, while the tiny goddess proudly takes all the credit. Seeing her reminds him of something important, and he decides to press his luck. He asks the well-connected deity if she has ever heard of the constellation, the late bloomer honor student. But the question immediately backfires, as the jealous goddess scolds him for eyeing another patron. Despite her pouty outburst, she seems to pause, genuinely considering his strange inquiry. Sang-yoon tries to explain, telling the goddess that this other constellation is important to him for personal reasons. He quickly backtracks though, realizing she has every right to be upset, and tells her to just forget he asked. His sincere apology seems to have an effect, as the goddess deigns to look at him once more. In fact, she's so moved that she generously agrees to investigate the constellation for him, much to his delight. With that awkward situation resolved, Sang-yoon can finally turn his attention back to the main event. A brilliant light erupts around him as he prepares to go all in on his artifact feast. His ability manifests the 5 items as what the system calls the top 5 real man's foods. His hair flashes white as the power surges, and he can only stare in awe at the meal before him. Hez amused that even the manifested food is so macho, but Hez absolutely loving the power he feels. With a mind-boggling 90% absorption rate, he can only imagine how much stronger he'll be once he's finished. The power-up is complete, and a quick glance at his status window shows an explosive growth in his stats. Across the arena, Choi Yang-cheol is visibly shaken, and even the livestream chat can tell he's panicking. But Shin Sang-yoon just gives him a cold, unimpressed stare. Losing his cool entirely, Yang-cheol lunges forward in a blind rage. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Miso screams out a warning, fearing the worst. Shin Tairi, however, just smiles, telling her not to worry. Sang-yoon's got this easily. As the attack comes in, Sang-yoon raises his own sword, reminding his opponent of their little deal. He brings his blade down, ready to clash with the enraged brawler. With a manic grin, he declares that for 500 million, he is absolutely taking that arm. But elsewhere, Cho Seong-ho watches the stream with a sinister smile, as if everything is going according to his plan. Instead of a direct clash, Sang-yoon stomps his foot, unleashing a shockwave of brilliant blue energy. Young Cheol, however, just grins, absolutely certain of his victory. But in the next instant, a shadowed Sang-yoon declares the fight already over, his tone dripping with contempt. A system message flashes, announcing the activation of a new skill, Forced Freeze. The ice isn't for his opponent. It begins to rapidly encase Sang-yoon himself, much to his surprise. Watching the broadcast, Shin Taery's eyes widen, intrigued that he can use magic beyond his usual ignition type. Kim Miso sidles up to her with a smug little grin, telling her to prepare for an even bigger surprise. She proudly reveals that Sang-yoon can even cancel status effects, proving why she wanted to recruit him. Miso tells her to watch closely, but her own confident expression quickly melts into disbelief, because on the screen, the entire arena is being consumed by a colossal glacier of ice. The crowd can only stare at the massive ice crystal, calling out Sang-yoon's name in confusion. Choi Young-cheol stands before it, baffled, demanding to know where his opponent vanished. He scoffs, confident that his freezing skill landed. Without a status cancel, there's simply no escape. But from above, a dark figure with glowing red eyes descends, sword poised to strike. Sang-yoon's blade crashes down with immense force, and Young-cheol barely manages to block the blow. He realizes too late it was just a diversion, as Sang-yoon's sword is now pressed against his neck. The only thing that saves him is the arena's training mode, which negates the fatal damage. Onlookers are stunned, with Cho Seong-ho calling out Young-cheol's name in alarm. But Seong-ho, watching intently, realizes something is deeply unsettling about the rookie. He thinks back, recognizing that Sang-yoon's entire aura is now completely, terrifyingly different. Seong-ho can only wonder what kind of trick he's witnessing as Sang-yoon's dark energy flares. But elsewhere, S-rank player Shin Taery recognizes it instantly, identifying it as an awakening skill. Kim Miso, sitting beside her, can't believe it, but Terry confirms it's from the rare psychedelic branch. She notes the incredible confidence it would take to use it, since taking any damage results in severe exhaustion. Miso is flustered, admitting Sang-yoon never showed a power like this when they were together. Tari lays out the cold logic. A skill that expensive means one of two things. Either he never needed to use it on Miso's level, or he simply didn't have it. The implications of the second option hang in the air, as Tyree falls into contemplative silence. Or, she considers, he somehow found a way to obtain it in a shockingly short period. As if on cue, an analyst reviews his file, her expression turning to dread as she realizes something is very wrong. She pulls up the file on the artifact Sang-yoon bought. A simple red meditation bracelet. The problem is the hidden skill, psychedelic, had a laughably low activation chance of 0.02%. The analyst can't believe it. For him to beat those odds is statistically impossible, unless, of course, the literal goddess of luck is watching his every move like a 3D movie. And the skill he awakened is no joke, a full-blown berserker mode that enhances everything at a cost. Back in the arena, Sang-yoon looms over the terrified Young-cheol, asking if he's ready for round 2. Finally dropping the arrogance, Young-cheol realizes he completely misjudged his opponent and slams his palm down. A massive shockwave erupts, shattering the ground as he desperately tries to create some space. But the blast sends him flying too, and in that moment, he realizes he's been completely misled. The bitter regret hits him hard. He never would have started this if he knew Sang-yoon was this strong. The onlookers reel from the blast, and the blonde man starts to connect the dots. He realizes Young-cheol wasn't being strategic. He was just spouting nonsense, had been fed. But for Sang-yoon, the time for talk is over as he smashes his opponent into the arena floor. He brings his fist down again, ready for the final settlement he promised. He coldly informs his victim not to worry, since training mode will prevent any fatal damage. The bully completely breaks down, desperately trying to surrender and admitting defeat, but Sang-yoon, grinning with pure malice, tells him the bet is settled, this is personal revenge. Young-cheol screams in confusion, having no idea what revenge he's talking about, but Sang-yoon's cold gaze tells him everything. This was the entire reason he started the fight. The scene shifts to 3 days ago, where a mechanic delivers some bad news about a car repair. A mechanic informs Shin Sang-yoon that his car is too old and simply needs to be scrapped. The news hits Sang-yoon like a truck. He can't believe he has to say goodbye. It was more than just a car. It was a loyal companion that had been with him through everything. And in a moment of pure, unadulterated grief, he breaks down, weeping for his beloved vehicle. He remembers its final, imagined words, wishing him a happy life. Snapping back to the present, Sang-yoon roars, his fist connecting with a sickening crunch. This is revenge for his car. Choi Young-cheol can only beg for his life, now understanding the insane reason for this beatdown. But as the next punch lands, a bizarre, glittery rainbow effect erupts, stunning the onlookers. Sang-yoon himself looks on with cold indifference, his hand now glowing with a strange, sparkling aura. The attack engulfs Young-cheol not in blood, but in a cascade of hearts, unicorns, and rainbows, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Choi Young-cheol is left a weeping, defeated mess on the ground, blubbering apologies. Suddenly, a horrible stench fills the air, and the crowd of onlookers recoils in disgust. The wannabe streamer, Cho Song-ho, realizes he's in way over his head. This situation is out of control. But before he can slip away, a sharp voice calls out his name, and he freezes in terror. An administrator from the association has arrived, and his expression makes it clear he is not amused by the spectacle. Cho Seong-ho can only bow his head and apologize as the official gives him a withering glare. The administrator then turns his attention to the main event, intrigued by the rookie who just took down a seasoned player. He calls out to Sang-yoon, who turns around with a look of mild surprise. The official explains he's here to handle the cleanup and compensation for the incident. He then asks for Sang-yoon's name and affiliation, a question that seems to catch our hero off guard. The official's mind races, initially mistaking Sang-yoon's calm demeanor for simple arrogance. But then it clicks, this isn't arrogance. It's the hardened composure of a true veteran, someone with skills far beyond his supposed level. With a sudden deep bow, he introduces himself as Moon Baekhyun from the Utopia Guild. His one goal now crystal clear: recruit this kid at all costs. He eagerly offers to have his guild cover the entire compensation, seeing it as a small price to build a bridge to this monstrous talent. Sang-yoon simply holds up his phone, coolly requesting 20 billion won, thinking to himself that his initial idea of 5 billion was far too low. The absurd number leaves the guild official speechless, standing over the pathetic, whimpering form of Choi Young-cheol in his self-made crater. The defeated bully can only lie there, drooling and crying, weakly hoping for a discount or for this nightmare to just end. Later, someone waits impatiently behind a closed door until a doorbell finally chimes. It's the reporter, Park Jung-min, who has been pestering Sang-yoon about the Utopia Guild's payment and his ties to Eden. The door cracks open to reveal an annoyed Sang-yoon, who just wants the man to get out of his house and leave him alone. But it's not just him. A whole mob of reporters is now camped outside his door, demanding answers. One of them shouts a question about him dating Kim Miso, and with a slam, Sang-yoon shuts the door on all of them. He scoffs at the very idea, thinking that with his current situation, dating is the absolute last thing on his mind. His frustration quickly melts away, however, replaced by a confident, almost mischievous grin. It's time to get ready, and he lays out his gear in preparation for the upcoming gate. Sitting down, he reflects on the absolute chaos of the past week, all leading up to today's promised dungeon run. But the results, he thinks with a smile, were more than worth the trouble, especially after getting a new artifact. A quick check of his status window reveals a massive boost across the board, particularly in strength and luck. He brings up his skill list, calculating how his leveled up skills and new title can stack to over 5 seconds of stun. His hidden skill, Demon Bash, is now level 2, capable of inflicting a solid 2.4 seconds of stiffness on his targets. His two-handed sword training has also reached level 2, broadening his weapon mastery. And with a confident smirk, he knows he's not even done showing off his progress. It's time to review the fruits of his blood, sweat, and tears from all that training. He's also picked up one-handed sword training, adding versatility to his arsenal. And to patch a critical weakness, he's acquired a mobility skill called Full Charging. With these new tools, he feels more than ready to conquer the upcoming gate, but his confidence fades as he soberly reflects on the gaps in his recent fights. He recalls having to gamble against the Wolf Lord and getting trapped too easily by his last opponent. A cold sweat breaks as he admits that if they were just a bit stronger, he would have lost his life. He has to keep his head straight, or he's doomed to repeat the same failures all over again. Hes haunted by visions of the second collapse, the apocalyptic future he's sworn to prevent, a future where he once stood alone amidst the ruins, having lost everything. He sits in quiet focus, knowing he cannot let that happen again. He has to get stronger, strong enough to be the hero he once admired from the dust. But his deep, world-saving contemplation is suddenly shattered by his phone buzzing. He answers, and it's a reporter named Park Jong-min on the other end. The man mentions the interview they scheduled for today. A cold sweat beads on his brow. Sang-yoon scrambles, trying to play it cool, but inside, he's screaming. He completely forgot. He fakes a smile, confirming the interview is at 2, before his gate raid at 7. Then he glances at the time. and his own horrified reflection stares back. It's 1:45. A painful memory flashes through his mind, reporters hounding him, demanding details about his past with Kim Miso, but that was a lifetime ago. In the present, he explodes through the door, a terrifying silhouette of shadow and steel. He activates his skill, psychedelic, pushing his body and speed to their absolute limits to make it in time. Meanwhile, at a quiet cafe, the reporter Park Jongmin waits patiently, checking his phone. He starts to offer a polite welcome to the new arrival, but the words catch in his throat, because Shin Sang-yoon has just teleported in, still crackling with a dark, suffocating battle aura. The reporter is left frozen in place as this phantom of red and black energy glides past him. All Jeongmin can manage to say is that he looks intense, and Sang-yoon's crazed grin doesn't exactly help. Asked if he just cleared a dungeon, he casually denies it, thinking to himself that the rush here was tougher. Finally taking a seat, he apologizes for being late, leaving the reporter to nervously pretend this is all perfectly normal. Park Jongmin finally starts the interview, noting that while he first reached out about the quest area, something much bigger has happened since. The reporter smirks, telling Sang-yoon that his recent mishap has become a massive topic among players. Sang-yoon tries to look unfazed as he's called a legendary newbie, an exception to all the rules. He tries to brush it off, but Jongmin pivots, asking if he knows about all the guilds now chasing after him. Feigning nonchalance, Sang-yoon mentions he's gotten a few calls, even name-dropping Eden to see if the reporter is fishing for a scoop. But Jongmin isn't talking about domestic guilds. His focus is on foreign powers, and Sang-yoon's confident mask slips. He reveals that just this morning, 5 major foreign guilds submitted official information requests for Sang-yoon. This level of interest in a low-level player is completely unprecedented, and the reporter warns him to stay on his toes. Later that night, the interview is over, and the scene shifts to a quiet back alley near Chunui Station. Sang-yoon walks alone, his mind racing. He planned to go solo, but the thought of foreign guilds is a tempting, game-changing offer. He reflects on the mistreatment he endured in his past life, a stark contrast to his current situation, when a voice suddenly calls his name. It's Kim Miso from the Eden Guild, waving him over with a bright smile. Sang-yoon is a bit confused, knowing they still have plenty of time before the gate raid begins. But his attention is immediately stolen by the woman standing beside her, a silver-haired player with an unnerving confidence. Miso explains that her sister had been dying to meet him, so she decided to bring her along. She proudly introduces the woman as her sister, Shin Tae-eri, also a member of the Eden Guild. Terry's piercing eyes lock onto Sang-yoon, silently sizing him up. She steps forward and extends a hand, and a slightly stunned Sang-yoon returns the handshake. He manages to say it's an honor, but inside his mind is racing. He would have recognized her instantly. She is Shin Tae-eri, the Shadow Assassin, a top-tier player whose reputation alone can shift the balance of power. As Sang-yoon reflects on how many top rankers he's met, Tae-eri leans in and asks for a small favor. He's completely caught off guard. The legendary Shin Tae-eri wants something from him? He cautiously agrees to help if he can. She assures him it's nothing too serious. Then, with a sly, challenging smile, she asks if he'd be willing to have a quick sparring match with her. Miso is instantly mortified, questioning why her sister would challenge someone she just met. But Tae-eri just smirks. She claims this was always the plan to test Sang-yoon's skills, but Miso frantically denies ever hearing about such a thing. Miso tries to apologize for her sister's playful personality, but Sang-yoon just stands there, processing the offer. To both of their surprise, he simply says he doesn't mind at all. A grin spreads across his face as he readies his sword, asking if they should get started right here. He declares that an opportunity to fight a top player is an honor, and Tae-eri seems more than satisfied with his response. Tae-eri compliments Miso's eye for people, apologizing if her approach seemed a bit rough. She sets the terms, a simple 5-move exchange, her hand already glowing with a powerful blue aura. Sang-yoon knows the odds are against him, but this is a rare chance to see how far he's come. The instant Tae-eri picks up her weapon, her entire presence shifts, erupting in a storm of purple energy. He grips his own greatsword, understanding that he can't afford to take this lightly for even a second. His eyes glow with fierce determination as he confirms that he's ready. Miso watches from the side, completely baffled by the sudden, intense atmosphere. Unfazed, Tae-eri calmly announces she's starting with the first move. She immediately unleashes a swirling vortex of energy, a casual but overwhelming display of power. And just like that, Sang-yoon is stunned, realizing the gap between them is even wider than he imagined. He curses inwardly. His regressed body is still too weak, his reflexes too slow to catch up. But experience screams at him, and he throws his sword up, meeting her strike in a blinding flash. It's a harsh reminder he can't just react anymore. He has to predict every single move. For the first time, Tari's bored expression shifts into one of mild surprise. He grits his teeth and barely deflects another lightning-fast blow. She effortlessly leaps back, complimenting his footwork like a teacher praising a student. A sharp grin spreads across her face as she reminds him. 4 moves left. Then she vanishes, weaving a cage of pure energy around him in an instant. He can barely keep up, realizing with a gulp that her monstrous speed is still increasing. Overwhelmed and completely outmatched, he knows there's only one path forward. He has to fall back on a desperate tactic from his past. By blocking all visual input, he must rely on pure sensation to track her movements. On the sidelines, Kim Miso stares in utter confusion. She can't believe it, he's closing his eyes in a fight like this. It's absolute insanity. But then, his aura flares, and his hair bleeds from black to a stark, glowing white. This isn't just a gamble. It's a completely reckless push of his senses. Tari sees her opening and lunges forward, aiming to end it now. And yet, her blade is met with a perfect parry, stopping the follow-up blow as well. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across her face, impressed by his level of concentration. He clenches his jaw, knowing it's not talent, but raw, hard-earned experience that she's sensing. She tells him he fights like a veteran, but he coolly dismisses the high praise. With an amused glint in her eye, Tari reminds him they have 3 exchanges left, but she has a question first. A confident smile spreads across his face as he calmly agrees to her terms. But then, he flips the script entirely, proposing they skip the next 3 moves and go all out, just once. The S-Rank player is genuinely stunned by his sheer nerve, unable to process his ridiculous request. He knows it sounds arrogant, but an opportunity to face a true master like her is too valuable to let pass. As his aura flares, he crouches into a ready stance, daring her to unleash her full power. He understands that this is his only path forward if he can't draw out her true strength now. Hell, stagnate. Kim Miso frantically tries to intervene, but Tari simply cuts her off with a calm all right. However, she clarifies with a condescending smirk that she can't go 100% serious, but will treat him to a full-speed dash. He grins, knowing he can't use his deadliest skills, but goading her into this is already a win. Tara's hair bleaches white as she drops into a sprinter's stance, deciding to treat this like a real battle. Her eyes lock on, blazing with a frightening intensity for her. To fail is to die. Sang-yoon focuses, aware that he'll have no time to sense her approach. He must be ready from the start. So instead of drawing his sword, he summons a shimmering crystalline barrier into existence. A wall of pure energy forms just as she launches her attack. He's not reacting to her, but predicting her path, moving before she even arrives. The plan is simple. Be where she is going to be, not where she is. And in that instant, her cocky expression completely shatters, replaced by a flicker of genuine shock. Sang-yoon dodges in a blur of motion, moving far faster than she anticipated. He realizes with a jolt that she's using a skill, breaking the rules of their spar. The match comes to an abrupt halt as she taps him on the chin with the hilt of her blade. With Kim Miso looking on in shock, Tari asks if he's okay after that sudden stop. He's fine, but he immediately calls her out for breaking her promise not to use skills. Their argument, however, is instantly forgotten as a monstrous screech rips through the air. Sang-yoon's head snaps up, his senses screaming at the arrival of a powerful new threat. A hulking, blue-skinned monster materializes before them, letting out a horrifying roar. Without hesitation, Kim Miso draws her bow, calling out to an ally as she takes aim. Her ally, Kang Joo-hee, acknowledges the command, gathering a swirl of blue energy. Kim Miso herself is already airborne, unleashing a devastating shot from her bow. Shin Sang-yoon mirrors her movement, diving in from above with his sword drawn. Miso's arrow transforms into a piercing beam of light, hurtling towards its target. Their perfectly timed pincer attack strikes the blue ogre from opposite sides. The beast roars, swatting uselessly at Sang-yoon as he comes crashing down. A brutal slash of dark energy rips across the monster's thick hide. Without missing a beat, Sang-yoon shouts a new command directly at Kang Joo-hee. The supporter quickly complies, channeling a new wave of binding or healing magic. The blue ogre lets out a final, agonizing shriek from the devastating attack. Sang-yoon watches coolly as the massive beast begins to fall backward. It crashes into the frozen ground with the force of a meteor, shattering the earth. A sword materializes and plunges into the ground, a monument to their apparent victory. But the celebration is cut short as the blue ogre grins, its fangs bared in a wicked smile. It taunts them, asking if they really thought it was over, catching Sang-yoon's shocked reflection in its eye. Refusing to hesitate, Sang-yoon lunges forward again, swinging his blade right at the monster's head. Elsewhere, Kang Joo-hee and her companion channel their mana, preparing for the next combo attack. But it's too late. The ogre's eye flares with dark power as it activates its own skill, Demon Bash. But Sang-yoon just meets this threat with a predatory grin, his eyes glowing with excitement. Before the ogre's skill can even connect, a colossal shadow maw materializes and crushes its skull. The sudden, overwhelming power leaves his new party members completely stunned into silence. Sang-yoon lands gracefully, almost casually, remarking that it took a bit of effort. Even he seems to be processing what just happened, wondering about the nature of that power. The brown-haired player approaches, flustered, pointing out that their plan wasn't to end it in one hit. But a familiar voice cuts in, telling him there's nothing to apologize for. Kim Miso emerges from the shadows, explaining that she had the same shocked reaction the first time. She then puts Sang-yoon on the spot, asking if he's even shown them his full strength yet. Sang-yoon quickly deflects Miso's pointed question with a sheepish glance. But his new party members are too busy fawning over him to even notice the tension. He can't help but crack a confident smirk. He has to admit, this new synergy feels promising. Hoisting his sword, he turns to the next wave of monsters, asking if they're ready for round 2. And just like that, the second round is over, leaving a field of mangled corpses in their wake. The brown-haired player is practically glowing, shouting that Sang-yoon is the best swordsman he's ever seen. Sang-yoon, ever the social butterfly, can only offer a stiff thank you, creating a painfully awkward silence. Miso smoothly explains that the player is just excited to finally fight alongside a proper frontline. Completely flustered, Sang-yoon can only laugh nervously, clearly unused to this level of admiration. The brown-haired player continues his fawning, joking that Sang-yoon is so good he's putting pressure on everyone else. While he begs Sang-yoon to join them again, Miso cuts in, genuinely curious about the new skill he displayed. She can't help but smile. She thought she was used to his power, but he keeps finding new ways to surprise her. Suddenly, their post-battle chatter is cut short by a massive explosion that rocks the entire area. The party is instantly on guard, magic and arrows flying as a ferocious new enemy makes its presence known. Miso's sharp eyes scan the battlefield, her expression hardening as she assesses the new threat. It's an armored demon ogre, and it's leading a whole new horde straight for them. The mood shifts from celebration to desperation. They'll have to focus everything they have on that one target. Miso immediately calls for them to gain some distance, but when she turns to Huhee, she gets only silence. But instead of retreating, Sang-yoon calmly asks the stunned Juhee to open a portal directly to the monster. Miso shouts a desperate warning that the ogre is a defense type, but he's already charging forward. She sees the intense focus on his face and realizes he isn't being reckless. He has a plan. Trusting her gut, she orders Juhee to comply, and a portal rips open just as Sang-yoon leaps. He activates a new skill, Full Charge, a movement ability that builds power the longer it's held. The impact is catastrophic, creating a shockwave that throws his teammates off their feet. From the demon ogre's perspective, a swirling vortex simply materializes right in its face. Sang-yoon's blade smashes through its legendary armor, shattering it completely in a single devastating blow. Miso and the others can only stare, mouths agape, at the sheer, unbelievable power he just displayed. The aftermath leaves even Sang-yoon himself with a wicked grin, marveling at his own strength. Miso is bewildered, having never seen a mobility skill pack that much of a punch. But before they can process it, Huhee frantically signals for silence, sensing they're not alone. Peeking over a snowy ridge, they find their true objective waiting for them below. Down in the frozen ruins lies their next target, a massive, three-headed hound wreathed in blue flame. The system identifies it as the mid-boss, Cerberus, and luckily for them, it's fast asleep. Juhee nervously suggests preparing escape portals, but Sang-yoon is already finalizing his own plan. He's not worried about intel. He knows this beast, and a cold smirk spreads across his face. He activates his passive skill, Hour of Dog and Wolf, which puts all canine monsters in a constant state of fear. But instead of sticking to their strategy, Sang-yoon just starts walking forward, ignoring the team. His party watches in disbelief, Miso calling out to him, completely bewildered by his actions. He just turns his head slightly, flashing that familiar, terrifyingly confident smile. And his teammates immediately recognize it, the look he gets right before he does something insane. He coolly tells them all to just sit back and watch, leaving them absolutely speechless. Sang-yoon knows there's no time to lay out the entire strategy for them. His skill, Time of Dog and Wolf, needs a clear view of the moon to reach its full potential. So, with a silent apology to his baffled team, he leaps directly off the cliff. He lands right in front of the three-headed beast as its eyes begin to flutter open. Deciding it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, he greets the waking boss with a casual hello. He casually remarks that even up close, the three-headed beast is not exactly cute. Up on the cliff, his team panics, readying themselves to provide cover fire for what they assume is a suicide mission. but Miso tells them to hold on, noticing something is very wrong with this picture. The Cerberus, which should have attacked on sight, is just standing there. Suddenly, the beast growls, its massive form tensing as it finally makes a move. The party flinches, believing the fight is about to start, and they need to intervene. But Miso's sharp eyes catch the detail everyone else missed, that isn't an attack posture. Instead of lunging forward, the colossal hound begins to lower its heads. All three bow down before him, a clear, undeniable display of submission. System messages confirm the impossible. The Cerberus recognizes him as a superior being and is surrendering completely. Sang-hyun almost finds the bowing beast endearing, but decides he'll finish this quickly. And just like that, a system message confirms the mid-boss has been defeated. He feels a pang of guilt for killing something that submitted, but it was the only way forward. As a reward, he receives a brand new C-rank title, Having. The title's effect is simple but incredibly powerful. It cuts a designated skill's cooldown in half. He immediately applies it to his recovery skill, drastically reducing its refresh time. But just as he's admiring his new power-up, Miso's voice cuts through the air, stopping him. A brilliant blue mana core, the boss drop, materializes right in front of him, and a cold sweat breaks out as he realizes he's made a huge mistake from his solo player habits. Miso stares him down, asking if he really intends to claim the party's loot all for himself. But instead of an argument, Miso surprises Sang-hyun by telling him he earned the right to take it all. He stammers out a clumsy thank you, internally sighing with relief that he dodged a bullet. She confirms the whole party agrees, since they barely contributed to the fight anyway. Sang-hyun laughs awkwardly, making a mental note to finally break his bad habits from his past life. Miso then tells him the party will step aside, letting him do his usual thing. Completely lost, he asks her what she could possibly mean by that. She reminds him of the special thing he does every single time he acquires an artifact. A sudden, dawning horror washes over Sang-hyun as he realizes what she's implying. With a knowing smirk, Miso confirms his fears, admitting she's known for quite some time. She recalls seeing him after a previous quest, hinting that she witnessed his secret firsthand. She coolly admits she turned back once to see what he was doing alone, and that's when she saw it his big secret. For Sang-hyun, the day he dreaded has finally come. He panics internally. A player's unique skill is their lifeline, and now his has been exposed. But Miso's grand reveal is completely wrong. She thinks he performs some kind of special ritual. Sang-hyun is utterly speechless as she tells him not to be shy about his strange habits. The other party members even agree, vowing to protect Sang-hyun's supposed secret. He sighs in relief, realizing this massive misunderstanding is way better than the actual truth. Deciding to just go with it, he prepares to absorb the boss's drop. The item is the Heart of Frost, a gold-ranked accessory that boosts evasion and defense. As he consumes it, a wave of immense cold erupts, freezing the entire area around him. With one final, desperate push of mana, Kang Hoo-hee finishes undoing the massive freeze. The spell completely drains her, and she nearly collapses as the others praise her for her hard work. Sang-hyun chimes in with his thanks, but Joo-hee just looks up at him with a worried expression. She nervously asks if his insane plan is actually going to work, admitting she only did this because he insisted. And what is this grand strategy? Piling up a mountain of ogre corpses as bait, he brushes off her concerns, confidently stating this particular boss can't resist a fresh meal. Of course, he just gives her a smug grin, offering zero explanation for his impossible knowledge. Completely ignoring her questions, he orders Taeseok to get the fire going to attract their target. A brilliant blue light flares up, a beacon cutting through the desolate, frozen canyon. And with the trap now set, the party settles in for the long, cold wait. 20 minutes pass, and Sang-hyun starts to get antsy, believing the bait should have been taken by now. But then, a low, guttural roar echoes through the canyon, and his eyes snap wide open. A colossal shadow emerges from a dark cave. He knows their target has finally arrived. With a sharp command, he tells everyone to get ready, the party instantly falling into formation. And there it is, the fatal boss, a monstrous frost grizzly big bear, looming over them all. The team's archer takes her position, perched high on a snowy cliff for a better vantage point. She reflects that while Sang-hyun's bizarre plans have been successful so far, facing down a monster of this terrifying scale feels like a completely different story. The beast towers over Sang-hyun, its glowing red eyes fixed on the small human before it. He grips his sword, a cold shadow falling over him as he realizes just how insane this situation is. Still, he can't help but think this entire situation is just way too dangerous. The scene flashes back a few minutes, to the team gathered on the snowy cliffs. The archer is stunned, demanding to know what he meant by his last statement. Sang-hyun calmly confirms her fears. He will be the bait, and there's no other way. He begins explaining his strategy for a safe and quick clear, centered on a common trait of giant beasts. When their health drops low enough, they enter the so-called devour state, becoming far more violent. Their instinct is to eat everything in sight, which is why they piled up the ogre corpses. But Sang-yoon reveals the true genius of his plan. What if they did something to the bait? While Kang Hoo-hee stacked the bodies, the others gathered juniper wood, a powerful anesthetic. But there's one massive problem. They still have to drain the beast's health to even trigger that state. He explains his role to a skeptical Taeseok, to create an opening for the team to attack. With a confident smile, Sang-yoon asks them to trust him for this one crucial moment. But the fight begins, and reality hits hard, sending him flying across the icy floor. He thought he had grown strong enough to tank a few hits, but he was dead wrong. The frost grizzly's monstrous jaws snap forward, intent on devouring him whole. He barely parries the blow, shocked by the sheer, overwhelming power of the boss. Realization dawns on him: if he keeps trying to tank, he's going to die for good this time. From now on, dodging is his only option for survival. He evades another furious swipe as the enraged beast roars, shaking the cavern. Its glowing red eye focuses on him, burning with pure, murderous rage. Hez, stunned by the creature's impossible reaction speed. Leaping into the air was a fatal mistake, putting him right in the path of those monstrous jaws. But just as he's about to be devoured, a volley of arrows sinks into the bear's hide. The colossal beast roars in agony and rage, momentarily distracted from its meal. Shin Sang-yoon looks up, shocked by the sudden intervention. Perched high above the fray is his party's archer, Kim Miso. She shouts down, giving him the signal to press the attack. He recognizes her instantly, a wave of relief washing over him. Her perfectly timed assist allows him to land safely, sword at the ready. But the frost grizzly is far from finished, its crimson eye now burning with pure, unadulterated fury. With the boss distracted, Shin Sang-yoon fully charges his sword with a new, freezing power. The colossal bear suddenly growls in confusion, as sharp crystals of ice erupt across its body. He can't believe it. The freeze skill he gained from the frozen heart actually worked on the boss. Realizing he has only a precious second, he knows this is his opening to strike. He surges forward, unleashing a vicious downward slash with his greatsword. But just as his attack lands, another player's skill, Demon Bash, activates from the side. Kim Miso shouts a warning to their party's tank, Taeseok, who locks his gaze on the grizzly. Taeseok confirms he's targeting the biggest one, gathering a terrifying amount of blue energy. He then roars a desperate warning for Sang-yoon to get out of the way immediately. Sang-yoon's eyes widen in shock, realizing he's caught right in the blast zone of his own ally's attack. With a roar, Taeseok unleashes his ultimate skill, Flamingo of Blue Flame. The sheer force of the blast is beyond expectation, staggering even Sang-yoon. As he braces against the shockwave, he thinks this level of firepower was exactly what they needed. The attack definitely brought the boss's health down to the target threshold. Suddenly, the grizzly's eye transforms, and a system message confirms its energy is changing. Its maw contorts as its fangs grow into monstrous, blood-soaked blades. But Sang-yoon just smirks, relieved that the damage was enough to make it work. A notification confirms his success. The boss has entered its devour state, just as he planned. The party's archer calls out his name, completely bewildered by his calm reaction. Before them, the grizzly transforms, its body wreathed in a dark, devouring aura. But even Sang-yoon is caught off guard. The devour state is far more brutal than he remembered. The rest of the party looks on in horror as the bear transforms into a completely different, demonic monster. The archer rushes to Taeseok, desperately asking about their mage, Kang Joo-hee. He turns to a distant cliff, explaining that she's still preparing her spell. High above the battlefield, Joo-hee channels an immense vortex of magical energy. Her eyes are wide with strain, focusing every ounce of her power into this single attack. The party watches, terrified, knowing the real question isn't if she'll be ready, but whether Sang-yoon can survive long enough. As the grizzly's massive paw smashes the ground, he scrambles away, a cold sweat on his brow, realizing that at this rate, he'll be the one to die. The raw terror in his eyes says it all. His plan is on the verge of complete collapse. The grizzly's monstrous jaw looms over him, ready to snap him in two. He knows it's useless. There's no way he can dodge an attack this massive. With no other choice, he decides to charge head-on, activating his skill, Psychedelic. At that exact moment, high above the chaos, Kang Joo-hee's spell finally reaches its peak. Bloodied but determined, she announces the spell is ready and initiates the warp. Sang-yoon barrels forward, straight into the gaping maw of the monster. But before the beast's teeth can close, a vortex of turquoise energy engulfs it. In a flash, the colossal bear vanishes, leaving Sang-yoon standing alone in the sudden silence. Taeseok and the archer rush to Juhee as she collapses, completely drained of mana. Songyun glances back with a smirk, but inside, he's shaking, knowing that was far too close. Songyun stands over the fallen beast, realizing that if his last attack hadn't landed perfectly, they would have been completely devoured. The system confirms the bear is under a strong anesthetic effect. He can't help but let out a shaky laugh, a cold sweat of relief beading on his brow. His party members swarm the exhausted Juhee, cheering that their ace mage pulled through. But their celebration is cut short by a guttural growl as the bear's eyes snap open with raw hatred. It lurches back to its feet, towering over the party, blood dripping from its fangs. With no other choice, they launch one final, desperate assault. The light finally fades from the monster's eyes as a system message declares victory over the final boss. Its massive body dissolves into a shower of light and loot, and the gate is officially cleared. The archer approaches Songyun, thanking him for his hard work, but he just smiles, saying he was the one who insisted on this reckless plan. A system alert chimes, granting him a massive level-up reward, and Songyun smirks, finally able to relax. As the team congratulates Juhee on a job well done, she prepares to teleport out of the cleared dungeon. He dismisses her thanks, admitting that he was really just using her reckless plan to test his own limits. With a warm smile, he acknowledges how grateful he is that they trusted him and followed along anyway. But his thoughts turn darker, revealing he would have pushed through to the end even if he'd been completely alone. His mind flashes back to his previous life, to the tragic outcomes that always awaited them outside the gates. He remembers that even dungeons with a supposed 90% survival rate were never truly safe. The grim memory of his own blood-soaked face amidst the chaos of a failed raid surfaces. His eyes back then were cold, haunted by the constant presence of death, because he learned the hard way that a 10% death rate will always find someone to claim. This time, he was lucky, but he remembers all too well that being a player means constantly walking beside death. Standing resolute, he acknowledges that while growth is crucial, he has a new, more important goal in this life. A determined smile spreads across his face, a sign of his newfound purpose. His mission now is to prevent unnecessary deaths, a thought that crosses his mind as Kang Juhee nearly collapses from exhaustion. With his party gathered, he grins, announcing it's finally time to check the reward they all fought so hard to earn. Before them, a swirling crimson flame erupts, manifesting the gate's legendary first-time special reward. Songyun's eyes gleam with anticipation. He's finally about to get his hands on this unique prize. He confidently reaches his hand into the swirling mass of energy to claim his reward. But just as his fingers enter the light, a delicate hand gently intercepts his own. To his utter shock, the goddess of luck herself appears, declaring that he is about to witness her true power. Shin Songyun smirks, intrigued by her claim of revealing her true power. After all that hype, he's genuinely excited to see what artifact he'll receive. Suddenly, a brilliant system window erupts, offering him a choice from a list of unique grade items. He's stunned. He expected a great reward, but seeing the fourth highest grade in person is overwhelming. The little goddess of luck, however, just floats beside him with a smug, all-knowing grin. Because her power does more than just give good loot. It unlocks hidden effects on any unique item. He breaks out in a nervous sweat, suddenly recalling this was a crucial clause in their contract. And for this incredible boost, the system relays her one simple request, for him to call her Nuna. He glances over at his teammates, relieved they're too busy with their own rewards to notice. With that sorted, and a mischievous goddess by his side, he readies his hand to finally choose his prize. He knew exactly what he wanted, reaching out to claim the great sword of fighting spirit. The glowing artifact shatters its seal, ready to be wielded. It reforms into a magnificent blade, the very weapon he'd had in mind all along. The system reveals its jaw-dropping stats as a unique artifact, packed with power. A smug grin spreads across his face. A weapon this insane is exactly what he needed. He reaches for the hilt, ready to make this legendary sword his own. With a firm grip, he prepares to feel its power flow through him. But the moment he lifts it, the sword crashes to the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. He struggles against its impossible weight, utterly confused as to why it's so heavy. Then, a new system window appears, revealing a crippling penalty to his lightweight skill. Songyun stares at the system window, completely dumbfounded by what he's reading. The fine print reveals a penalty. His Devour artifact skill has halved his lightweight effect. He seethes, wondering when this ridiculous clause was added. The goddess of luck floats by, sensing his distress, but he quickly forces a smile, claiming everything is fine. He tries to play it cool, but his awkward grin betrays his inner turmoil. Shifting focus, he sees his party members are all thrilled, showing off their brand new, class-specific artifacts. The archer dismisses his modesty, insisting their success is all thanks to him. She continues, explaining that the team came to a decision together. As thanks, they want to give him all the leftover loot, the boss's corpse, and the magic stones. Hez stunned by the offer and tries to refuse, but they're firm, insisting it's a fair reward for his contribution. This unexpected act of kindness completely overwhelms him, and he can only hide his face in his hand. The party completely misreads the situation, thinking he's moved to tears by their generosity. But as his shoulders shake, it's not tears he's holding back, it's a massive, greedy laugh. With the raid complete, the team finally emerges from the frozen hell dungeon gate. The archer wishes he could join them for a meal, but Sang-yoon makes his excuses, desperate to check his rewards. They say their goodbyes, and the archer promises to message him soon. But just as she turns to leave, she hesitates for a moment. She spins back around, asking if it's okay for her to speak to him more casually. Sang-yoon is caught off guard but figures he can't really object given his current appearance, so he awkwardly agrees. A sly, triumphant little smile flashes across her face. Then, with a bright and cheerful wave, she calls him Sang-yoon Oppa and heads on her way. Sang-yoon stands alone, still processing the unexpectedly casual farewell. A faint, almost nostalgic smile crosses his face. It's been a lifetime since he heard that word. But there's no time for sentimentality. He immediately begins absorbing the fated greatsword. As the energy settles, the system confirms the lightweight effect is back online. With the last of the blue light fading from his hand, the process is finally complete. Now for the real prize. He pulls up his status window to see just how much he's grown. His stats have exploded, with strength and agility receiving a massive boost from the new weapon. He's also acquired a new hidden skill, Knockback Burst, and a class title, Clever Hunter. A look of pure, unadulterated glee spreads across his face at the sight of all the notifications. He realizes this single dungeon run was an absolute treasure trove, boosting his power immensely. He decides to go all in, dumping his remaining stat points into luck. The system immediately recalculates his critical hit range, which now caps out at a ridiculous 600%. A grin spreads across his face. He's reached level 40 inches just 2 weeks, a pace that completely eclipses his past life. Fueled by this rapid growth, he vows to keep climbing and finally catch up to the sword demon, Du Kyungsu. And after that, he muses. His revenge against Shin Tairi will be next on the list, but his triumphant moment is cut short as he feels a familiar, almost electric shift in the air. The system confirms it. 3 new constellations are approaching, each with a vested interest in him. Even the goddess of luck chimes in, smugly informing him that his stock is skyrocketing with these new arrivals. In a flash of light and energy, the 3 powerful beings materialize right in front of him. He's shocked they appeared so quickly but credits his insane growth, only for the goddess to cheekily read his mind and correct him. Taking a steadying breath, he decides to get a good look at who just showed up. He immediately recognizes 2 of them, the King of Lions and the Bearer of Beauty and Flame. These aren't just any constellations, they were once legendary heroes who ascended after death. And they waste no time acting like stuffy old men, already scolding him for his lack of respect. But as annoying as they are, his attention shifts to a far more dangerous presence. The Dark Hunter, a name that sends a shiver down any player's spine. She's a system enforcer, a bounty hunter who roams the dimensional bands looking for cheaters. He remembers a terrifying story from his past life of her hounding a ranker to the point of ruin. Looking at his options, he grits his teeth in pure frustration. None of these are what he wants. He already has the goddess of luck, so he realizes if he just waits, he can aim for something even greater. Because Hez aiming for the ultimate prize, a divine seat, a mythic contract so rare it's legendary. He knows it's a massive gamble, but seeing his options, he realizes it's the only one worth taking. So with a calm resolve, he looks at these powerful beings and tells them he won't be choosing anyone today. The arrogant constellations are left speechless, fading away in disbelief at his sheer audacity. But even as they vanish, Sang-yoon senses that one dangerous presence hasn't left. The Dark Hunter remains, her shadowy form coalescing in a swirl of menacing crimson energy. She holds his gaze, a silent challenge passing between them in the void. A cruel smirk plays on her lips as she issues a parting threat. Someday, she will expose his secret. And just like that, she's gone, leaving him alone to contemplate the dangerous new enemy he's just made. The whole ordeal has left him drained. He realizes he now has a persistent threat to watch out for. Pushing aside the lingering threats, Sang-yoon glances at his phone, knowing it's almost time. The screen reads 11:25, has calculated this perfectly and won't be late for his next hunt. His targets are kobolds, a monster type he knows from his past life is vulnerable at this specific hour. He accepts the challenge ahead. 3 dungeon runs in one day will be a grueling ordeal, but a confident smirk spreads across his face. He'll do whatever it takes to attract a divine seat, His destination is the Player Association's quest area, a hub for high-stakes dungeon clearing. Deep within the facility, the Rift Management Bureau monitors the chaos of the city's gates. An operator there is on a routine call, confirming her department's identity to the caller. But the information she receives next stops her cold, her professional calm shattering instantly. She reels back in her chair, utterly floored, refusing to believe the impossible report she's just heard. The alert blares across the network. A high-danger rift has just ripped open at Bupyeong Station. The operator relays the news, but the person on the other end adds a shocking detail. Someone is already fighting. She can't process it, asking the caller to repeat what they just said. From the scene, a terrified civilian confirms a single player is taking on the monsters alone. The operator frantically tells them to evacuate, assuming this lone wolf is suicidal. But the caller hesitates. The player doesn't look like he's in any danger at all. Rifts are an entirely different breed of disaster, a chaotic tear in reality where monsters pour through without warning. The dimensional fabric shatters violently, spitting forth a new wave of creatures. A vicious, wolf-like kobold emerges from the swirling chaos, snarling. Its eyes lock onto its prey, its growl filled with murderous intent. But for Shin Sang-yoon, this chaotic ambush is anything but a surprise. In fact, he's been waiting for it, a smug grin spreading across his face. We jump back 10 minutes, finding him calmly walking out of Bupyeong Station. He checks the time, knowing from his memories that an incident is about to unfold. His gaze sharpens, his senses on high alert for the moment it all begins. And just as he predicted, the air ahead begins to shimmer and distort violently. He's found at the exact origin point of the rift he was searching for. He remembers this specific event so clearly because of the bloody tragedy it caused in his past life. A massacre that claimed countless civilian lives. A memory that now fuels his determination. But this time, he's here to change that fate, feeling grateful that he was given this second chance. He reflects on his past, having grown up in an orphanage without ever knowing his parents. But the found family that gave him a home was ultimately shattered by violence. He knows the pain of loss all too well, and it fuels his resolve to protect others. A memory of a guiding voice seems to echo in his mind, reinforcing his purpose. With renewed determination, he knows this fight is about more than just getting stronger. The rift tears open, unleashing a horde of vicious kobolds onto the streets. The snarling beasts charge forward, ready to begin their massacre. But Sang-yoon stands firm, activating his delay skill to meet them head-on. A confident smirk plays on his lips as the ability works just as he intended. He notes, however, that its effect seems weaker against a mob than a single boss. He stands against the horde, realizing the covered moon is why they resist him. Since its light is gone, the beasts aren't fully submitting to his authority. But a wicked grin spreads across his face. This just makes things more interesting. One of the kobolds takes the bait, snarling as it lunges forward to attack. Sang-yoon sees the perfect chance to test a brand new art, activating full charging. The beast seems to deflect the attack with its shield, holding its ground for a moment. It bares its fangs in a vicious sneer, thinking it has the upper hand. But its confidence shatters as a swirling vortex of energy erupts right in its face. The powerful blast detonates, sending the entire front line of monsters flying. His gamble pays off, revealing a new hidden skill, Knockback Burst. The force of the explosion is immense, tearing through the horde of kobolds. A wave of pure destructive energy annihilates everything in its path. Sang-yoon is beyond satisfied, realizing the skill's massive area of effect and power. This new ability is the perfect answer for crowd control, and with his luck stat boosting his criticals, the damage potential is staggering. He notes, however, that a few of the tougher ones are still standing. So, if the first blast wasn't a lethal critical, he decides he'll just have to aim for maximum damage this time. Meanwhile, a nondescript white van is speeding through the nearby streets. Through the windshield, the driver spots his target, a familiar girl with short blue hair. He slams on the brakes, pulling up right beside a surprised Kang Joo-hee and her group. Just then, two men from the Player Association arrive on the scene, announcing they're here for the call. The woman who reported the incident points them toward the monsters she saw, but before they can move, the more observant agent, Lee Jung, stops his partner. He tells him there's something else they need to check out first, and as they peer over their vehicle, they're met with an unbelievable sight. A single player is cutting through a swarm of kobolds like a force of nature. Thinking he's in trouble, the two agents prepare to intervene, ready to provide backup. But Sang-yoon simply glances over, telling them to stay back, much to their utter disbelief. He declares he'll take care of this one himself, leaving the association members stunned. With his title isolating the target, Sang-yoon grins, eager to test out his newest skill. The lead kobold lets out one last defiant growl, completely unaware of the doom approaching. With a manic grin, Sang-Hyun stacks all of his skills into a single, devastating knockback burst. The resulting explosion is immense, blasting him backwards as it sends the monster hurtling away. His target is turned into a living cannonball, screaming through the air at impossible speeds. It crashes directly into the rest of the kobold pack, triggering a secondary, chaotic explosion. The monster finally lands with a ground-shattering impact, a perfect shot in Sang-Hyun's eyes. All the two association agents can do is stare, their minds struggling to process what they just witnessed. Lee-Hyun finally finds his voice, cautiously calling out to confirm he's seeing the real Shin Sang-Hyun. They approach in awe, explaining that he miraculously prevented any casualties from the rift break. Sang-Hyun just gives them a relaxed smile, brushing off their thanks as if he just took out the trash. But Sang-Hyun already knows exactly what they want, casually guessing their intentions. Lee-Hyun is stunned, but quickly asks if they can come along to observe how a real high-ranker hunts. His partner nearly has a panic attack, grabbing him by the suit jacket, thinking he's lost his mind. They plead their case, promising not to get in the way and just wanting to watch. Sang-Hyun can't help but let a small, amused smile creep onto his face. He agrees easily, finding their rookie enthusiasm charming before turning to head inside. The moment they enter the rift, he's a blur, leaving the two agents sprinting to keep up. Lee-Hyun wheezes, realizing that levels don't matter. This is a chance to learn from a true monster. His partner can't comprehend the stamina, wondering how he isn't tired after the fight outside. For Lee-Hyun, it's a harsh reality check. He once prided himself on endurance, but this is a different league entirely. Flashing back 30 minutes, we see the moment Sang-Hyun dragged them into the rift, already sensing this wouldn't be easy. The two rookie agents are left speechless, completely unprepared for what they're seeing. A massive, chaotic battle is already underway, with dozens of other players fighting for their lives. And worse, kobold archers are perched on the balconies above, taking aim at the newcomers. Sang-Hyun immediately steps in front of his charges, ordering them to stay behind him. An arrow screams toward them, but he's already in motion, deflecting it at the last second. A storm of purple energy erupts from his sword as he effortlessly parries the entire volley. The barrage is relentless, with projectiles whizzing just inches from the agents' terrified faces. A bead of sweat drips down Sang-Hyun's cheek as the grim reality of his decision sets in. He realizes bringing them along was a huge mistake. Protecting them is a dangerous liability. He scoffs at their fear, telling them to stop whining and learn to handle the pressure. After all, if they ever want to reach the higher ranks, this is the bare minimum. From the balcony above, a kobold archer snarls, drawing its bow for another volley. But before it can fire, a shadowy projectile slams into its chest with brutal force. The creature gags, purple blood splattering as its attack is cut short. With the aerial threat handled, Sang-Hyun warns them not to get distracted now. He unleashes a powerful skill, becoming a whirlwind of violent energy that tears through the mob. Without breaking stride, he carves a direct path through the stunned and dying monsters. He glances back with a cocky grin, announcing they've successfully reached the second floor. But their arrival is met instantly by the crushing blow of a massive, armored orc. Sang-Hyun digs in his heels, his sword barely holding back the immense force of the surprise attack. He grits his teeth, realizing he was a split second away from being completely crushed. His eyes lock onto the enemy, a hulking kobold champion, far stronger than anything he expected to find here. The monster lets out a guttural roar, raising its massive spiked shield to charge again. Sang-Hyun's eyes widen, recognizing the familiar pattern of a powerful rush attack. It barrels forward, a living battering ram intent on smashing him to pieces. He briefly considers a risky counter, but decides against gambling in such a tight spot. Instead, he braces himself, determined to take the hit head-on and mitigate the damage. His sword meets the shield with a deafening crack as he pours all his strength into the block. But the impact is not what he expected. The champion is blown back, its body torn apart by an overwhelming power Sang-Hyun didn't know he had. He stares in disbelief, completely baffled by the destructive force he just unleashed. His sword didn't just stop the champion, it utterly annihilated a monster, known for its high defense. So this is the true power of the great sword of fighting spirit, and the other kobolds are frozen in fear. Surrounded, Sang-Hyun can only laugh as he stands over the bisected corpse. Suddenly, backup arrives in a flash of attacks, led by none other than Eden's Jo Jin-ho. In an instant, the remaining kobolds are slaughtered, their bodies littering the stone floor. And from the carnage, a single, shimmering piece of loot materializes. A system window reveals its identity, the platinum-grade swift movement boots. Sang-Hyun can't help but smirk, confirming his suspicions that kobolds hoard the best gear. Without hesitation, he equips his new prize, feeling its power immediately take hold. The boots are a perfect fit, and he feels confident that his path forward just got much smoother. But looking back at the carnage, it's not just the new gear that brings a smirk to his face. The Eden Guild team, led by Jo Jin-ho, is left panting amidst the kobold corpses. Sang-yoon gives them a silent, passing grade. They performed better than he anticipated. With his newfound swiftness, he dashes ahead, already calculating his massive profits. His new Clever Hunter title has kept his health full, making him feel ready for anything. But in that moment of peak confidence, his instincts suddenly scream out a warning. An ominous red portal tears open the path ahead. The ominous energy he was waiting for is here. He steps through without hesitation, entering the deepest chamber, the king's vault. Yet before a boss can appear, a brilliant light erupts from his own necklace, leaving him completely baffled. And what greets him is not a monster, but a mountain of gold, leaving him utterly speechless. All thoughts of ominous energy evaporate as pure, unadulterated greed takes over. He even considers retiring on the spot, completely missing the shadowy figure lurking above. Suddenly, the figure aims its weapon, unleashing a powerful blast of energy. The gleaming treasure explodes, revealing the entire hoard was just bait for a trap. Sang-yoon springs into the air, recognizing the familiar pattern of an ambush. The massive, armored werewolf growls, its surprise attack now fully revealed. But Sang-yoon just smirks, finding these predictable dungeon traps utterly boring. He whips around, unleashing a blindingly fast slash meant to end this instantly. In a stunning twist, the beast dodges his point-blank attack, leaving Sang-yoon in total disbelief. He realizes it was all a deliberate trap, and the beast below is the true final boss, the dominating kobold king. For the first time in a long while, Sang-yoon is genuinely caught off guard. The boss seizes the opening, firing a massive, energy-infused bolt from its crossbow. He twists out of the way at the last second, knowing he'd be dead without his full charge's skill. Landing gracefully, Sang-yoon reassesses this unexpectedly cunning enemy. A single drop of sweat runs down his cheek, but his shock gives way to a predatory grin. The kobold king clenches its fist, preparing for the real fight to begin. This one, Sang-yoon thinks, is going to be a real handful. But just as the tension peaks, a red portal flares to life, and his backup finally arrives. Jo Jin-ho and his companion rush in, apologizing for being late as the boss glares at the newcomers. But the moment they arrive, the S-rank player and his partner are hit with an overwhelming aura of dread. The kobold king's gaze fixes upon them, and a system window confirms the status effect. Intimidation. Even the mighty Jo Jin-ho breaks out in a cold sweat, his mind reeling from the sheer pressure. Panic sets in as he realizes his body is completely locked up, unable to move a single inch. But while the elite players are frozen solid, Sang-yoon simply vaults right over them, straight for the boss. A cocky grin spreads across his face as his recovery skill instantly purges the debuff from his system. Enraged that its gaze was ignored, the kobold king lets out a guttural roar and charges forward. Sang-yoon meets the attack head-on, his blade glowing as he parries the devastating blow. His skill, Daemon Bash, connects, but a notification pops up. It failed due to the king's insane resistance. He notes the massive stat difference prevented a stagger, but that brief clash was all he needed to see. Sang-yoon glances back at the paralyzed players, his mind already dissecting the boss's intimidation skill. He realizes that if two level 100 players are locked down so easily, this king is on another level. A greedy smirk forms. He remembers failing to acquire a similar skill in the past. This time, he declares, he will absolutely take intimidation for himself as he charges in. The kobold king reacts instantly, its shadow coiling into dozens of spectral weapons aimed right at him. Sang-yoon's eyes widen in surprise at the sheer speed of the boss's counterattack. A torrent of magical bolts erupts from the king, a deadly barrage meant to overwhelm him. He braces himself, his sword glowing red as he meets the onslaught, stunned by its immense power. The force of the impact sends him skidding backward across the throne room floor. The dominating king looms over him, wreathed in a terrifying, dark aura. Sang-yoon realizes this boss is smart, unlike any monster he's faced before. He mentally calculates the cooldowns, knowing the king's intimidation recharges faster than his own recovery. If this drags on, he could be paralyzed and killed, without ever getting another turn. He grits his teeth, cursing his lack of a ranged attack to close the distance. But then, his eyes fall upon the glittering piles of gold scattered across the floor. A wicked grin spreads across his face as a brilliant, if not insane, idea takes root. Elsewhere, Jo Jin-ho and his companion finally start to recover from the paralysis effect. The S-ranker watches Sang-yoon tank another hit, wondering how he's completely fine. He figures a player of Sang-yoon's caliber must have a cleansing skill, yet a deep sense of unease lingers. Suddenly, his eyes widen in utter disbelief as he realizes what Sang-yoon is about to do. It clicks for Jo Jin-ho, the arrows aren't just sticking in the ground, they're sinking into the gold. He screams out a warning, realizing with dawning horror that the entire treasure pile is a trap, but his voice is lost to the wind as Sang-yoon is already airborne, sword raised high. With a cocky smirk, he aims his landing right in the middle of the glittering sea. He touches down, sending a wave of coins scattering into the air. The Kobold King lets out a silent, vicious grin, having baited its prey perfectly. From beneath Sang-yoon's feet, a powerful binding magic erupts, snaring him instantly. The enchanted gold detonates with a thunderous roar, engulfing him in a crimson blast. His confidence shatters as the explosion rips through his defenses. Sang-yoon is blown away, sent tumbling helplessly through the coin-filled air. The Kobold King smashes its fists into the golden treasure, certain of its kill. A low, guttural laugh rumbles from its chest, relishing its supposed victory. But its confidence wavers as it realizes the human is still standing. Untouched, Sang-yoon emerges from the blast, his sacrifice skill having nullified the frontal attack completely. He smirks, telling the beast it should have been suspicious when he took the bait so easily. His eyes flash blue as the psychedelic skill activates, dramatically boosting his speed. Now it's the king's turn to get hit, he thinks, his sword already a blur of motion. He unleashes Knockback Burst, weaponizing the entire sea of gold coins. They slam into the boss like 1,000 tiny bullets, embedding deep into its flesh. The scouts watching are left speechless, wondering how a simple knockback skill could have that much destructive power. But one of the scouts realizes that's not what matters. He's never seen a player with this level of battle sense. As if on cue, Sang-yoon rises from the sea of gold, his silhouette radiating pure, menacing power. The Kobold King groans, riddled with coins, but still stands defiant. It glares down at him, impressed by his persistence, but still full of rage. Sang-yoon just flashes a predator's grin, enjoying this far too much. He decides it's time to end things, his body blurring as he lunges forward. The beast roars, ready to meet his charge head-on in a final, desperate clash. With a surge of blue energy, Sang-yoon brings his sword down in a devastating arc. The blade connects with a deafening boom, slicing deep into the monster's flesh, and in that final moment, his eye glints with the cold light of victory. The final blow connects, tearing through the Kobold King in a brutal spray of coins and gore. Its fiery mane extinguishes as the massive beast finally collapses, utterly defeated. A wave of green light washes over Sang-yoon, a significant level up, and a brand new C-rank title. He smirks, realizing the title is a direct gift from a constellation. A rare honor indeed. And now for the moment he's been waiting for. The boss's signature drop materializes, the amulet of despair, pulsing with the intimidation effect he coveted. The rest of the loot is just as impressive, including gold rank boots and a detection necklace. He decides to stash it all for now. He can feel the prying eyes of constellations on him, but his moment of triumph is cut short by a sudden, urgent shout of his name. It's Jo Jinho, looking panicked and telling him he needs to get out of there right now. Jo Jinho's panicked voice rings out the rift is already starting to close. Sang-yoon is baffled. Rifts always close after they're cleared, so he can't understand the panic. But then, a horrifying realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. If the rift closes, this entire mountain of treasure he just won will disappear with it. Every single piece of gold, every rare item, every artifact he fought for. His companions try dragging him to the exit, but he refuses to leave his hard-won fortune. Outside the Bupyeong Rift, a crowd of reporters and players watches the portal destabilize. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupts, violently ejecting two figures from the closing gate. The onlookers start to cheer, assuming the clear was a success as the rift begins to seal itself. But their celebration turns to stunned silence, realizing something is very, very wrong. Clutching his loot, Sang-yoon emerges to a tense, silent crowd, wondering why everyone is staring. He's completely bewildered by the strange atmosphere, a stark contrast to the life-or-death battle he just survived. Suddenly, a reporter from the Player magazine shoves a microphone in his face. With a beaming smile, the man asks for a few words from the hero who saved Bupyeong Station. Sang-yoon forces a laugh, utterly confused by the hero title and the unexpected interview. Meanwhile, in an advanced training room, a simulation is already underway. A B+ rank summoner named Jo Ihyun calls forth 3 powerful B-rank golems. A silver-haired swordswoman stands ready as the simulation battle officially begins. Her eyes narrow with intense focus, bracing herself for the incoming assault. With a flash of steel, she dashes forward, meeting the stone behemoths head-on. She doesn't even need her blades at first, shattering a golem's arm with a single, powerful kick. The stone monster barely has time to register its own destruction. With a flick of her wrists, she draws twin daggers, their edges glowing with a faint blue light. Her eyes narrow. The time for games is over. She becomes a living tempest of steel, her slashes tearing through the air, faster than the eye can see. The B-rank golems are utterly helpless, their rocky hides being carved to pieces. Landing with practiced ease, she doesn't even bother to look back at the carnage. As the last of the golems crumbles into a pile of rubble, the summoner can only stare in disbelief. But the swordswoman is unimpressed, finding the simulation far too slow for a proper warm-up. Her mind is on a different fight, a real one, and she regrets not getting the contact info of her true rival. Just as she's lost in thought, a breaking news report flashes across a nearby screen. A rift at Bupyeong Station. The swordswoman's attention is immediately captured. The anchor announces that amazingly, a single nearby player cleared the entire rift alone. And as they cut to the interview, her eyes widen in shock. It's Shin Sang-yoon. A sly smile plays on her lips. She definitely didn't expect to see her mysterious rival so soon. A reporter starts grilling him, questioning how such a low-level player faced a level 150 monster. But Sang-yoon, completely unfazed, calmly explains that levels aren't the absolute factor in a fight. His words echo her own beliefs, and she's impressed by his mature, veteran-like perspective. She finds herself wondering who his teacher could be, or what kind of powerful constellation backs him. Or maybe, she muses, he contracted a divine seat, revealing a terrifying, shadowy patron of her own. The next day, back at his house, Sang-yoon lays out his newly acquired artifacts. He activates his skill, Gap of the Unconscious, and his hair flashes white as power surges. With a grin, he finally gets ready to feast and absorb their essence. He knows his high luck stat is the key, allowing him to grow exactly as planned. Sang-yoon reflects on how swordsmen used to be perceived as nothing more than simple-minded tanks. But when monsters with complex attack patterns emerged, that brute force strategy failed spectacularly. Those who couldn't adapt were swiftly crushed, and the class began to fall out of favor. That is, until the sword demon, Du Kyungsu, completely changed the game. He pioneered the agile all-rounder style, a swordsman who could handle any situation. Sang-yoon remembers his past pride, making a silent vow that this life will be different. He begins absorbing the artifacts, his hair flashing white as the power surges through him. The Kobold King's diet ability activates, conjuring up a fancy mushroom soup and a sizzling steak. Sang-yoon drools, pleasantly surprised that the monstrous king was apparently quite the gourmet. But he's a little puzzled, wondering why there are only 2 dishes on the table. Just then, a sinister purple aura begins to bubble and swirl, forming a third plate. His face drops as it's revealed to be a salad of wriggling orange larvae, and he instantly takes back his compliment. Meanwhile, outside his newly acquired home, a crowd has already started to form. Reporters and paparazzi are loudly clashing with security, demanding access to the new star player. Sang-yoon peers out the window, looking down on the commotion with a tired smirk. The memory of that bug dish makes him feel even worse, so he decides to just head back inside and rest. Sang-yoon stretches, feeling the lingering fatigue and deciding he'll just take the day off. But his moment of peace is cut short by a sudden vibration from his phone. He answers, and an overly cheerful voice immediately greets him by name. It's Kim Ji-hai from the player management department, the woman he met before the quest. She's calling to award him a nameplate, an offer that makes him visibly cringe. He knows that compared to the legendary players who will face future world-ending threats, his small victory is trivial. So he politely declines, shocking the woman, who quickly pivots to another offer he requested earlier. The moment she mentions priority access to the Silent Ground dungeon, his entire demeanor changes. A sly grin spreads across his face as she confirms his achievement got it approved without any issue. This dungeon is infamous for its silence-inflicting monsters. But there's another, more important reason he needs to go. His mind drifts back to a conversation from his previous life, after a long, hard-fought battle. A silver-haired swordswoman sits beside him, asking which dungeon it was that took his sister's life. He tells her it was the Silent Ground, a place that sealed her fate. She explains that his sister was a player who relied heavily on skills, leaving her defenseless when the dungeon's silencing effect hit. The knight remarks that with her current power, she could clear it now, but regret is meaningless unless one could travel back to the past. Snapping back to the present, Sang-yoon ends his call, his resolve steeled. He tells them to prepare his entry permit at once. With his next objective set, he speeds down the road in a newly acquired luxury car. He can't help but grin. Head planned on only spending money on artifacts, but a recent attempt to take public transit with a giant sword taught him a very public, very awkward lesson. Just as he finishes his thought, his phone begins to ring, demanding his attention. He answers the call, smoothly confirming he's on his way for the Silent Ground raid. As the conversation ends, he can't help but reflect on how quickly time has passed. It's already been a full week since he cleared the rift, a week spent solely on intense training. Now, he's practically buzzing with anticipation, eager to test out his newly acquired skills. But his confident thoughts are cut short by a sudden, jarring halt. He looks up to see the entire road ahead is completely blocked off. Police are redirecting cars, which makes no sense. He specifically avoided rush hour. Stuck behind the wheel, his annoyance grows. He wonders if a rift just opened up or something. Then, his eyes widen as he finally gets a clear view of what's causing the commotion. It's not just some random incident, it's a full-blown media circus surrounding a massive gate, with some very important players at its center. Amidst the crowd, one man stands out, calmly facing a reporter's microphone. Sang-yoon can't believe his eyes. It's the Ghostblade, Do Kyung-soo himself. This whole spectacle is for the dungeon at Uedo intersection, a high-profile raid. Fans scream his name while the press scrambles for the perfect shot of the superstar player. The reporter playfully asks how it feels to be so universally loved. His response is curt, a simple "it's an honor," devoid of any real emotion. She's a bit thrown by his flat delivery, but quickly pivots, asking about his raid strategy. He leans in slightly, his expression unchanging, and tells her it's always the same. His strategy is simple. He just cuts down every monster in his path. That's all. And just like that, her professional annoyance melts away, replaced by star-struck adoration. But amidst the interview, one of the onlookers is snapped out of his daze. He spots a familiar face in a white SUV that's pulled up nearby. It's Shin Sang-yoon, who instantly realizes his mistake. He got so distracted watching that he let himself be seen. The media explodes with the news, framing it as a meeting of titans, a challenge for the title of Sword Demon. Jo Jin-ho leans in, informing Do Kyung-soo that this is the player who recently soloed a rift and has a similar fighting style. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across Ghostblade's face. He's already well aware. The reporters abandon Kyung-soo and immediately swarm Sang-yoon's car, demanding to know if he's here for a showdown. He tries to dismiss it as a coincidence, but it's too late. His quiet observation has turned into a public spectacle. Back at the dungeon gate, the man of the hour, Do Kyung-soo, stands with his entourage. He turns back, a sharp, predatory glint in his eyes, enjoying the chaos he's now the center of. Sang-yoon tries to make sense of it all, that slight smirk from Ghostblade still burning in his mind. He can't quite read the man's intentions, but he knows one thing for sure. He's glad he saw it. Witnessing that raw power up close is the perfect, brutal reminder of the mountain he still has to climb. With the show over, Do Kyung-soo decides it's time to get to work, turning to enter the dungeon. But a knowing smile creeps across his face. He's seen plenty of rising stars before, but this one feels different. He realizes that look in Sang-yoon's eyes wasn't admiration, it was the look of a predator sizing up its final prey. He makes a mental note of the name Shin Sang-yoon, convinced their paths are destined to cross again. With that, he and his guildmates step towards the ominous gate of Dungeon 66, Silent Ground. As the crowd disperses, Sang-yoon finally steps out of his vehicle, the air now quiet. But he can still feel it, that suffocating aura of a man who showed absolutely no openings. That overwhelming power only fuels his resolve. The bigger the target, the more thrilling the hunt. His train of thought is suddenly derailed by an enraged shout from behind, leaving him baffled. A fiery-haired player is losing her mind, demanding to know why her team's dungeon slot was just given away. And as if on cue, Sang-yoon himself walks into view, much to the angry woman's delight. She immediately gets in his face, accusing him of arrogance and breaking the rules just because he's a rising star. But Sang-yoon barely hears her, a faint sense of recognition dawning as he studies her face. He remembers now today is the anniversary of her brother's death, right here in Silent Ground. A familiar silver-haired warrior even appears in his mind, laughing at how this wild woman is the polar opposite of her brother. Still lost in thought, his silence only infuriates her more as she demands an answer. He finally looks down at her, his patience gone, and simply asks, "So?" deciding that some people only understand firmness. She's left utterly speechless as he calmly states he's just following the association's schedule. With that, he turns his back, announcing he has no more time to waste and is heading straight in. As he walks off, she throws a full-blown tantrum, screaming threats while a staffer holds her back. But Sang-yoon is already gone, stepping into the desolate, ruined landscape of Silent Ground. He strides confidently toward the swirling purple vortex of the dungeon gate, leaving the drama behind. The moment he steps inside, the immediate stench of rot and decay assaults his senses. Suddenly, the very ground beneath his feet cracks and sparks as something stirs from below. Shadowy, skeletal hands erupt from the stone, clawing desperately at his leg in a surprise attack. He looks down without a shred of concern at the grotesque monster emerging from the floor. Then, with a casual stomp, he crushes its head into dust, confirming this place is full of the undead. The first touch lands, and a system alert pops up. He's been silenced, unable to use skills. But he doesn't need them, gripping his sword with both hands for a purely physical response. He brings the massive blade down with overwhelming force, cleaving a ghoul in two. The sound of its demise only serves to awaken the rest of the horde. They swarm him from every angle, forcing him to realize this dungeon's true challenge. A smirk spreads across his face. A test of pure fundamentals is the last thing he's afraid of. Far away, inside the Player Association headquarters, a strategy meeting is in session. The presenter clicks her remote, preparing to introduce the next person of interest, and Shin Sang-yoon's profile flashes onto the screen, stunning the room of scouts. One of the senior members leans in, a knowing grin on his face. This is that infamous kid. The team leader, Anicap, can hardly believe it's only been a month since the kid awakened. So this is the one the famous Lee brothers won't stop praising. His deputy, Shin Min-jae, acknowledges the public attention and his incredible growth rate, but he's quick to dismiss any comparison to the real special class players. He argues they must be conservative with their assessment, as the true difficulty of the rift is unknown. He even floats the idea that it could all just be expert media manipulation, but a sharp voice cuts in. Min-jae quietly seethes as his colleagues snicker. It seems Lee Ga-hee challenging him is a common sight. She stands and addresses the team leader directly, apologizing for the interruption. With a serious look, she explains that Shin Sang-yoon is a player she's been tracking herself. She's been collecting data for days and tells the entire room they need to see what she's found. Lee Ga-hee declares that the only way to understand the situation is to accept that Shin Sang-yoon is no ordinary player. To make her point, she first displays the standard growth chart of an average player reaching level 50. Then, with a click of her remote, she prepares to unveil her findings. She projects Sang-yoon's growth curve right next to the normal one, and the difference is staggering. The room erupts in disbelief, with her colleagues stammering that the numbers are simply impossible. Shin Min-jae glares, accusing her of losing all objectivity and forgetting her duty as a scout. He scoffs at the data, pointing out that her numbers suggest a growth rate matching the legendary sword demon. But Ga-hee remains unshaken, calmly stating that this is the conclusion she reached after an objective review. She then plays her trump card, revealing she's personally interviewed all of Sang-yoon's previous dungeon allies. The scene shifts to S-rank player Jo Jin-ho, who ponders the question of what makes Sang-yoon so odd. The S-ranker gushes about Sang-yoon's skills, admitting he's never seen anyone use stuns so effectively. But with a slight smirk, he clarifies that skills alone aren't what makes the kid truly special. No, the real reason can only be seen on the battlefield, a truth revealed in a visceral flashback. He says it all comes down to Sang-yoon's terrifyingly natural combat sense. The next interview subjects, another pair of his former allies, eagerly agree Sang-yoon is just incredible. Ga-hee probes deeper, asking if he's merely incredible for his level, but they quickly shut that down. The young man struggles to explain it, finally saying what sets Sang-yoon apart is how well trained he is. It was like, he explains, fighting alongside a seasoned combat veteran with years of experience. As Sang-yoon effortlessly navigates the chaos, the player is pressed to elaborate further. He concludes that it was as if Sang-yoon could see the future, already knowing exactly what the monsters would do. And in that chaotic battle, his senses were on another level, predicting every move the ghouls made. He lands among them, already spinning into his next attack before the first body even hits the ground. His former allies explain that for most people, a fight this intense would expose a weakness. But Sang-yoon, they recall with a shake of their heads, was just built different. It was as if his body moved on instinct alone, carving a path through the monsters without a single wasted motion. He stares down a snarling ghoul, his gaze completely unfazed by the creature's monstrous visage. A lunge is met not with a block, but a simple sidestep, turning the monster's aggression into a fatal mistake. The other player tries to describe it, saying it was like he possessed a perfect dedication to combat. No matter the situation he was in, no matter how overwhelmed he should have been, he always had a skill ready, an answer to the chaos that surrounded him. A new skill activates, leaving a glowing mark as proof that he's always one step ahead. One of the analysts, Kim Ga-hee, summarizes her findings with a chilling conclusion. She states his battle sense rivals most A+ rankers, a claim that hangs heavy in the air. And with that, she drops the bombshell. She believes he has the grounds to be considered S-rank. But for Sang-yoon, such high praise means little in the face of sheer exhaustion. He lets out a sigh, surrounded by the ruins of a city swarming with countless monsters. Back in the meeting room, one of the other analysts is shaking, unable to believe what he's just heard. The room explodes into argument, the men demanding to know what she means by foresight. One man sarcastically asks if she's suggesting Sang-yoon regressed, an idea that makes Ga-hee pause. A scarred executive finally steps in, silencing the room like a frustrated parent dealing with children. The executive cuts through the noise, giving Ga-hee a new solo assignment. Watch Shin Sang-yoon and nothing else. She accepts with a sharp, confident smile, eager for the chance to prove herself right. Meanwhile, the man of the hour stands alone, surveying the desolate ruins he's been fighting through. He mutters to himself, disgusted by the smell of ghoul blood, and annoyed that they drop no artifacts. But in the middle of his complaining, a sudden thought stops him cold. He facepalms, realizing with dawning horror that he's been forgetting one of his most useful skills. A golden light ignites in his eyes as he prepares to use the ability he should have activated from the start. His detection skill comes online, a support power that marks every monster within a 100-meter radius. In an instant, his surroundings are flooded with sinister red signatures, revealing an entire army in hiding. His confident expression shatters into disbelief. He thought he was nearly finished, but the true horde was waiting all along. But amidst the horde, his eyes lock onto a single, bizarre signature. A tiny red light buzzes erratically through the desolate ruins. Sang-yoon can't believe it. His skill is marking a simple fly as a monster. Without warning, the tiny insect detonates in a massive, fiery explosion. He's blown off his feet, recognizing the terrifying nature of the suicide fly. His hand is badly burned, and he knows he barely escaped losing it completely. A cold dread washes over him. These things are always controlled by a magician. Just then, his worst fears materialize as a massive swarm descends from the sky. From the darkness, a cloaked figure orchestrates the explosive assault. It's not one, but 3 lich mages, commanding their insectoid army to kill. Elsewhere, in a sterile office, a guild analyst puts Kim Ga-hee on the spot. He presses her, demanding to know if she has any concrete data on Shin Sang-yoon beyond his obvious battle sense. With a knowing look, she flips the script, suggesting the analyst's own data shows Sang-yoon's skills are acquired abnormally. Ga-hee admits she has her own theory about what's really going on. A theory that seems to be playing out in real time as even the lich mage pauses in confusion. Because amidst the fiery explosions, Sang-yoon hasn't just dodged. He has manifested a brand new power. A shimmering hexagonal shield erupts from his blade, effortlessly blocking the onslaught. It's a support skill, defensive sword, a perfect barrier that locks him in place but renders him untouchable. Now safe, a smirk plays on Sang-yoon's lips as he prepares his counterattack, a player truly beyond comprehension. The question is, how? We flash back a few days to a solitary, brutal training regimen. Inside an underground training room, Sang-yoon faces a hail of arrows from all sides. He moves like a blur, his sword a whirlwind of steel deflecting every single shot. For 3 straight days, he's been enduring this relentless, high-speed drill. He knows the system's rules. Basic passive skills are easy, earned through simple repetition. But the truly powerful active skills can't be unlocked with such a mindless grind. They require specific, hidden conditions that players guard like treasure, making them incredibly rare. And back in the present, his shield holds firm against the lingering magical fallout. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He wasn't just any player. He was an expert who knew the system's secrets. The skill is defensive sword, a support ability that creates a perfect barrier, but at the cost of movement and mana. The lich mages let out a screech, unleashing a storm of dark magic. Their glowing eyes fixate on their target, certain of their victory. One conjures an orb of pure destructive energy, ready to overwhelm the lone player. But their spells are effortlessly shattered by a precise sword strike. Sang-yoon acknowledges that while defensive sword is great, its biggest flaw is that it roots him in place. However, just as they think he's a sitting duck, a massive explosion erupts from his position. The smoke from the blast billows outwards, obscuring the battlefield for a moment. A brilliant blue wave of energy then slices through the air with incredible speed. Sang-yoon launches himself forward, a blur of motion that leaves the lich mages utterly stunned. He knows that for every limitation, there's always a clever workaround. The lich mages shriek, desperately conjuring waves of corrosive green magic to stop him. But he's already past them, a blur of motion that leaves their spells hitting empty air. With cold, focused eyes, he prepares to unleash the final blow. A grim smile spreads across his face. He knows they never stood a chance. A maelstrom of blue energy erupts from his sword, completely vaporizing the undead casters. In the quiet aftermath, a shadowy, armored figure stands alone amidst the destruction. Its glowing eyes scan the now empty room, the silent reaper of his will. The last of the lich mages crumbles into embers, its existence completely erased. As the spectral armor fades, a brilliant purple light catches Sang-yoon's eye. He kneels to claim his prize, a high-grade mana crystal, confirming that the risks are finally starting to pay off. He decides to leave the crystal for now. He'll collect his reward after clearing the dungeon. With a confident smirk, he heads for the deepest part, activating his detection skill. But the skill returns a strange result, detecting only one monster nearby. This feels wrong. He wonders where the expected hordes of enemies have gone. Suddenly, his senses detect an overwhelming presence descending upon him from above. A cold sweat breaks as he realizes his mistake. It's already behind him. The attack is too fast to see, forcing him to rely on pure instinct to survive. He makes a desperate leap, praying his guess is right as a shadowy blur strikes. The ground where he just stood erupts in a devastating explosion of purple energy. Blown back by the shockwave, he can only think one thing. This thing is crazy strong. A sudden, chilling realization hits him. The monsters didn't just vanish. They ran for their lives because this thing showed up an apex predator that kills everything in its path. It's a death knight, its silhouette radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. He can't understand why a boss from the dungeon's depths is all the way out here at the entrance. But as memories flood back, he recognizes this isn't just any monster. This is the very same beast that murdered his comrade's younger sister in his past life. He roars, fueled by pure rage, vowing that this time, things will be different. The two warriors collide, their blades meeting in a cataclysmic burst of energy. Sparks fly as he barely manages to parry the devastating blow. The sheer force of the impact rattles him to the bone. Every single one of its strikes is on another level. The sheer weight of its blade is almost unbearable, threatening to shatter his stance. He knows exactly what this is. The soul of a dead swordsman reborn in an undying body. Its most infamous ability is the Swamp of Silence, an aura that nullifies the skills of all who touch it. He remembers how the association first misjudged this dungeon, using pathetic ghouls as their standard. And that, he knows, was their single greatest mistake. A field littered with bodies was the result. The Death Knight's true power wasn't a silencing field, it was the skill of the spirit within. It's a lesson the association learned too late, a truth he's feeling with every fiber of his being. The monster unleashes another devastating blow, a strike worthy of its eventual S-class rank. Shin Sang-yoon is sent flying, his guard utterly crushed by the overwhelming assault. Spitting blood, he realizes with chilling certainty just how dangerous this fight truly is. For the first time, a genuine thought crosses his mind. This might actually be the end. Lying in the dust, bruised and bleeding, he has nothing left to say. The assassin almost seems confused, its purple eyes glowing with irritation at the sudden pause. But Shin Sang-yoon forces himself up, using his blade as a crutch, mocking his own predictability. He knows this pattern all too well. The moment things get dangerous, the weak thoughts creep in. A bitter memory flashes, reminding him that at this rate, he hasn't changed one bit from his past life. He finally stands tall, turning to face the monster that brought him to his knees. With a newfound fire in his glowing blue eyes, he goads the creature, telling it to stop staring and fight. The assassin remains silent, processing the sudden defiance from the battered human. And then, its own aura flares with a dark purple light, accepting the challenge with raw killing intent. The two stand opposed in the desolate, broken chamber, the air crackling with tension. A low growl emanates from the assassin as its armor shifts, ready to strike. It lunges with blinding speed, but Shin Sang-yoon is already in motion, narrowly dodging the blow. The monster hesitates, momentarily caught off guard by the human's agility. Instead of fighting back, our hero turns tail and sprints away, leading the beast on a furious chase. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The plan is working, and he knows ahead. On fight is suicide right now. His eyes dart around, desperately searching for some way, any way, to recover his dwindling health. Suddenly, his detection skill pings, revealing nearly 20 other monsters deeper in the ruins. He knew it while the boss was distracted. The lesser mobs gathered elsewhere to avoid the conflict, and now he's racing towards the very gate that separates him from them. He bursts through the gate, not to escape, but to dive right into the waiting horde. The ghouls are stunned, not by him, but by the terrifying assassin hot on his heels. They let out a desperate shriek, a sound of pure terror. But our hero doesn't even flinch. This was the plan all along. He becomes a whirlwind of death, his blade a silver flash amidst the dark bodies of the ghouls. He pauses for a breath amidst the carnage, the assassin's roar echoing from behind. And there it is, a new title, Clever Hunter, restoring his stamina with every kill. With his health and buffs regenerating, he continues the bloody harvest. Fully recovered, he leaves the boss behind and speeds towards the dungeon's deepest chamber. But he skids to a halt, his eyes widening at an unexpected sight. Before him stands another sea of ghouls, a tide of monsters surging forward. But instead of fear, a confident smirk plays on his lips. This is just a free health potion. He moves to engage, but a dark shape bursts from the doorway behind him. The assassin is caught up. For a split second, his plan shatters as the boss closes in with terrifying speed. Yet the assassin's devastating attack isn't aimed at him, but at the horde beyond. A single, sweeping arc of pure energy annihilates every last ghoul in the room. He stares in disbelief, Realizing that wasn't a missed attack, it was a calculated move. The armored monster lets out a victorious cry, its gaze locked onto its true target. The blood drains from Shin Sang-yoon's face as he understands its horrifying strategy. The boss knew he was recovering, so it destroyed his only lifeline before striking him down. With his back against the wall, Shin Sang-yoon prepares to unleash a desperate counter. Knockback burst. Hess confident, he's recovered just enough to have found a single, perfect opening to strike. But as he leaps, a dark aura envelops the assassin. Its swamp of silence has nullified all his skills. He's left hanging in the air, completely powerless, the realization of his fatal mistake dawning on him. The assassin doesn't waste the opportunity, smashing its blade into him with brutal force. The impact sends him flying backward, a broken puppet slammed against the dungeon floor. He coughs up blood, furious at himself for such a stupid mistake. All the health he recovered is gone. His body is screaming, his strength fading fast as despair finally begins to set in. A dark memory flashes before his eyes, the face of a fallen comrade from his past life. The vision expands to the entire battlefield of his failures, fueling a desperate resolve not to give up again. Another memory surfaces, a comrade, bloody and broken, asking him for one last favor. She wants to be buried next to her sister, but his past self screams in denial, refusing to accept her death. He lies through his teeth, telling her the rescue team is almost there and the crisis is over. He begs her to just stay awake, his voice filled with a desperate, cracking hope. But as he looks into her fading eyes, he knows it's too late. She dies in his arms, her last breath a testament to his failure. The weight of that loss crushes him all over again. The memory expands, showing the grim battlefield where he lost everyone. Back in the present, that same bitter despair washes over him as he lies defeated on the cold floor. The armored assassin looms over him, poised to deliver the final, merciless blow. But just as it's about to strike, the assassin freezes, realizing its entire approach was wrong. It had been conserving its strength for a final boss, a mistake it now understands is fatal. Because across the hall, Shin Sang-yoon forces himself to his feet, activating the skill Psychedelic. He grits his teeth, bloodied but not broken, refusing to give up here and now. This isn't about being haunted by the past anymore. He simply has to win. With new resolve, he drags his weapon forward and then explodes into motion. He clashes with the assassin, his blade meeting its claws in a furious burst of energy. The raw power difference is immense, the shockwave alone tearing the skin from his hands. He knows he can't win a direct fight, but through the pain comes a crucial understanding. In a flash of insight, he sees the one area where he holds the advantage. The assassin's immense power crashes down, but it swings at nothing but air. It recoils in confusion, thrown off balance by Shin Sang-yoon's illusion. For a brief moment, the monster understands it's been played, but the realization comes too late. Its own momentum carries it forward, leaving it wide open and defenseless. Shin Sang-yoon roars his defiance, knowing raw power means nothing if you can't hit your target. He dives in, landing a perfect strike as a system message confirms a critical hit. His greatest weapon is revealed. His critical rate is amplified by an impossibly high luck stat. The damage multiplier skyrockets, hitting the absolute maximum of 600%. A devastating blast of energy erupts from the blow, engulfing the assassin completely. The once unstoppable foe is left broken and smoking on the floor, beaten by a single, clever gambit. Shin Sang-yoon stands over the smoking husk, his aura still crackling with power. With a look of pure contempt, he tells the creature to quit playing dead and get up. He knows full well that a monster of this caliber doesn't end with a simple critical hit. As if answering his call, the Death Knight's body reignites with an eerie blue flame. The system confirms it's sacrificing its life force for one final, explosive power-up. A grim memory surfaces for Shin Sang-yoon. He knew this was coming all along. He recalls the one terrifying trait all Death Knights share, their final trump card. When their HP falls below 10%, they initiate a 10-second self-destruct. Across the ruined hall, the night becomes a raging vortex of unstable energy. But our hero simply watches the countdown begin, completely unfazed by the impending explosion. He knew it wasn't over. With a defiant groan, the Death Knight claws its way back up, flames roaring. The system confirms his fears. It's sacrificing its very life force for one final, explosive power-up. Sang-yoon simply watches it happen, a grim understanding dawning on his face. He remembers this pattern all too well. A terrifying final gambit shared by all Death Knights. When their HP drops below 10%, they initiate a 10-second self-destruct sequence. Across the hall, the monster becomes a raging vortex of pure, unstable energy. Rushing in would be suicide. He knows that with his own health so low, even a stray spark could kill him. So instead of the hunter, he must become the prey. his own dark aura flaring into the shape of a beast. But he has no intention of being devoured. A sharp glint in his eyes reveals he has a plan. The countdown begins. 10 seconds until the entire area is wiped off the map. 9 seconds. Sang-yoon faces the vortex of destructive energy, his own dark aura flaring in defiance. He doesn't retreat. He lunges forward, a black streak slipping right past the raging assassin. His only thought is to run, to create as much distance as possible before the entire area is vaporized. With a grimace, he pushes himself, knowing he's racing against his own death. He grits his teeth, the strain of his battered body screaming with every step. The assassin lets out a final, agonizing roar as the countdown nears its end. But as he flees, Sang-yoon glances back, noticing the energy isn't just expanding, it's condensing. A flicker of disbelief, then shock, dawns on his face. This isn't a normal self-destruct. The monster holds up a hand, its life force converging into a single, brilliant, purple orb. And from within that light, a new sword is forged, its blade glowing with an ominous, powerful light. With its final moments ticking down, the assassin unleashes a devastating wave of purple energy. But Sang-yoon is already one step ahead, activating his delay skill to create a window of escape. The assassin roars, refusing to let him go, and closes the distance in an instant. It brings its newly forged blade down with terrifying force, and Sang-yoon can only brace himself. He's caught in the overwhelming pressure, his body being crushed by the sheer power of the attack. He realizes with frustration that there's still time on the clock, but his body is already screaming. It feels like his very lungs are being twisted and wrung out from the inside. He knows he just has to endure for a little while longer, to push past his limits. With gritted teeth, he forces his battered body to hold out, to survive this onslaught. The two forces finally collide in a cataclysmic explosion of light and power. The countdown timer ticks down, marking the final moments. Sang-yoon is sent flying, the force of the blow rattling him to his core. And then comes the notification he dreaded. His skills have been completely disabled. With his powers sealed, he knows raw strength won't work. He has to think. As the assassin looms over him, his mind desperately searches for a solution. A memory surfaces, a different battlefield, but a chillingly familiar situation. He remembers facing a horde of ghouls, recalling the feeling of being utterly shut down. He stood alone then, too, surrounded by the carnage of his hard-won victory. The look on his younger self's face was one of pure, exhausted relief. He remembers roaring in frustration at how many times those ghouls had used silence against him. In the memory, his female comrade walks over, asking if the battle is finally finished. She smiles, teasingly remarking that it wasn't that hard, which absolutely baffles him. He explodes in frustration, pointing at the dead ghouls and ranting about their constant silent spam. She reminds him about the status recovery artifact, but he snaps back that its 2-hour cooldown makes it useless. Her calm advice from the past suddenly pierces through to his present desperation. Even an unfair situation can be overcome, she had told him, if he could just remove the debuff once to create a chance. Making the perfect play with the hand you're dealt, that, she said, is what makes a true player. His younger self had just gotten flustered, playfully grabbing her and complaining it wasn't so simple. But her words resonate now. A burst of energy erupts as his recovery skill finally activates, removing the silence effect. With his skills restored and a cold glint in his eye, he prepares to use his signature move. Backstep. With a stomp, Shin Sang-yoon pours his remaining energy into the ground. The system confirms his choice, the movement skill, backstep. He rockets backward in a blur of motion as a timer appears, counting down from 4. The armored shadow assassin can only watch as its target creates a massive gap in an instant. But the monster roars, its own speed defying physics as it charges forward to close the distance. Sang-yoon stumbles upon landing, the recoil and mana cost hitting him hard. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that single move has left him completely empty. Before he can even recover, the assassin is on him, its spectral fist ready to strike. With no skills left to use, his hand instinctively reaches for the hilt of his sword. But it's far too late, as a devastating blow connects and sends him hurtling through the air. The force of the blow sends him reeling, his body screaming in protest. He's completely spent, not even possessing the strength to lift a single finger. The assassin looms over him, a terrifying silhouette of crackling blue flame and dark magic. Lying helpless, he wonders if this is truly the last thing he will ever see. His mind races, questioning where it all went wrong, concluding it was one mistake after another. He regrets misjudging the monster's strength and failing to make better use of his regression. The skeletal hand of the assassin descends, wreathed in purple energy for the final blow. But just inches from his face, its armored fist begins to crack and disintegrate. The entire spectral night crumbles, its form dissolving into nothing but dust and sparks. Lying in the rubble, battered and bloody, Shin Sang-yoon can only stare up and laugh at his absurd luck. He can't help but reflect on how close he was to death, truly believing it was the end. The feeling was so intense, it felt like he had regressed all over again. But then the system explodes with notifications he's defeated the Death Knight, and a torrent of experience floods him. With the massive level up comes a full HP recovery, and a smirk spreads across his face as he remembers the clutch game mechanic. The relief is fleeting, however, as a grim reality sets in. He tries to move, but his body won't respond. His health is restored, but his stamina is completely gone. Worse, the penalty from his psychedelic skill is still actively draining him. He knows the dungeon's final boss is waiting, a threat far greater than the night he just barely survived. After considering his options, he lets out a breath, having made a difficult decision. He has no choice but to deactivate his skill, take the penalty now, and focus on recovering. He braces for the backlash, hoping since he didn't land any hits, the penalty won't be too severe. But that hope is instantly shattered, as a wave of pure agony washes over him. His body gives out completely, crashing to the ground as he screams against the overwhelming pain. System alerts confirm his worst fears. He's suffering extreme exhaustion from all the damage he's taken. And then, the final, terrifying warning. Prolonged exhaustion may result in death as his consciousness begins to fade. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a small crowd has gathered outside the dungeon's swirling purple gate. An official from the Player Association finds it strange. According to her analysis, he should be out by now. A fiery, red-haired player voices the group's concern, wondering aloud if something went wrong inside. Despite her tough facade, a deep sense of unease starts to creep in, a feeling that this is all wrong. Unable to shake the bad premonition, she lets out a cry of pure frustration. Within his collapsing consciousness, a memory of that desolate battlefield rises. He sees himself on the ground, broken and defeated, his mind screaming in confusion. The desperate battle against the armored shadow assassin plays back in agonizing detail. He remembers the creature's mocking laughter as it prepared its next devastating spell. It had unleashed a relentless volley, determined to see how long he could possibly last. Each magical blast was an overwhelming force, shattering his attempts to defend. He recalls the sheer danger of its subspace skill, a power he couldn't properly counter. A storm of ethereal weapons assaulted him, and he wondered if the beast's mana was infinite. He knew his own reserves were hitting rock bottom with every skill he desperately used. But in that moment of near death, a sudden realization began to dawn on him. He realizes the monster is just baiting him, trying to drain his mana before he decides to end this pathetic show. The undead creature contorts, its chaotic energy agreeing that the end has finally come. Surrounded by the lingering shadows of his past, Sang-yoon stands firm, ready to deliver the final blow. The monster, now revealed as a terrifying archlick, unleashes two different high-level spells at once. But Sang-yoon stares it down, completely unfazed by the overwhelming display of power. A smirk plays on his lips. He promises this will all be over in the blink of an eye. He recognizes its true nature, an archlick, a high-rank undead mage that could be even trickier than a death knight. The reason for its potential weakness, however, is surprisingly simple. He recalls a basic principle of magic. Casting with a single hand drastically reduces a spell's power and accuracy. And that is the fatal flaw he sees in the archlick's two-handed, double-casting assault. The creature took advantage of its undead body, forcibly growing more arms to cast even more spells. Sang-yoon realizes that while a perfect triple cast is unlikely, this rapid-fire tactic is still incredibly dangerous. But for him, the plan is brutally simple. He plants his foot, preparing to close the distance. All he has to do is take the monster out before it can finish what it started. The archlick, however, was prepared for this, unleashing its own counter, the language of silence. A system notification pops up. Sang-yoon is afflicted with silence, unable to use any skills for 3 seconds. To his opponent's shock, this changes nothing. Sang-yoon's wicked grin doesn't falter for a moment. He roars that even without skills, his raw power is more than enough to cleave its head from its shoulders. But the archlick had anticipated this too, calmly preparing one final spell as the blade descended. With a flash of purple light, it uses an extreme close-range blink, vanishing just as the attack was about to land. Having escaped, the archlick gloats that Sang-yoon has made a grave mistake, casting its flames of purgatory. It mocks him one last time, telling him his failure was simply a matter of bad luck. But its arrogant monologue is cut short by the tip of a sword suddenly appearing inches from its skull. With a blinding flash of blue, Sang-yoon lands a devastating blow that sends the monster flying. The archlick is blown back by the force of the attack, completely stunned as to how this is possible. Sang-yoon coolly looks on, retorting that luck is the only thing he's ever needed. He follows through with the strike, slamming the undead mage into the ground with overwhelming force. Now on its knees, the archlet can only stare up at his silhouette, its confidence shattered. Sang-yoon smirks, asking why it's so surprised when it was watching him this whole time. He explains he has a skill to negate silence, leaving the archlet speechless. It knew, but it saw the debuff land. The archlet replays the battle, certain it had analyzed everything. It had seen his fighting style, his movements. It had even calculated the absolute limits of his mana capacity. Kneeling in defeat, it still can't comprehend how its perfect calculations failed. But Sang-yoon just scoffs, telling the beast that if you can overcome your limits, even a vermin can grow infinitely stronger. The secret, it turns out, is a passive skill he gained by devouring artifacts. Mana circulation, which grants him immense mana recovery. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and a young woman stares in utter disbelief. A silhouette emerges from a blinding light as she frantically yells for the cameras to start rolling. Sang-yoon steps out, not victorious, but completely bewildered by his surroundings. He finds himself standing before a massive crowd of players and reporters, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him. Before he can even process his victory, he's absolutely mobbed by frantic reporters. They're shouting over each other, asking about his condition, his blood type, even his MBTI. But as he tries to get some space, his eyes suddenly lock onto a figure in the crowd, and he freezes. Watching from afar, a red-haired woman laughs, relieved to see he's perfectly fine after all. She mutters that she wasn't worried, but his strange, silent stare leaves her completely puzzled. For Sang-yoon, the world around him begins to warp and distort. The cacophony of the crowd fades into a distant, muffled echo. Reality itself dissolves, bleaching into a blank, white void. A powerful memory surfaces, a determined look on his face as he recalls a promise he made. His mind is transported back, standing in a hall of players, remembering the debt he has to repay. He recalls how his growth stagnated after 10 years, his devour artifacts skill leaving him utterly alone. It was just another day of being ignored, a nobody in the player world. But then, a silver-haired player approached him with a smile, asking him to join her raid. She cheerfully explained one of their guildmates was out sick after a disastrous encounter with expired kimchi. Watching her happy guild, he felt a deep longing for that same sense of belonging. Yet, despite her kindness, he turned her down, claiming he preferred to raid solo. He now understands it was just a petty display of pride, afraid of showing his weakness. And because of that foolish pride, he pushed himself too far. He nearly lost his life, beaten and broken on the cold dungeon floor. But she had followed him, appearing like a saving grace to ask if he was all right. He was certain his life would have ended then and there. As she explained, she'd followed him out of concern. She was worried that he was heading into the dungeon alone, so she rushed over just in case. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he tearfully thanked her, realizing her kindness helped him cast aside his inferiority complex. He knows that if it weren't for her, he would have never been able to change. So, when she asked him to join her guild, he accepted without a second thought. He grew to love the guild she'd built, one that protected the weak and reminded him why he became a player. But that idyllic time came to a screeching halt, with the silver-haired woman slamming a table, screaming she was quitting. Sang-yoon tried to reason with her, asking what she would do, but she insisted she would do anything but this. He listened quietly, sensing there was a deeper reason for her outburst. With a trembling voice, she finally confessed the truth. She was just too scared of watching people die over and over again. She had started the guild to help others, but the constant loss was becoming too much to bear. In his past life, Sang-yoon could only watch her suffer, feeling powerless and racked with guilt. It reminded him of another leader he once knew, a man who also wanted to quit but was trapped by duty. All those memories of failure and regret fuel his desperate action in the present. He looks her dead in the eye, warning her never to form a guild, a path he knows leads only to pain. The silver-haired woman is just left stunned, completely bewildered by this stranger's sudden and intense declaration. Her red-headed companion quickly steps in, furiously demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. As she's angrily dragged away, Sang-yoon watches them go, hoping his cryptic warning was enough. The scene then shifts dramatically to the desolate, purple-tinged slums of an alien dimension. Here, in the shadows, powerful entities are gathering among them, the infamous Ghostblade, Du Kyung-soo. Another powerful being marvels at his new apostle, declaring this development to be truly incredible. But the late bloomer model student senses a grave danger, realizing it's already too late and that the plan must be executed now. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a news broadcast announces that Shin Sang-yoon's information has forced the Players Association to re-evaluate a dungeon. The Silent Grounds are officially closed to all players after the discovery of a monster far deadlier than previously recorded. Watching the report, Sang-yoon lets out a satisfied sigh, feeling like he's finally managed to save someone for the first time since returning. The dungeon crawl gave him more than just artifacts and titles. He also gained crucial information about the very constellation now scheming in the shadows. Unveiling his rewards, he sees a dimensional bag, a lich ring granting the silence skill, and a telekinesis necklace. With the goddess of luck smirking over his shoulder, Sang-yoon is left completely stunned by the haul. He'd predicted he might get the silence ability, but the sheer quality of the other rewards is beyond anything he could have imagined. The lich ring grants him not just silence, but also a subspace ability. On top of that, a necklace that gives him telekinesis? His mind is absolutely reeling. He instantly sees the potential. These two skills will completely revolutionize his fighting style. Has never even heard of such unique skills in his past life, but his patron isn't impressed. The goddess of luck demands her thanks, and Sang-yoon quickly agrees, promising to repay her properly after he eats. The three artifacts begin to synchronize, bizarrely transforming into three different desserts. He's completely baffled by the names, realizing the fearsome archlick apparently had a massive sweet tooth. Deciding to start with the millefeuille of infinite layers, he takes a hesitant bite. The moment it's in his mouth, a powerful wave of energy surges through his entire being. He's completely blown away by the taste. The name was no joke, an unending cascade of flavor. He is launched into a state of pure, sugary bliss, his hair turning white from the sheer delight. Sang-yoon drops to his knees, comically apologizing for ever underestimating the power of desserts as the absorption begins. With the process complete, he sits back satisfied, admitting the archlick wasn't so bad after all. Now it's time to integrate his new powers. He must bind the skills telekinesis and silence. For telekinesis, the choice is obvious. Pairing it with his greatsword of fighting spirit is a no-brainer. Silence, however, is a much trickier skill to place since it lacks a hard disabling effect. Unsure of the risks but needing to make a choice, he decides to bind silence to his basic attacks. But the system immediately presents a condition. Each silenced basic attack will now cost him 1 mana. He grimaces at the cost. 1 mana per swing is an absolutely brutal drain on his resources. Then he remembers the title he earned from the archlick, which grants him a hefty plus 150 mana boost. He knows mana circulation offers a constant supply, but the risk of draining it on weak mobs is a serious drawback. For a moment, he hesitates, weighing the potential consequences. Then, a confident smirk crosses his face. He's made his choice. Realizing he can't grow by playing it safe, he commits, binding silence to his basic attacks. The second the system confirms it, a massive portal of golden energy rips open the space in front of him. His tiny patron goddess is stunned, asking if he called someone else, but the system confirms she's just as clueless as he is. 3 new, powerful constellations have arrived, with messages already pouring in, praising his warrior spirit. The goddess of luck is furious at the intrusion, but a new goddess voice rings out, declaring he won't be monopolized. She's left completely shell-shocked by this sudden competition. As a third imposing figure materializes, Sang-yoon finds himself the center of a divine bidding war he never asked for. The new goddess wastes no time, telling the imposing great conqueror to move it because he reeks. Surprisingly amused, the warrior laughs and steps aside, clearing the way for her grand entrance. Sang-yoon is bewildered, while his patron goddess fumes, seeming to recognize this new, arrogant deity. A confident smirk plays across the newcomer's lips as she fully reveals herself. Wreathed in golden light, she declares she has been observing Sang-yoon's courageous spirit personally. She finds him more than worthy, a man destined to stand by the side of a goddess like her. With a disdainful flick, she dismisses the goddess of luck as an antiquated relic. That's the last straw. The tiny goddess lunges at her rival, who calmly orders the others to remove the pest. Sang-yoon can only watch with a slight smile as the divine beings begin to squabble over him. But the new goddess cuts through the chaos, offering him secret information that immediately piques his interest. The Anubis goddess holds her tiny rival captive, dangling a tempting offer to Sang-yoon. She reveals the information concerns his former patron, the late bloomer, and Sang-yoon's calm facade shatters. In a flash, he lunges forward, his sudden aggression catching the new goddess completely off guard. He grabs her, demanding to know what has happened to the constellation he once knew. With a smug grin, she explains she found the late bloomer in the slums, a maniac obsessed with some dark eschatology. The price for this knowledge is simple. He must abandon his current goddess and form a contract with her instead. Later, back in his apartment, Sang-yoon sits alone, wrestling with the impossible choice and the disturbing news. He can't make sense of it. The man he knew in his past life never showed any signs of such an obsession. Suddenly, a familiar blue portal crackles open as the goddess of luck reappears. He leaps to his feet, desperate for answers, but she can only apologize, having found no trace of him in the slums. He thanks her for trying, and she admits she enjoyed seeing him humble that arrogant goddess. Still, Sang-yoon is stuck on one detail. Why would the late bloomer be in the slums, a place for failed constellations? The questions echo in his mind, wondering where his old patron is and what he's been doing all this time. Elsewhere, inside the towering headquarters of the Hyunjong Corporation, business is underway. The president, Han Hyunjong, is given the participant list for the upcoming open market. As she reviews the data, a flicker of interest crosses her face, a small, knowing smile. One name stands out on the screen: Shin Sang-yoon, a level 8 player with no official rank to his name. Han Hyunjong, an S+ ranker herself, recognizes this for what it is, a very interesting guest. Later, Sang-yoon is on the road, continuing his own search for answers. But he's hit a wall, finding no information on the late bloomer or this mysterious dimension core. He mulls over the offer from the cat-like goddess, Bastet, realizing she wants a contract to ascend her own status. But in the car, as the goddess of luck hums happily beside him, he decides against it. It's just too risky. The car's navigation system suddenly announces that he's reached his destination, pulling him from his thoughts. With a confident smile, Sang-yoon confirms their arrival. They're finally here. His car approaches the destination, the massive, modern building of the Hyunjong Market. This open market is a new frontier for players, a sanctioned place to buy and sell rare artifacts. Before this, all trades were done directly, a shadowy business filled with untrustworthy figures. High-value exchanges were little more than invitations for betrayal and theft. To bring order, the world's major guilds established these markets, guaranteeing safety for a price. And in Korea, the undisputed number one is the Hyunjong Market, backed by the powerful Hyunjong Corporation. No, the market's true power comes from the existence of one person, Han Hyunjong. She is the world's one and only S+ rank buffer player. Because of her, high-ranking players flock to this market, effectively acting as its guards. Shin Sang-yoon finally steps inside, thinking to himself that what a truly scary woman she must be. He's immediately stopped by a receptionist asking to confirm his entrance code. Sang-yoon calmly provides his name, explaining he received permission just a day ago. After checking her device, she confirms his access, but the details leave him utterly speechless. He's been granted clearance all the way to the 8th basement floor, the VIP section. He can't help but wonder if Han Hyunjong already rates him so highly. But as he walks in, he overhears two other players gossiping about him dating a girl named Kim Miso. Sang-yoon is immediately disgusted, wondering why people waste their time with such pointless gossip. But as their vile slander continues, he decides that just ignoring them isn't the right move. He admits to himself that he's not quite mature enough to simply be the bigger man here. And just like that, security arrives to escort the two confused players out of the market. Sang-yoon watches with a smug grin, thinking this is how an adult fights using the rules against brats. With the trash taken care of, he can finally get started on his real reason for being here. He calmly calls the elevator, ready to descend to the market's most exclusive levels. His first stop is the 8th floor VIP area, though he knows his 3.9 billion won won't buy a thing. But for him, just window shopping is motivation enough a peek into a world he never reached in his past life. The elevator doors part, revealing the glittering expanse of the Hyunjong Market's VIP room. Hez immediately greeted by a personal guide, Song Ah-hyun, making him feel instantly out of place. But he steels himself, deciding he can't back down now, and accepts her offer for a tour. His eyes are drawn to the first display, a brilliant blue artifact humming with energy. Then he sees the price tag, 140 billion won. He's certain they must have added a few extra zeros. She explains it's an epic artifact, but Sang-yoon plays it cool, scoffing that a swordsman has no use for a book. He quickly dismisses her, desperately hoping she didn't notice him freeze up like a total rookie. Nearby, two other VIPs are staring at a different item in absolute awe, wondering who could possibly buy it. Sang-yoon, regaining his composure, asks his guide about that very same special display. He waves her off, deciding to take a look himself, catching the attention of the other patrons. But the second he lays his eyes on the item, his carefully crafted cool guy act completely shatters. Within the artifact's glow, he sees a vision of its cataclysmic power. It's a mage stone, but its grade is something he thought was a myth, almighty. Sang-yoon reels back, realizing this is the highest of the 9 artifact grades. Then he sees the price, and his brain short-circuits. A starting bid of 3 trillion won. The name of the seller, Jiran Decay, hits him. If he's selling this, what does he keep for himself? He came here for motivation, but all he feels now is the crushing weight of his own powerlessness. Trying to reset, he moves down to the platinum zone, a more grounded floor. His eyes land on another item, a sleek blue pendant, with a price tag of 700 million won. A bitter laugh escapes him. It's still wildly expensive, but a sane number compared to what he just saw. But as he collects himself, a familiar voice calls his name from behind. Turning around, he's greeted by a charismatic stranger who introduces himself as Jong Junhyuk. Sang-yoon's memory flashes. This is the man who will one day become the famous player known as Perfect Storm. With a sly smile, Junhyuk offers to show him a personal artifact he's been trying to sell. He presents the Stream of Life ring, a platinum-grade support item that boosts mana. Sang-yoon immediately understands the scheme. Junhyuk is aiming for a direct transaction to dodge the market fees. This market has a unique system that waives the 5% commission if two players trade directly on site. He has to admit, the artifact itself is quite good and would actually synergize well with his recent gains. But he pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considers his true goal. He politely declines, thinking to himself that he needs a worthless item he can consume, not a valuable one. To his surprise, Junhyuk suddenly looks past him and scolds someone for talking about eating, leaving Sang-yoon utterly baffled. The source of the commotion is a girl, casually eating pizza on the floor, surrounded by glowing artifacts. Market staff are trying to scold her about basic manners, clearly frustrated that she brought several entire pizzas. Completely unbothered, she just offers them some, as Junhyuk watches from the side, seething with annoyance. But Sang-yoon isn't focused on the pizza. His eyes are locked onto the items she has laid out for sale. He walks right over, politely apologizing for interrupting her meal before asking to see her artifacts. Still eating, she casually tells him to check them himself, not worried in the slightest that he might take them. With her blessing, Sang-yoon reaches down and picks up a simple, glowing blue ring. The instant he inspects it, a look of triumph flashes across his face. He knows he's found exactly what he needs. 2 platinum items are revealed, a ring of speed and a potential reinforcement ring. He realizes they're perfect, their effects are powerful, but they consume so much mana that no normal player would ever buy them. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang-yoon declares he'll buy both rings and asks for her price. The girl's eyes light up with greed, and she nervously quotes him an absurdly high price of over 2 billion. She even offers a bundle discount down to an even 2 billion, but Sang-yoon just stares, completely silent. Her confidence wavers under his gaze, and she babbles on, dropping the price to 1.8 billion just because her pizza put her in a good mood. But the silent treatment continues, and she starts sweating, completely unnerved by his stone-cold negotiating tactic. A notification dings. The deal is done for 1.3 billion, a price he decided all on his own. She looks at her phone in disbelief, admitting that he's a terrifyingly good haggler. Sang-yoon just smirks, thinking back on how his dirt-poor past life made him a master of negotiation. But as he's about to leave, she stands up, mentioning she'll use the money for a nice meal and a donation to the orphanage. The word orphanage stops him dead in his tracks, and he turns back as she confirms that she runs one. To prove her sincerity, she holds up her phone, offering to show him why she needs the money. On the screen is a picture of her with a group of smiling children, and Sang-yoon's composure completely shatters. A name flashes in his mind, Joy Orphanage, triggering a faded memory from his own past. The realization crashes down on him. This is the very orphanage he came from. The girl notices his sudden, drastic shift in mood. She points out he's gone pale, worriedly asking if something is wrong. He quickly stands, dismissing it as just a memory before casually asking if that orphanage isn't gone now. She confirms it was destroyed during the collapse, and he lies, claiming he just knew someone from there. He decides it's too risky to reveal his own connection, deducing she needs funds for security. She explains her parents ran it long ago, and now she's taken it upon herself to rebuild and revive it. Putting on a calm facade, Shin Sang-yoon accepts her business card and a friendly invitation to visit. She proudly explains that the kids drew the card themselves, a little memento for their orphanage. He takes a closer look at the childish drawing of 2 kids throwing money in the air. Forcing a laugh, he calls it cute, privately noting how realistic children's dreams are these days. But as he stares at the card, a sudden wave of emotion catches in his throat. A flood of old memories returns the faces of the other children he grew up with. He barely suppresses the urge to cry, a reaction that leaves the girl completely baffled. After steadying himself, he's struck by a profound sense of fulfillment. For the first time, he's met someone who treasures the same past he does, and he vows to visit them soon. But first, there's business to attend to at the towering headquarters of the Eden Guild. Shin Sang-yoon walks into the lobby with an air of quiet confidence. He stops short when someone calls out his name. A powerfully built man in an orange jumpsuit introduces himself as Jo Jinho, saying they've been waiting. Sang-yoon plays it cool, but he's taken aback. He never expected a personal welcome from someone so high-ranking. The scene jumps back an hour, to the end of his conversation with the pizza delivery girl. She tells him to call any time, certain that the kids would be thrilled to see him again. As his phone begins to vibrate, He agrees, tucking the card away. He politely excuses himself to take the call, and she happily takes her leave. Answering the phone, he's greeted by a surprisingly energetic voice. It's a woman named Miso, slightly annoyed he hasn't saved her number, calling to tell him they're being assigned to a gate. Miso explains it's the two-person, minimum level 130 dungeon called the Black Gate, and the name immediately rings a bell for Sang-yoon. He struggles to place it for a moment, until a crucial memory from his past life suddenly surfaces. He remembers this was the dungeon first cleared by the legendary Kang Boa, the Arbiter of Swords. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He and Miso already have great synergy, and the classic sword and bow combo is perfect. But even better, if his information is correct, he knows exactly what the first clear reward is. An epic-grade artifact, a treasure worth an insane amount of money on the market. Over the phone, he agrees with such startling enthusiasm that Miso is taken aback, telling him to hurry to the guild. This brings us back to the present, where his dark, greedy aura fills the hallway, making Jo Jinho sweat. The big guy can't help but ask if something is wrong, feeling a deeply ominous energy from the rookie. Sang-yoon just laughs it off as they step into the elevator, heading up to the 4th floor. Jo Jinho explains that since Miso is busy, he'll be guiding Sang-yoon personally. He leads the way to the Eden Guild's special training room, a place he calls their pride and joy. Not just anyone can use this facility, he adds, as they walk down the high-tech corridor. Sang-yoon can already feel it, the atmosphere has shifted, becoming dense and heavy. They arrive at the door, and Jinho mentions Sang-yoon is lucky, as the room is completely empty. With a knowing smirk, Sang-yoon points inside, telling him he thinks someone's already here. Jinho dismisses the idea, only to freeze in shock at the sight of a massive golem mid-rampage. The rock monster roars, its eyes glowing with a furious red light. Facing it down is a lone warrior, a woman with striking white hair, her sword pulsing with power. She meets the golem's attack with a ferocious slash, her blade erupting in a blast of purple energy. The golem's massive stone fist smashes into the ground, utterly defeated. With the monster dispatched, the white-haired swordswoman lands deftly from her attack. Jinho stares in utter shock, recognizing her immediately as someone named Tairi. He marches over, questioning her about the room reservation he couldn't find in the system. Tairi seems a little taken aback by his sudden appearance and his very direct question. He presses the issue, telling her they'll need the room soon, while Sang-yoon silently observes the exchange. Recovering, she greets Jinho, saying it's been a while and she hadn't expected to see him. She explains she's just warming up, waiting for Miso to arrive so they can practice for a raid. Hearing Miso's name, Sang-yoon steps forward with a grin, commenting on how close she and Miso must be. The comment instantly sours Jinho's mood, and he glares, realizing this kid is definitely provoking him on purpose. Tairi's expression shifts as a clever idea pops into her head. She gracefully bows out, promising Jinho a spar another time, and saying she'll contact him later. As she leaves, she offers them the room, and Jinho grits his teeth, his anger barely contained. Now alone with Sang-yoon, Jinho apologizes for the trouble, telling him to make himself comfortable while waiting for Miso. But a sly grin creeps across his face. Just waiting around sounds a little too boring for his taste. He turns to Sang-yoon, offering a pretty good way to kill some time, and our boy is immediately on guard. With a heavy thud, Jinho slams his massive greatsword into the training room floor. He rips off his jumpsuit top, revealing a physique that screams high-level player, and proposes a light spar. Sang-yoon is completely baffled, wondering why on earth this man is suddenly stripping down to fight. It hits him then, is it some kind of guild tradition to challenge every new person they meet to a duel? Jinho tells him not to feel pressured. He's just heard so much about Sang-yoon's skills that his own curiosity got the better of him. He admits it's also a bit of a hobby, believing that crossing swords is the only way to see who a player truly is. Sang-yoon smirks, finally understanding. It's a test to gauge his character, and he's almost amused by how direct the man is about it. Jinho then points to the weapon rack, generously offering him a sword since he appears to be unarmed. But Sang-yoon simply raises a hand, declining the offer as a vortex of blue energy swirls into existence. He declares he has his own weapon, pulling a massive, dark greatsword from his personal subspace. Jinho's eyes go wide for just a second, his surprise quickly melting into a broad, impressed grin. He lets out a hearty laugh, completely thrilled by this unexpected skill. The rumors about Sang-yoon being interesting were true after all. With a ferocious, toothy smile, he declares that they should get started right away. The lighthearted atmosphere instantly vanishes as the two swordsmen face each other, ready to begin. Jinho roars with excitement, declaring that going easy would be an insult as he unleashes his full power. Meanwhile, at the Eden Guild CEO's office, a tense conversation is underway between a woman named Miso and her father. The CEO, Kim Yoon-cheol, desperately pleads with her to listen, afraid a past tragedy will repeat itself. But Miso is resolute, acknowledging his worry but refusing to back down from her decision. She turns to leave, asking him not to contact her for now, ignoring his calls for her to wait. Left alone, Kim Yoon-chul lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of his frustration settling in the silent office. With a grim look, he reaches for his office phone, his mind clearly made up. He makes a call, asking his subordinate if they still have a direct line to the player association. After getting confirmation, his expression darkens as he prepares to make a very specific request. His target, unbeknownst to him, is Shin Sang-yoon, who is currently facing off against Jinho in their now serious duel. Kim Yoon-chul gives the order to investigate everything about Shin Sang-yoon, starting with his family and his past. Back in the arena, Jo Jinho grins, knowing the setup is complete as the system initiates training mode. With the prompt to begin, the hulking figure of Jinho looms over his opponent, radiating power. Shin Sang-yoon, however, remains unimpressed, believing 2 simple clashes are enough to figure out his foe's skills. He takes a sharp breath, finally feeling the immense pressure of Jinho's gigantification, a power far beyond any monster he's faced. This fight brings to mind the history of swordsmen, and how the legendary Du Kyung-soo created the all-rounder meta. But not everyone followed that path. Many old-school warriors believed that pure, unadulterated strength was the only true answer. Jo Jinho was one of them, a master of the strength-based style, which poses a critical question. If Du Kyung-soo is the pinnacle of the all-rounder, then the undisputed peak of the strength style in Korea is Jo Jinho himself. A spark of pure excitement ignites within Shin Sang-yoon, who confirms he's ready to test his power against such a titan. Impressed by his confidence, Jinho wastes no time, launching himself forward with a devastating swing. For him, a real man proves his worth through action, not empty words. The sheer wind pressure from his sword forces Sang-yoon to consider his options. A defensive skill, or maybe a stun? But a sharp grin cuts across his face as he realizes the truth of this battle. Fighting Jo Jinho means meeting strength with strength, and he activates a skill, his body surging with power as the title face-off locks them in. Jinho roars, announcing he'll start with just a light strike. He unleashes a crushing blow, ready to see what this challenger is made of. Sang-yoon steels himself, knowing he must remain calm against the master of strength. A head-on clash would be suicide, which means he needs a different approach. He must evade the direct impact and strike at the flank, where his opponent's force is at its weakest. But Jo Jinho freezes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Because Sang-yoon didn't dodge at all, he met the attack head-on, his sword planted firmly against the giant's blade. The shock gives way to a wide, incredulous grin. He actually blocked it. Jinho had expected him to dodge, to freeze up, to do anything but this suicidal clash of strength. With the attack neutralized, Sang-yoon pushes back, letting Jinho know it's his turn now. The sheer force flowing from Sang-yoon's sword is so immense that Jinho is momentarily stunned. Sensing the danger, Sang-yoon roars and pours all his power into a counter-offensive. He unleashes a devastating skill, a cyclone of blue energy erupting at the point of impact. The blast sends Jinho flying, but he's not angry, he's laughing with pure exhilaration. He finally realizes he completely misread Shin Sang-yoon, who was far more than just a big frog in a small pond. Jinho is still reeling, his mind struggling to process the raw power hidden in Sang-yoon's frame. He lands with a ground-shattering thud, not with anger, but with a newfound respect. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face. He sees a true warrior, a kindred spirit. Sang-yoon stands ready, accepting the praise with a slight, almost mocking laugh. Internally, however, he knows it was a close call, only possible thanks to a critical hit on his knockback burst skill. But Jinho waves away the talk of luck, declaring that a real man never hides his strength behind modesty. His entire body begins to glow with an intense, fiery aura as he prepares to get serious. Sang-yoon's eyes narrow in recognition. He knows exactly what devastating attack is coming. This is the legendary technique that, in the future timeline, saved countless lives from annihilation. A single, world-shattering sword strike that would come to be known as the Starbreaker. Jinho admits this is an incomplete technique, one he has never revealed to anyone before. Sang-yoon breaks a sweat, but he's already satisfied that he's pushed a master to go all out. He knows it's nearly impossible to survive this attack, but giving up is not an option. He resolves to unleash his own strongest move, stacking every enhancement he has. Combining psychedelic, full charging, and speed into his knockback burst, he prepares himself. His strategy is simple. Strike the flank where Jinho's overwhelming power is least concentrated. The two ultimate attacks finally collide in a cataclysmic explosion of energy. With a wild roar, Jinho puts his entire being into pushing his golden blade forward, but Sang-yoon screams back, channeling all his experience of overcoming impossible odds. Jinho is determined to show his true power, right here and right now. He screams that he will overcome the impossible, just as he has always done. But elsewhere in the facility, Miso walks down a hallway, completely lost in thought. She's been brooding, her expression heavy with disappointment. Suddenly, she snaps out of it, telling herself she can't stay depressed and should be training with Sangyun. Just then, a violent tremor rocks the entire building, startling everyone. The others assume it's an earthquake, but she realizes the vibrations are coming from the training room. A cold dread washes over her as she thinks of who's inside. She sprints down the hall, racing towards the massive double doors. Bursting into the room, she calls out Sangyun's name into a cloud of smoke and debris. As the dust begins to settle, she stands frozen, shocked by the scene of utter devastation before her. Her mind races, unable to comprehend the sheer destruction inside the training hall. But through the dust, a figure emerges: Jinho, laughing in disbelief. Across the cratered floor, Sangyun stands his ground, having met the attack head-on. Sangyun forces a grin, admitting that while he's standing, his wrist is completely busted. Jinho just chuckles, brushing it off as a minor issue for Eden's top-tier medical team. But inwardly, he's reeling, shocked that he took damage from a mere rookie. It all comes back to that one moment, the instant their blades met in a flash of light. He realizes Sangyun's swordsmanship felt nothing like a novice's. It was like facing a hardened veteran. Jinho dismisses the absurd thought, but a smile creeps onto his face as the training mode finally ends. He turns to Sangyun, thanking him for the humbling spar that has given him much to reflect on. Jinho proudly declares that after their spar, not a single person in Eden will doubt Sangyun's abilities. With a hearty laugh, he grabs Sangyun's arm, admitting he was a bit suspicious of the rookie's sudden fame and wanted to test him. He now completely acknowledges Sangyun's strength, inviting him to join his Real Man Club, which seems to trigger a memory for our regressor. But their bromance is cut short by a chilling aura as Miso appears behind them, and she is absolutely furious. The mood instantly shifts to comedic terror as she scolds them both, leaving the two powerful players sweating and apologizing profusely. Sometime later, in an underground parking garage, a white SUV is parked. The door swings open, and Sangyun practically falls out, looking like he's seen a ghost. He's completely drained, his body screaming after the brutal punishment Miso dished out. It was in one 8-hour non-stop training session. A hell he knows would have killed his past self multiple times over. Still, he shakes off the exhaustion, feeling the rewards of the hardcore training as he looks ahead to the Black Gate, now just 2 days away. Just as he's about to leave, a voice calls out his name, and Sangyun turns with a weary look. A well-dressed woman approaches, casually asking if he just finished his training session. He stares blankly for a moment, completely failing to recognize her. With no time for games, he bluntly asks who she is. She introduces herself by handing over a business card from the Korean Player Association. Hess relieved, realizing she's just a scout and not someone he knew from his previous life. The scout, Lee Gae-hee, explains she's been gathering information on him for recruitment purposes, but Sangyun is far too tired for this and tries to end the conversation, promising to call her back. She quickly stops him, asking if he has any interest in joining the association, but he coldly shuts her down. She doesn't seem surprised by the rejection, a sly smile forming as she decides to ask a more personal question instead. Though exhausted, Sangyun reluctantly agrees, wondering why this woman is so persistent. Lee Gae-hee leans in, her eyes glinting as she asks if his ability lets him copy or steal skills. Or perhaps, she continues with a knowing smirk, he has an ability to see the future. The question hits him like a truck, and he freezes, a nervous gulp, the only answer he can manage. The scene then shifts, revealing the swirling green vortex of the Uedo Black Gate. A white van pulls up to the curb near the gate's entrance. An archer with vibrant pink hair hops out, telling her driver she'll call him later. Taking a deep breath, the archer Miso feels relieved to have arrived early to prepare. But as she scans the area, her sharp eyes catch sight of a familiar figure. She focuses on a man sitting alone on a bench and realizes with a start it's Sangyun. Miso cheerfully approaches Sangyun, suggesting they warm up together since she arrived early. But he's so lost in his thoughts, he just blankly asks who she is, much to her confusion. A dark aura recedes as he snaps back to reality, finally recognizing his party member. She asks if he's okay, sensing something is off, but he quickly tries to play it cool. Internally, however, he's a complete mess, running on zero sleep after his encounter. He spent the entire night fruitlessly digging for information on the woman who somehow knows his secret. The thought that someone already suspects his regression sends waves of panic through him. He feels totally exposed by that weirdo, and her smug expression haunts his thoughts. His spiraling anxiety is so obvious that Miso pokes him with her bow, asking if they should cancel. Shaken, he forces a smile, insisting he's fine before turning to ask her a question. He tries to change the subject, pointing out Miso's bow looks new. She grins, proudly showing off the epic-grade artifact she's borrowing from Japan's Kurokawa Guild. Sang-yoon forces a laugh, completely stunned that someone could borrow an item of that caliber. A spark of jealousy ignites his ambition. He decides to focus on getting his own epic weapon. Seeing his sudden resolve, Miso agrees, though she seems a little startled by his intensity. Sang-yoon now stands confidently before the dungeon gate, ready to begin their raid. She looks on with a flicker of apprehension as he takes the lead. The two of them walk towards the swirling green energy of the portal. He's now completely focused, believing an epic weapon is the only thing he needs to worry about. But Miso's private thoughts reveal a deep-seated fear. She borrowed this bow because of what she saw him do before. She recalls knowing Sang-hyun's growth was fast, but one particular moment during training truly stood out. After learning a new skill, he'd wanted to test it, only to be horrified by the result. His single attack had completely annihilated the supposedly indestructible training grounds. That raw, terrifying power was the reason she had to prepare so thoroughly for today. Miso made a vow to herself. She would not be left chasing his shadow forever. Back in the present, they finally step through the portal into the hollow forest. The duo moves quickly through the eerily serene and verdant landscape. Miso, however, can't shake her tension, her senses on high alert for any danger. Sang-yoon casually tells her to relax, but she explains the area feels different from the reports. His expression darkens. He knows from his past life that the rumors about this place don't tell the full story. Sang-yoon feels a chill, realizing this is the first time the world has deviated from his memories. A low growl echoes through the trees as a monstrous, shadowy figure rises from the undergrowth. Miso immediately prepares her bow, identifying the creature as an orc. But Sang-hyun knows better. A cold sweat drips down his face as he confirms the timeline has changed. He corrects her, it's not an orc, but a massive goblin, far larger than any they should be facing here. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its eyes locked on them as it prepares to attack. As Sang-hyun calls her name, Miso's mind flashes back to a crucial part of their training. He had told her that after researching the Black Gate, he had a new idea for their teamwork. To handle high-stress situations, they would simulate every scenario and communicate with hand signals. She remembers her doubt, questioning if they could possibly prepare for everything in just a few days. Sang-yoon calmly explains they don't need to cover every possibility, just master the basics. It wouldn't be easy to recall complex plans on demand, so they would drill them until it was pure muscle memory. If they could perfectly memorize the core patterns, they would be able to handle any raid. Back then, Miso struggled to remember the hand signals, a moment of frustration in their intense training. She snaps back to the training simulation, recalling the first rule for a charging monster. They were to dodge in opposite directions, forcing the creature to choose a target. As predicted, the monster would instinctively target the weaker-looking player her. Knowing its target, she could fire an arrow before it even had a chance to properly move. Her job was to aim for the joints, restraining its movement to create an opening. With predictive shots, she could pin it down, even if she couldn't deal a fatal blow herself. Miso was left in utter shock, wondering what kind of power she just unleashed. She hadn't even pulled the bowstring with her full strength. Yet the artifact pulsed with overwhelming energy. But her brief moment of awe is shattered by the hobgoblin's guttural roar of fury. It slams its foot down, shaking the very ground beneath them as it prepares to retaliate. In a blur of motion, the monster lunges, catching Miso completely off guard with its speed. Just as it's about to land a fatal blow, Shin Sang-yoon appears, seeing not a crisis, but an opportunity. He tells her the opening she created is all he needs, blitzing past her in a flash. With a single, brutal downward strike, he plunges his weapon deep into the beast's skull. The hobgoblin collapses in a heap, its life instantly extinguished by the precise attack. Shin Sang-yoon lands calmly beside her, casually remarking that his firepower seems to have increased as well. Miso, still buzzing from her new bow's power, suggests they adjust their entire strategy around it. But Shin Sang-yoon just smirks, teasing her that a simple headshot would have been much safer. Still, he has to admit, the firepower of an epic-grade item is truly something else. He internally calculates her strength has jumped 3, maybe even 5 times, which will make this gate much easier. She's just relieved their teamwork is holding up, but he surprises her by complimenting her quick reactions. This just makes her flustered, as she fumes about the endless hours she spent studying his moves to keep up. Shaking it off, her expression hardens. She declares their practice run is officially over. With that, they charge deeper into the forest, ready for the real challenge to begin. But they're being watched from above by a pack of menacing hobgoblins. Shin Sang-yoon pauses, noticing the monster's errant attacking, realizing they're being cautious after witnessing their scout's swift demise. If they want to play it safe, he thinks with a smirk, that's even better for him. A powerful shockwave rips through the forest, wiping out the scout party in an instant. Surveying the area, he counts 10 enemies left, likely including a stealthy assassin. He dismisses Miso's suggestion, proposing a much more unconventional strategy instead. And his grand plan begins with him slamming a gigantic sword into the earth right before her. Miso's face drains of all color as the horrifying implication of his plan dawns on her. He just gives her a cheerful smile, completely ignoring her panicked protests. He playfully explains the logic, while her tiny chibi form screams in absolute denial. From the cliffs above, the remaining hobgoblins can only stare in utter confusion. Defeated, Miso crouches on the sword as he tells her she knows exactly why this is necessary. He explains with a confident smirk that her firepower is too good not to use, calling this the optimal strategy. Miso tearfully agrees, knowing she can't change his mind, and just wants to get it over with. With a gleam in his eye, he declares it's time to begin, securing a high ground advantage for her. The hobgoblins below can only grunt in confusion, sensing something is wrong, and then he launches her into the sky, proudly announcing the Kim Miso human cannonball strategy. She screams in absolute terror, hating the feeling of flying more than anything, but even through her panic, she manages to activate a skill, enveloping her feet in green light. Her level 4 flight ability kicks in, slowing her fall and giving her 5 minutes of airtime. Wiping away her tears, fear hardens into fierce, angry determination. She locks onto her targets, descending right into the enemy ranks, praying this insane plan works. The hobgoblins roar in fury, finally spotting the figure descending from the sky. But it's too late, as Miso crashes down with devastating force, wiping one out instantly. Its companion turns, utterly baffled by the sudden explosion of violence. Before it can even process what happened, a perfectly aimed arrow blows its head clean off. Watching from the sidelines, Shin Sang-yoon smirks, impressed by the flawless one-shot kill. He quickly realizes this incredible power isn't just thanks to her new epic-grade weapon. Gazing at her floating in the sky, he can see how much sharper her aim has become. For a brief moment, he sees a vision of her future, the divine archer from his past life. He's genuinely surprised to find himself motivated by her rapid growth. All right then, with renewed determination, it's his turn to join the fight. A vortex of pure shadow swirls into existence on the battlefield. From the darkness, a menacing silhouette with glowing red eyes takes form. But another threat emerges. A spectral, wolf-like hobgoblin lets out a ferocious growl. It spots Miso hovering in the air and immediately lunges to attack her. In a flash, Shin Sang-yoon intercepts, his blade meeting the beast's charge head-on. He cleaves through the creature, knowing he has to be the one to properly support her. Landing with a cocky grin, he finds the entire situation unexpectedly amusing. He never thought the day would come where Miso would be the one carrying him. With only 7 monsters left, her eyes narrow as a new skill activates. Multiple lock-on. Instantly, all 7 remaining hobgoblins are painted with glowing orange targets. With her targets acquired, she unleashes her skill. Stardust Rain. A torrent of golden energy arrows rains from the sky, piercing through the hobgoblins. The remaining monsters are completely annihilated in a flash of light and fury. With the battle over, they find refuge in the Hollow Forest's World Tree rest area. But as they sit by the fire, the tension is palpable. Miso is still fuming, keeping her distance. Shin Sang-yoon cautiously asks when she'll stop being mad at him, only to be met with a silent, simmering rage. Her anger finally erupts as she reminds him he made her carry him around 6 separate times. He can only look away, admitting it was a bit much, but he was just too excited by the new experience. He realizes a simple gift won't work to appease her, but then, a brilliant idea strikes him. A lightning-wreathed hammer appears in his hand as he grins, realizing there is a way to make it up to her. He decides the perfect apology isn't a weapon, but a delicious meal to lift her spirits. An irresistible, savory aroma begins to drift from his campfire through the forest. The scent reaches Miso, who tries her absolute best to maintain her angry composure. But her stomach betrays her with a loud growl, cracking her furious facade. She marches over to demand what he's doing, just as he finishes his work. He calmly explains that they need to keep their morale high for the road ahead. And with that, he presents his peace offering, a hearty beef Wellington for adventurers. Miso is stunned into silence, her anger completely melting away at the incredible sight. Hesitantly, she takes her first bite, her pride finally losing to her appetite. The unbelievable flavor explodes in her mouth, leaving her wide-eyed in pure shock. Miso's anger is gone, replaced by pure astonishment as she demands to know how he made something so delicious. He just smiles, telling her he found something like a rabbit, deciding to keep his little secret to himself for her sake. Because as it turns out, The 5-star meal they're enjoying is actually made from kobold meat. Soon enough, their plates are scraped completely clean. With her energy and mood fully restored, Miso thanks him enthusiastically. She asks about the next area, confirming that the Shadow Defender is their last surveyed point. Her confidence is back, but then her expression turns serious. She begins to apologize for all the trouble she's caused him recently. Sung-hyun knows exactly what she's talking about, coolly bringing up the rumors. He teases her about being her new boyfriend or her money-fueled slave, leaving Miso utterly speechless. Miso looks away, embarrassed, explaining she was just drawn to his skill, but the media twisted everything. Sang-hyun, however, is completely unfazed, casually noting that this is just what happens when people get a lot of attention. He even muses that he feels famous thanks to her, though she knows his own growth speed is what's truly abnormal. He tells her there's no need to apologize. They simply help each other when they need to, regardless of what anyone says. He then frames it as a simple business relationship, and the words hit Miso with unexpected weight. She's left utterly speechless, the cold logic of his statement sinking in. Sang-hyun just smirks, remarking on how much people love to gossip. But then, his playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a sharp, focused gaze as he poses a question. He asks her what would happen if it wasn't just a business relationship, leaving her completely frozen. Meanwhile, the very meal they shared is now a viral trend, as a streamer prepares to cook braised kobold tenderloin live for 1.3 million viewers. The streamer fields questions from her viewers, some of whom are hesitant about eating monster meat. She reassures them with a bright smile, explaining that kobold meat is perfectly safe to eat. However, she pauses, recalling an important detail about a rare allergy. The main symptom, she explains, is lowered inhibitions, making a person incredibly honest. The words hang in the air just as Sang-hyun hears Miso's question, and his mind short-circuits. A sudden, horrible realization dawns on him. This must be the legendary kobold meat allergy. He's panicking internally, remembering a past incident that was an absolute nightmare to handle. But then, a memory sparks. He recalls there is one perfect way to deal with this situation. He gathers his courage, a blush creeping onto his face as he prepares to speak. Then he just shouts that he wants to become a real bird, leaving Miso utterly bewildered. Her jaw drops, her mind completely blanking at his sudden, insane declaration. She processes his words for a moment, her confusion slowly turning into a dawning realization. He's just pretending to have an allergic reaction too. Miso decides to play along to save them both the embarrassment. And so, they venture deeper into the hollow forest, the silence between them now incredibly awkward. Sang-hyun is absolutely drenched in a cold sweat, his earlier performance replaying in his mind on a loop of pure cringe. Miso finally breaks the tension, but her tentative question only makes him jump in panic. He immediately tries to brush it all off, laughing loudly about the meat's weird hallucinogenic effects. But internally, he's dying. He cannot believe he just acted like a lunatic to cover for her. Miso is just relieved Hez trying to move past it, though she's also mortified by her own sudden confession. But then, a quiet thought crosses her mind. It's not like she didn't mean what she said. Miso quickly backpedals, yelling that it was nothing, trying to erase the last 30 seconds from existence. But the awkward air is instantly cut short as Sang-hyun's eyes narrow, sensing a new presence. He calls out her name, and from their vantage point on a cliff, she confirms she sees them too. Down below, a clearing is occupied by several hulking, rock-skinned monsters. They are shadow defenders, and they radiate a grim, powerful aura. Sang-hyun asks if she can take them out from here, but Miso admits their defenses look too thick. He silently agrees. At her current level, even her epic artifact won't be enough for a clean kill. While her potential is huge, she's just not at that world-breaking level yet. So, he summons a massive, crackling weapon, deciding a direct assault is their best option. But just as they prepare to move, he pauses, a flicker of confusion on his face. Something is off. He turns to Miso, a sudden suspicion dawning on him, and asks if these monsters normally move in packs. She pauses, realizing she's never heard of them grouping up, and wonders if their intel was critically flawed. Just then, the ground beneath them cracks, glowing with a sinister purple energy as the trap is sprung. Sang-hyun's eyes widen in alarm. He knows they've been discovered, seeing a level of teamwork impossible for normal monsters. With a desperate shout, he tells her to run as the cliff edge begins to explode right under their feet. The entire rock face shatters, sending a cascade of debris raining down around them. As they leap to safety, a massive, shadowy beast lunges from the dust, its jaws open wide. A deafening roar echoes as a system window identifies the true threat. A middle boss, the impenetrable Defender King. Sang-hyun lands gracefully on a lower ledge, confirming his theory this was a planned attack, and they barely escaped. He glances back with a grim, determined look, Miso right behind him, both now aware of the true scale of this threat. The massive Defender King barrels towards Sangyun, letting out a deafening roar. Miso's eyes narrow. She knows this coordinated ambush is far beyond a normal dungeon raid. But Sangyun is already one step ahead, flashing a silent hand signal for Plan 3. Understanding instantly, Miso becomes a whirlwind of motion, expertly dispatching the smaller stone golems. She weathers a blast of energy from one of the stragglers, getting knocked off her feet. Hitting the ground, she shouts that her part is done, just as the main boss closes in. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy blur tears through the air right past her. It takes the form of a spectral beast, its red eyes burning with incredible speed and power. The phantom wolf smashes directly into the Defender King, intercepting the fatal blow. It was Sangyun all along, activating a speed skill that pushes his body beyond human limits. Activating Windstep, he moves faster than Miso's eyes can track, a blue blur of pure speed. He follows up with a heavy blow, smashing his blade directly into the Defender King's stone hide. As they retreat to a safe distance, Miso can only stare in awe at his sheer power. But from the settling dust, the Defender King emerges without a single scratch. Sangyun realizes its impenetrable title isn't just for show, and a long fight will drain him. He needs to save stamina for the final boss, deciding it's time to use that plan. He calmly calls out to Miso, cutting her off as she asks what to do next. Her expression instantly shifts from confusion to wide-eyed shock. With a confident smirk, he raises a single finger, asking if she understands his meaning. She does. Her blood runs cold as she realizes he's signaling for Plan 1. With Miso's terrified understanding confirmed, Sangyun just gives a confident smirk. As he intended, the Defender King's attention is now split between the two of them. Miso leaps away, repositioning herself on a nearby cliff as part of the plan. She knows this strategy is logical against an enemy with such impenetrable defense, but still, she's never actually seen him use that skill in a real fight, and her anxiety spikes. Sangyun, however, looks completely unbothered, ready to get the show started. He stomps his foot, and a surge of blue energy erupts from the ground. Reaching into his subspace, he draws a brand new, vicious-looking weapon. Before the boss can react, a massive horned beast is summoned onto the battlefield. The Defender King can only stare, completely baffled by this sudden new challenger. Sangyun smirks, mocking the beast he just summoned, which still hasn't figured out what's happening. He tells it not to worry, because he won't be giving it any time to think. With a vicious grin, he promises to make this real quick. The spectral hobgoblin lets out a furious roar, its body crackling with dark energy. It lunges forward, jaws snapping, attempting to intercept the blade that's about to strike. But his new weapon connects, glowing with an immense, fiery power. The impact creates a blinding flash, unleashing a shockwave of raw energy. Sangyun lands perfectly, swinging the blade in a clean, unstoppable arc. Time for a live combat test, he decides, activating his hidden skill, Sword of Destruction. The hobgoblin howls as its body is torn apart, consumed by the devastating power of the attack. The remnants of the creature are utterly annihilated by the overwhelming power of his new skill. A massive explosion of golden energy tears through the forest, leaving nothing but dust and fading purple mist. Shin Sangyun lets out a triumphant laugh, absolutely thrilled with the performance of his first true one-shot kill move. But his victory high is cut short by a system alert. Sword of Destruction has consumed all his mana. The scene shifts back to several days ago, at the Eden Guild's special training facility. Sangyun watches in surprise as Miso effortlessly smashes through stone golems. He suddenly calls out for her to stop, halting their training session mid-swing. She turns, confused, as the golem she was fighting crumbles into a pile of rubble behind her. Miso wonders why he stopped them, but Sangyun says there's something he needs to check right now. He activates his hidden skill window, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he finally obtains the power he sought. The system window reveals his new hidden skill, Sword of Destruction. He smirks, realizing he's acquired a power that took him years to get in his past life. This finisher-type skill is considered a basic right for any seasoned swordsman, but its true potential lies in its limitless applications, a real measure of a warrior's ability. He recalls how his unique Devour artifacts ability helped him master it before, though he admits with some embarrassment that he never truly used it to its fullest potential back then. But now, with his memories intact, everything is about to change. He knows that getting this skill so early will give his growth wings. The scene snaps back to the present as Miso is violently thrown back by a powerful shockwave. She stares in utter disbelief, unable to process how much stronger he's become. Her mind races, trying to comprehend what she just witnessed. The entire training ground is devastated, and at the center of it all lies Shin Sangyun. Hess completely out of energy, collapsing to the ground, muttering for mana. Luckily for him, Miso came prepared, and he quickly downs the potion she offers. Hez all smiles and thanks, but she's clearly annoyed, reminding him this wasn't the plan. He tries to play it cool, claiming he got carried away since it's been a while since he used that power. For a moment, he's caught speechless as she points out he just learned the skill recently. He recovers with a ridiculous, fast-talking excuse that only makes her more suspicious. Trying to change the subject, he praises the potion, which gives her an opening to try and recruit him. He politely offers to pay her back, only to be stunned silent when she reveals its astronomical cost. An awkward silence hangs between them after the tense negotiation. Shin Sang-yoon tries to play it cool, confirming the price, but Miso corrects him, not 50, but 500 million. The astronomical price hits him so hard he looks like he's about to vomit, so she just tells him to keep it. With that settled, they venture deeper, discovering a breathtaking, luminescent village nestled in the hollow forest. As the two walk the path towards this strange new settlement, something feels deeply wrong to Shin Sang-yoon. Head felt a sense of unease since they entered, but now he's absolutely certain. This place, the Breathless Village, has changed far too much from the dungeon he remembers. In all his past experiences, he's never once seen or even heard of a monster settlement of this scale here. Deciding it's too dangerous to keep her in the dark, he turns to warn Miso about what he expects from the final boss. But she's completely caught off guard by his sudden change of topic, looking at him in confusion. Miso tries to ask how he knows so much, but her words are cut short as glowing butterflies flutter past her face. The entire world freezes around Shin Sang-yoon, and he sees Miso suspended in time. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the impossible has just happened. Time itself has stopped. Before he can process it, a divine figure appears, a goddess gently cupping his face in her hands. She introduces herself as the goddess of luck, explaining she's shielded his reckless words from other constellations. He recoils in disbelief. A constellation has just directly interfered with the physical world for him. She floats before him, delivering a crucial warning. His special knowledge is only valuable as long as it remains a secret. The terrifying implication hits him, and he frantically begins to ask if that means she knows that he's a regressor. But just as suddenly, time snaps back to normal, and Miso finishes her question, completely oblivious to the divine encounter that just transpired. Miso asks him directly if he knows something about the final boss, catching him completely off guard. He quickly deflects, making up a clumsy excuse about the place reminding him of a YouTube video. As she shrugs it off, his mind is elsewhere, trying to decipher the goddess's true intent. Was it a warning or protection? A cold sweat breaks as he realizes he's been far too complacent with his secret knowledge. He knows his regression makes him a prime target for predatory constellations, like the sinister Dark Hunter he once saw. If they take an interest in him, he could become prey for the infamous Predation Network. They were a heretical cult of players who hunted their own kind, stealing abilities and contracted constellations by force. This criminal organization, which nearly ruined the world in his past life, was led by the terrifying Luca Vile. He understands now that he must grow stronger in the shadows, quietly, to avoid their lethal attention. He and Miso agree to split up to cover more ground, promising to signal if they find anything. But alone, Sang-yoon reaffirms his decision. His regression must stay a secret, no matter the cost. His search quickly leads him to the grim aftermath of a battle. A slain beast lies forgotten on the ground. The carnage only gets worse, with another creature's mangled body draped over a ledge. And then he sees the real message. 3 deep, bloody claw marks dug into a massive tree. Sang-yoon stops, taking in the scene as the pieces of the puzzle begin to connect. A cocky smile creeps onto his face. The culprit left a clue so obvious it was almost childish. This wasn't just a random slaughter. Someone was marking this entire village as their personal trophy. He realizes Hez dealing with a hunter, and with a confident smirk, decides to play by their rules. Meanwhile, Miso ventures alone through the twisted, unsettling forest. Her hunter's instincts are screaming. She's certain something incredibly dangerous is lurking nearby. She recalls the carnage, noting that all the monsters were killed around the same time. It confirms her theory. The predator is fast, impossibly fast, as a shadow zips right past her. She reacts in a split second, loosing an arrow at the blur of movement. But her shot finds nothing but empty air, the target having vanished without a trace. A cold sweat breaks out as she realizes this thing is far too fast for her to handle alone. Deciding to signal Sang-yoon, she turns, only to find the hunter was never far away. Her mind goes blank, her body frozen in pure, unadulterated terror.